Good morning, all the participants. Good morning, Gaukar.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Pandaji.
Pandey.
Hare Ram, Hare. And all the participants from all the campuses.
पांडे साहब ये ज्वाइन नहीं किया सर.
ज्वाइन नहीं किया? फोन कीजिए.
को बुला रहे तब तक.
फोन कीजिए. IMU NMC host, are you there? Please switch on your video, be alert. Wish all participants best of luck.
Good morning, all. I expect all the teams have joined. We wish you all the best for your upcoming presentations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gaukar, Rupali and all. Today at 4:30, Times Now channel. We'll have documentary on 75 years of DG shipping, titled Voice of the Nation. All in fraternity people may watch. Times Now channel, 4:30 p.m. today. We will have coverage of Chanakya Museum also and other things. Gaukar, please note.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Pandey साहब आए कि नहीं?
Yes, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग पांडे साहब.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
हरे राम हरे को भी टिंकल कीजिए और राजीव सर को गुड मॉर्निंग बोलिए.
सर
लेट्स स्टार्ट ऑन टाइम. How are you, the host? Yesterday they did a very good job. I hope you do a better job.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
keep the best result for 9 October. Physical form.
Yes, sir.
Whenever the host are coming, both of you come near the mic. Otherwise, one voice comes very good, other voice comes garbled. So be near the mic. Check the mic where it is and speak there.
Yes, sir.
And don't go very fast. Cool, calm, composed.
Yes, sir.
Sir, joining in a short time, sir. Harinam sir को भी बोल दिया. He is informing them.
No issues. You can just keep briefing them what all teams were yesterday. Use the
Yes, sir.
time.
Yes, sir.
Or if they
वो
have got the host has got the draft, they can read out of yesterday's proceedings what all happened, which all teams were there, or Panda sir can do that so that participants are engaged, they are aware.
hello.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, you are
हाँ
loud and clear. You are
हाँ.
loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. In a short while, we are going to start the program. And yesterday we have continued with that IS.
Panda sir, you are muted. You are muted. Keep checking
Yes.
your mic. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So suddenly it has happened, sir. Okay. Yesterday we have completed with HTW and our SDC. Around in the morning session there were around 15 teams, and in the afternoon, sorry, 18 teams, and in the afternoon we had around 14 teams have participated together. And today we are going to have MSc and MEPC sessions. In MSc session, there are nearly 15 teams, and for MEPC session there are 24 teams, and this will continue in the morning session and in the afternoon session. And in a short while, I will be handing over this to the MC group, who will be speaking about the details of this program, today's program, and the other things. So good morning to everybody once again. Welcome to I-ESKIMO 2025. Now I am handing over to MC for continuing today's session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the day two of the semi-finals of the I-ESKIMO 2025 IMO mock session competition. It is a privilege to host you today as we continue with exciting discussions on critical maritime topics. This is Cadet K. Pragadish. And this is Cadet Rupali Kumari. And we'll be the hosts of the day. Today, we are gathered here for much awaited semi-final rounds of this prestigious event. This event is organized in line with the country's identified requirement for training the future leaders of maritime India, particularly in matters related to the International Maritime Organization (IMO). This year's competition, organized by the Indian Maritime University (IMU), is an excellent platform for young minds to come together and discuss pressing maritime issues. Before we begin, we extend our gratitude to our distinguished judges, guides, faculty, and participants for making behind this event. So the first sponsor we have is alumni, our proud alumni network supporting the growth and excellence of future mariners. The second sponsor that we have is Institute of Marine Engineers, Mumbai branch, premier professional body
dedicated to advancing marine engineering knowledge and practice. Premier professional body dedicated to advancing marine engineering knowledge and practice. Next, we have Lloyd's Register of Shipping. It is committed to innovations, safety, and sustainability, working towards a greener future for the marine industry, safety, and our oceans. Next, Mediterranean Shipping Company, MSC India, one of the world's largest shipping lines, driving global trade and logistics. We are really thankful for all these sponsors. Now, let us get to know about the judges. Let me start with Mr. Dilip Mehrotra. Sri Mehrotra joined the Indian Maritime Administration in the year 1992. In the year 2000, he obtained his master's degree in maritime safety and environment protection from the World Maritime University, Malmö, Sweden. He served as the Deputy Chief Surveyor at the Directorate General of Shipping till July 2012 and also held the post of Principal Officer in Charge, Mercantile Maritime Department, Mumbai. He has led the Indian delegation to IMO for the Marine Environment Protection Committee 60 and was part of the Indian delegation for attending the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Conference of Parties COP 15, 16, and 17.
Next, we have Dr. B.K. Saxena, retired founder principal of Tolani Maritime Institute. Dr. Saxena has more than 50 years of experience in maritime industry. His areas of expertise include maritime law, chartering, shipbroking, and arbitration. He has represented India at the IMO and has been part of various IMO panels over the years. And finally, Mr. Achintya V. Datta. After working for 17 years in the Shipping Corporation of India, Mr. Datta joined the Directorate General of Shipping in November 2004 and continued till January 2019 as the Deputy Director General of Shipping Technical. Currently, he serves as Secretary with the Indian Ocean MOU Secretariat, contributing to maritime governance at the international level.
Gentlemen, we are truly honored to have such an accomplished panel of judges with us this morning. So let us start with the introduction of our first session.
Our first session today is on
Rajiv sir has joined. Huh? Rajiv sir, good morning.
Very good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. They are doing the introduction part. I hope it is in order. Yeah, please. Yeah, MCs, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Our first session today is on the theme Development of Cybersecurity Standards for Ships and Port Facilities. We have 5 teams presenting in this session today. Before introducing them, we would like to hand over to Mr. Rajiv Nair, sir, so that he could explain the methodology of the event. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Good morning to the judges. Thank you for supporting us in evaluating these students. Now, just to share with the students, number one, the purpose of this session is twofold. One is to familiarize you with the IMO way of working, which is the primary purpose, but at the same time, encourage you to develop skills, soft skills which might not develop. Therefore, we allow you to do a presentation. At IMO, presentations are generally not there, except when you're doing something in a lunch break or something, some concept you are introducing. But for paper introduction, it is by a way of introducing your paper. People are expected to have read everybody's papers and come with views already on that. Generally, views are formed before the session so that the interventions can be relevant and on the assumption that the paper has already been read by the other parties. So when you do your presentation, please keep in mind, A, that you are trying to bring your ideas forth to the other members who have already read what you have written in the paper. So it should synchronize in a way with what you have written. Otherwise, it can lead to confusions to the member states who have read your paper and are going to give their views on that. So please keep your presentation relevant. Now coming to the actual structure of the presentation, 6 minutes flat, uninterrupted, you go ahead. 1 more minute will give you without negative marking. After that, there'll be negative marking. And irrespective of everything, 8 minutes or 8 minutes, 15 seconds or so, I will stop you. So if you are reaching into that threshold, please make sure that the last 10, 15 seconds are used for summarizing. Otherwise, you lose the ability to summarize because I will stop you irrespective. And then I'll give 2 to 3 minutes for interventions. It is good to interact. The purpose of this interaction is again twofold. One is sometimes you may really need some clarity. You can ask that. Please ask it in a very crisp fashion in something which the other party can understand. The second is also to make you realize that the way IMO works, it is 176 member states. Decisions are not made by a person just having his own views. It is made by a consensus. It works on a consensus principle of all the nations because you can appreciate if something moves forward which is not with consensus, it is very difficult to implement it at a national level. Therefore, consensus is important to be generated. Thus, while you have your views, it is equally important to listen to the other views because every state has its own needs, every state has its own visions, every state has its own limitations, and also the positives of every state are there. So you have to understand that this is a negotiation where it is not that you can desire something and push your way through. It has to be that others have to accept your way. And similarly, if you have to give concessions to accept the others parties' ways, you have to do that. So please keep these principles of negotiation in your mind, especially when you are interacting. The judges will be watching your full behavior throughout, not only while you present, but while also you interact with the other uh, members. Just keep in mind, we have 5 teams in each group. So it's really 4 people and 1 people. Imagine blowing up the scenario to where there may be about 150, 160 member states. So that will give you a vision of what happens really at IMO. And uh, please do try put your best efforts on. Please be time conscious. We have a very heavy day ahead of us. We have 3 full sessions on MSc, and then it is going to be followed by MEPC. So please appreciate the time and effort everybody is putting into this. Please stick to timelines, and please do ensure that all your communications are through the chair. This is not a debate session. This is understanding each other's views and moving forward as one world in a way. So please treat it in that manner. Do not get into immediate opening your mic and starting responding to somebody. I do not need to hear questions. Can you hear me? If we don't hear you, we will tell you we are not hearing you. You don't have to waste your time by asking us these questions. The only time we will interrupt you is when there is an issue in your presentation. Otherwise, please proceed. Unless you hear something to the contrary, you are doing okay. Second thing, any request for the floor has to be raising of hands. Do not unmute your mic until you have raised your hand and have got an instruction to respond. Only then, please unmute yourself, speak. The judges, of course, will have the right to ask you also anything besides the participants. So please keep that in mind. And the judges will also not interrupt in between unless there's some specific issue. They will also be following a similar process. They are all seasoned IMO veterans who have been there. And the importance of the communication through one single point is also something which you will learn, because when the volume of participants is huge, if you have cross talks, these are national, international legislation impact issues. Somebody cannot come back and state tomorrow that we said this to that party. It is not acceptable unless it is recorded. Therefore, it is essential that whatever you have to say is said after you unmute yourself, after being given permission, because that is when it gets recorded. So, with these few guidelines from my end, wish you all the best and hope we have a wonderful interactive session. And if you have any queries right now, you are please free to raise your hand. I see no request for the floor from any of the participants, so I think I have been able to put it across clearly, and I do see that all the teams are there. Uh, I'll hand over back to the MC, and as I see the judges are also there, I would uh, just take judges' permission that if it is in order after the MC finishes, we would like to commence the session.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, yeah. I'm okay.
Thank you, sir. So back to you, MC.
Thank you, sir. I hope that everyone is clear with all the instructions.
Yes.
Our first session today is on the theme Development of Cybersecurity Standards for Ship and Port Facilities, MSC. We have 5 teams presenting in this session.
Let me begin with the introduction of the teams. Team A1, Chirag Sharma, Chinmay Khanvilkar, Jainilwala from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Mumbai, with the external guide, Captain Sureen Narang. Team B1, Ashi Mittal, Rajpal Singh from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Mumbai, under the external guide, Captain Sureen Narang. Team B4, Pranav Amit Prasad, Mohammad Imad Khan from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata, under the external guide, Dr. Veera Sendil Kumar. Team D1, Vaisak Mohandas, Chef Mascarenas from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Mumbai, under the external guide, Captain Sureen Narang. Team E1, Leena Charan SS, Yogesh Singh Rana, Hariharan S. from Coimbatore Marine College, under the external guide, Captain Sureen Narang.
With that, we now hand over the session to our respected chairperson, Mr. Rajiv Nair, sir, to conduct the presentation. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And just to repeat, we have team A1, B1, B4, D1, E1 in this session, and I'll be asking them to present in that particular order itself. So it will be A1 followed by B1 followed by B4 and then D1 and E1. And I see that the labeling has been done correctly. I will not be able to recognize somebody who is not labeled as per the team numbers. So please ensure for this and future sessions, the teams which are participating, which have qualified, please do make your labeling absolutely correct. Uh, I'll just give one more chance. If the teams have any queries before we start, then please raise your hand right now. Otherwise, we'll be commencing very shortly. Another thing which I would like to highlight that in this particular session, the hosts are able to assist by putting a timer on the screen. That is only for the guidance of the teams. I am monitoring the time here as the chair, and there may be times when the timer would have started, but there has been issue which I considered is a justified issue to give you a bit more time. So that decision on extra time is lying in my hands, but it's only for justified reasons. So even if the timer is clicking, please keep in mind that is for your assistance, for your help. It is not something which is not being considered into account, because sometimes you feel that we had a justified delay in presentation coming up or some glitch. I am taking care of the back at the back end. So please be rest assured that that is being taken care of irrespective of the timer. I hope that clears up the issue on the timer as well. And with that, I'll seek the judge's permission to start the session. Though we are about 5 minutes early, I would like to take advantage of that because we have a really heavy duty day in front of us.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank
Yes.
you very much.
Okay from me.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Datta, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you. Please go ahead. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much. So is Team A1, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Then the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
So, good morning everyone. Today me, Chanel Wala, Chinmay Khanvilkar, Chirag Sharma, team MSc A1 are going to present about the various cybersecurity threats which are experienced by the maritime industry and ways to reduce it. The cybersecurity threats are increasing due to technological advancement in the maritime sector, like the incidents like system vulnerabilities, GPS manipulation, navigational systems, port infiltration, drug smuggling, phishing attacks, etc. So why these are happening? These are mainly due to lack of integration between the core maritime industry and the cybersecurity team. Over reliance on compliance-based practices. Also, this leads to poor management and delayed response in the cybersecurity threats. What are the steps taken by IMO on this? Well, IMO's Maritime Safety Committee had given several guidelines which are identify critical operations, recognize potential cybersecurity threats, implement preventive measures, additionally, telecommunication and computer risk network addresses. By this, we can reduce cyber threats. Also, WIMCO had informed Maritime Safety Committee that they are collaborating with the industry partners for the good way of this for the good way of ship owners and the crew members to update MSC 95 and give guidelines. These guidelines will help instill safe onboard practices. Also, they had mentioned that safety management system should ensure that they have and contingency plans in case of any system failures or the safe navigation.
So, to avoid or mitigate cyber threats, here are some of our proposals. Our first proposal is establishment of a dedicated cyber security or cyber resilience officer at every port. And if it is not possible at every port, then in each country, if there are major ports, we can have these officers who can assist the ship's crew and people at port whenever they face any cyber risk. Also, there are integrated roles which can take place. Like in Rotterdam, there has been a successful model where there is an integration of roles between port security officer with cyber resilience officer. They both have given a fight towards the cyber threats whenever they have faced any. Also, there are very specific companies. Our third proposal, we have given a name of a company which is Fleet Secure. This company actually gives specialized services and training. It also makes programs which can equip port personnel with the necessary skills and knowledge to identify, mitigate, and respond to evolving cyber threats, thus enhancing the overall resilience of port operations. Also, there can be regular and rigorous cyber stress tests which organizations can incorporate within their systems. The cyber stress test can happen in these 5 ways, in which they can have their test scopes and objectives. They can define how they are able to design their stress test. They can have their own methodologies. They can even have cyber stress test executions where they can have certain hackers and firewall workers working together in order to make sure that malware system doesn't have any impact on their system and on the system which are there on ships. With the help of findings, they can make sure that there is no gaps, there are no errors, technical errors, and any delays due to human. They can have these things in their gap analysis, and finally they can give their recommendations and conclusions within their companies. Some of our other proposal are is to have a cyber defense policy for the entire port community. In this policy, there can be defining rules, responsibilities, and protocols for information sharing and collaborative incident responses. Also, if there is formation of port crisis team, such teams can actually facilitate swift and coordinated responses during a cyber crisis, which can help in minimizing operational impact and ensuring business continuity. Also, a European Union cybersecurity certification. This certification program is actually given to organizations where qualified people are trained and made sure these people are helping port people and security people to make sure that there are minimal cyber security risks at their end. Also, our last proposal is to have active directory users and computer frameworks. In this framework, the organization can have user access management, device monitoring, and autoplay prevention within their systems in order to fight back the cyber threats and cyber risks.
Moving on further, the outcomes of these proposals will provide us with the following benefits. First and most importantly, it will enhance the security. It is about shifting the posture from reactive to proactive actions. We are not just waiting for the alarm to sound, but using advanced measures, we can have threat detection and quick response, which will minimize the operational disruptions. Secondly, it is a major win for the supply chain resilience. In our interconnected maritime industry, a weak link anywhere can affect everyone. These proposals will help in strengthening and harmonizing the cybersecurity measures, which will ensure the global movement of goods remain robust, reliable, and secure. Finally, these proposals will build industry confidence. Right now, we have a patchwork of approaches. These new standards will be the common language we all will speak. This unified, consistent framework removes ambiguity, streamlines the compliance, and instills a new level of trust and confidence across all stakeholders of the maritime industry. Moving on, we request the following actions from the committee. We request the committee and the member states for the collaborative discussion and reviewing the guidelines for the adoption. Also, the quick implementation will help in strengthening the already existing maritime cybersecurity measures. Finally, we have to monitor the results as it can help to identify any loops found in the measures taken. And lastly, I would like to conclude that these proposals are vital for securing the future of maritime global trade. Thank you so much. This is all from our side.
Thank you very much, Evan. You can unshare your screen and I open the floor for any interventions, please. Mr. Datta, you wanted to say something? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I would request the participants to ask questions before I ask question. Thank you.
Okay, sure. The floor is open. Any team? I see no request from the floor. So, Mr. Datta, I think you can go ahead.
Thank you, Team A, for your nice presentation. And I have seen your paper also quite impressive. But I just want to know what would be your suggestion, rather your proposal for synchronizing training program between the ship and shore personnel. Can you hear me? Have you heard me?
Yes. A1, you can respond.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as you have asked our suggestion, according to our team, we believe that we can have two major important things that can happen. These two things we have mentioned in our proposal. Our first proposal was to have cybersecurity officer at each and every or major port. These officers can assist people on port as well as shipboard crew whenever there is any cyber threat which has happened. Also, the fleet secure, our second proposal, our second or third proposal, in that the training is provided to people so that they can make sure they are well qualified to handle cyber threats on board ships as well as on the ports. So we believe that these two important proposals can become our suggestions. And along with this, I would like to add one more suggestion: the EU's cybersecurity certification. This certification process only takes place in European marketplace. So, what about the countries that are not in European market? So we believe that if we can have a unified cyber security certification process for each and every company, whether they are in European market or some different market, if we can have a cyber security certification process for them as well, we think that cyber threat can be minimized very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, A1. And considering that there were no other requests from the floor, I would
Rajiv, can
now ask.
I say something?
Yeah.
Just
Sorry.
Team, just to team, yeah. So I heard that it's good reply you have given, but at the same time, I request you to take permission from the chair. You can further consider some proposal to next working group meeting or correspondence group meeting, so that it will take out some elements for unified, as you referred that there is a difference between European countries and other countries. So there may be some scopes may be sorted for making a benchmarking for all the other countries to have a training elements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Datta, and I'm sure A1 will take note of that. So, with that, I will now ask B1. B1, are you uh, ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Good morning, one and all present here. I am Ashi Mittal, and this is my co-partner Rashpal Singh. We are deck cadets from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Team MSc B1, and we are grateful for the opportunity to present our paper on proposals for cybersecurity standards for SATCOM and shipping industry. Cyber hacking or breaching is an illegal or unauthorized access or attempt to access of networks or information, which can lead to economic depletion and life-threatening conditions. We'll now look into a pictorial representation in which the cybersecurity cost has drastically increased since 2015, and therefore the need for prioritizing the cybersecurity aspect by IMO becomes very necessary. And therefore, we are here with our proposals, considering IMO guidelines and resolutions to contribute in the upcoming cybersecurity standards. Now we look into our proposals. So our first proposal is the MACRA toolkit. MACRA, which is a model-based framework, which has been developed into software tools at the University of Plymouth by Tan and Jones in 2019. It is a dynamic software this software detects the cyber threat on the basis of cargo, the ship type, its route, and the attacker's type. It has three basic components. First is the systems vulnerability. In this, the macro will detect which all systems are vulnerable to the attack on board ship. Second is the ease of exploitation. In this, the macro will assess the difficulty an attacker will face in attacking a particular type of navigational aid on the basis of the dynamic system of dynamic property of the ship. Third is the attacker's reward. In this, the macro will assess the gain in perspective of the attacker. Next, we look into the features of MACRA. First is MACRA's core role is to proactively identify the vulnerability of the threat on the basis of the dynamic features of the ship. Second, it also has a playbook and what if scenario, which trains the crew which can train the crew on what can be done if a particular type of threat has detected. Next is had a situational analysis feature, which analyzes the weak link if an attack has occurred, and also it keeps a record of all past incidents so that they can be avoided in future, and the system can be updated into a greater version.
Good morning, everyone. So let's talk about our next proposal, which is Central COS Security Operations Center, which is a technical and operation facility, and it's not operated by a government facility. It is jointly operated by a ship port authority and a shipping company. As SATCOM is the most important link between the shore to ship facility, so it became very important to have such system which is very efficient to tackle all the cyber integration threats, dismantling the effects and managing the cyber threats. Therefore, COS offer a 24 into 7 shipborne warning system and ensuring that abnormal activity or cyber threats is detected in a real-time scenario and effective measures are taken to tackle those effects. COS acts as a hub for integration and dissemination of the cyber threats, having an effective simulation effect and the containment of the cyber threats. Second all, we have CIRT, which is Cyber Incident Emergency Team Response, which is a specialized team responsible for detecting, responding, and managing cyber threats within an organization or sector. It is lack funding, and it's only in the some European countries and the American countries, and in Asian countries not very effective. CIRT plays a crucial role in protecting shipboard organization structure and the shore facility by coordinating response, having a rapid response for the cyber threats, containment, and recovery effort during the cyber attacks. Such committees shall be nationally encouraged and should be formed under some conventions. Therefore, cyber SATCOM protection is very important. Now, as we all know that quantum technology is the future, so it's play a very important role in the shipping industry too. Quantum technology uses the principle of quantum mechanics to communicate and compute the cyber threats with the ship and shore facilities. It primarily have three structures. First is the QKD, quantum key distribution. Secondly, it has the quantum enlargement and quantum random key generation, QRNG. So let's see how it works. Firstly, it consists of a transmitter which is fitted at the ship. The transmitter shoots enlarged photons from the ship's transmitter to the shore facility. This photons is taken by a decoder at the ship shore facility, and it's enlarged by using the quantum enlargement system. The message as sent by the shore facility is received by the ship and similarly vice versa. Quantum uses an encrypted key to secure data within it. These encryptions are protected using quantum range QRNGs. So let's talk about the advantages. Why should we use these? First, we have the highly encrypted data encryption. It's if we are in a mid-ocean too, the data is received similarly as it's sent by the quantum transmitters. Secondly, it's a highly effective source of transmission. If a third party used to interrupt between the communication, its IP address is noted and the flow of control is tackled between it. Thirdly, the size of the message which is sent from the shore facility or the ship is received as attached from the ship and shore facility. Therefore, we should see this. It is a future and have some investment like we have the investment going on, and many countries are investing in this technology, especially the China, European Union, and the American continent. But still, Asian countries are lagging. So we request the committee to please take into our proposal into action, as SATCOM is the most crucial link between the ship to shore facility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your presentation, B1. I open the floor for any intervention from the other teams. I see B4 wants to ask a question. B4, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I want to ask something to Team B1. Cyber threats are like unique and fast evolving. They don't remain the same. So the proposal suggested by Team B1 of integrating the software framework Macra, uh, I wanted to know how they plan on implementing it, and have they considered that is it time immortal, or like the solution will last for some time, or it will be it is for just a period of time?
Mm. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Before I ask B1 to respond, before it will be good if you could put on your screen when you're asking a question. When you unmute yourself, please also start your video. And B1, you would like to respond?
Yes, sir.
Um, Yes, sir. So
Go ahead.
there are many countries which are lagging in development, still in development, and or there are many countries which are not even started their development. So this macro toolkit can be very cost effective for such countries, and they can be worldwide accepted. Like if you go for the quantum technology, it is costly and need a time and for every country to accept this standard. So macro is very cost effective for all countries, so that they can initially begin with cost effective method and then go on with quantum technology.
Similarly, the macro consists of the software, and it's still in the software development stage. The countries are contributing for its development so that it can identify the new and latest cyber threats also. Recently, it's working very good, and for the future also, it's a very good aspect.
Thank you for the clarification, B1. I see no further requests from the floor. Mr. Mehrotra has raised his hand. Sir, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Just a small, once the risk is identified by this macro, so what steps should be taken by the to mitigate it?
So Macra itself will tell from past incident it has collected and sorted, like if a ship is moving in a Strait of Gibraltar, so from past incidents the Macra would know ki in this particular strait these kind of hacking threats are very common. So it will tell that this navigational aid is very vulnerable to this particular threat. So you need to pay more attention to this, or the information or the network you might get can be cyber threat. So it like uh,
So it's basically it take the IP address of the cyber attacker and then respond to the host. The host see the cyber attack's IP address, and the attacker cannot breach the communication source between the host and the receiving facility. So there is no point of if there is any cyber threat in which it raises the alarm between the host system, and the host is able to identify that who is trying to breach the system, and this system is very effective and it's very difficult to breach it by the macro tool.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Team B1. And seeing no further requests, I will ask B4. Are you ready?
Thank you.
B4,
Yes,
are you
sir.
ready? Then the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Sir, I'm having some trouble with sharing my screen.
Sharing.
I just need a moment.
Okay, go ahead. And if it's a longer time trouble, then you can come after D1 while
Sir,
you
is
fix
it
this up.
visible?
Oh, yes, it's coming on. Yes, it's there. Go ahead. Okay, you can start.
Good morning, respected chairperson, judges, and distinguished guests. I, Cadet Imad Khan from DMET Kolkata, Team MSc B4, hereby present on the development of cybersecurity standards with respect to developed nations. The maritime industry's increasing reliance on interconnected digital systems has created unprecedented cybersecurity challenges. Cyber risk now encompasses computer-based systems across entire maritime digital ecosystem. In fact, the MSC 110 working group had recognized that most member states are experiencing cybersecurity incidents. As a delegation from a developed nation, we have our strengths and weaknesses. For starters, we have a large but modern fleet, but we lack indigenous research infrastructure and depend heavily on imported technologies. We have a shortage of professionals, and with a few ports, maritime infrastructure is highly centralized. So, making each facility a high value target. We have a modern fleet which is easier to update, audit, and retrofit for cyber safety. and can be made compliant with emerging standards, which is technically feasible and very cost effective. So, we need a scalable and cooperative cybersecurity framework rooted in shared principles and clear objectives. It should be founded in three fundamental principles, as stated. First, it should avoid rigid checklist, and the focus should be on outcome driven goals. Secondly, the framework should promote interoperability with widely recognized standards like NIST Cybersecurity Framework, ISO IEC 27001, and IMO guidelines. And lastly, the modularity encourages gradual progress without penalizing nations with limited capacity. So, the overarching objective is to institutionalize cyber resilience without imposing disproportionate burdens on the member states. Now, cyber threats are fast evolving, they are not unique. Understanding this, we propose to build a proactive R&D system wherein nations with technical R&D capabilities develop and pilot test the developments on the modern fleets possessed by nations like ours. Technology transfer can be achieved like this. This way, partnerships are maintained, ensuring everybody is a stakeholder. This ensures global maritime cybersecurity while addressing diverse capability of member states. The fast evolving nature of cyber threats requires a dedicated cybersecurity capacity development ecosystem. For this, here are proposed key pillars for such a system. First is the establishment of a marine cybersecurity resource hub, which will be a centralized IMO coordinated platform serving as a repository and as a database. It should host open source training modules and distribute anonymized case studies of cyber incidents. It should operate in collaboration with classification societies, maritime universities, and computer emergency response teams. Secondly, capacity building must also consider physical and system upgrades. Our delegation thus proposes a creation of a collaborative maritime cyber investment pool, a voluntary IMO facilitated consortium where states with surplus resources and aligned commercial interest would contribute towards funding and technical services. Thirdly, to ensure regional relevance, IMO should encourage designation of regional centers for cyber maritime excellence. These would conduct hands-on training and certification programs. This would support national maritime administrations in customizing cyber security protocols to local conditions. Next, to encourage cross learning, an IMO backed peer exchange and cyber shadowing program can be initiated, wherein cybersecurity officers from nations like ours shadow experts from more cyber developed member states at port facilities and maritime control centers. In turn, these personnel can mentor developing nations in adapting digital tools for fleet risk monitoring. Further, to address manpower shortages, the IMO could launch a cyber resilience fellowship scheme. Under this initiative, professionals from maritime backgrounds could receive scholarships to pursue specialized diplomas or certifications in cybersecurity. The host countries could benefit by reintegrating these trained individuals into port authorities, maritime administrations, and fleet management offices. Lastly, embedding a sustainable cybersecurity culture at the operational level is very pertinent. So, the IMO, through partnerships with the ILO, IAPH, and IACS, can support these developments for training programs that are in line with the STCW code. Likewise, the inclusion of cyber drills should be made a mandatory safety exercise on board. Concluding, the cybersecurity framework should have a delicate balance of the three guiding principles stated before. It would be implemented best when nations will come together in partnerships, sharing R&D and pilot testing abilities. But it will not only be best achieved if the capacity building mechanisms can be established, harmonized, and utilized by all. Thank you. we are open to any discussion.
Thank you very much. Before and I open the floor for any interventions. Presently, I see Mr. Datta. Mr. Datta, please, the floor is yours.
Just a small question to participant that you raised about this fund need. So whom do you think will be able to provide fund for such kind of collaborations?
Thank you, Mr. Datta. Before, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, sir. Sir, related to the funds, as we proposed that we should establish a pool of capacity building, collaborative maritime investment pool. It will be invested upon by developed nations or nations that have surplus resources in terms of equipment, resources, and likewise money also. So it will ensure that all nations uh, are all nations go hand in hand and are at the same pace towards achieving cybersecurity.
Thank you very much for your clarification. Before, I hope that answers Mr. Datta. Seeing no further request from the floor, I want to check now with D1. Are you ready?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
So, okay, good morning, everyone. We are MSc D1. Myself, Vaishak, and my teammate is Jeff Mascarenas. We are from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Karjat. So, topic is development of cybersecurity for ships and port facilities. Okay, now moving on to our introduction.
Just give me a second, Vaishak. It's frozen.
That's okay.
You experiencing some issue in your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're back on now. See if your slide shift. No.
No, sir.
If you will take time, then try once more, see what's happening.
Yes, sir. We'll try once more, sir.
So I'm still facing an issue because the slides are not getting changed. Could you get the next team going? We'll present afterwards. After the next
Okay, so we will ask Evan. Can you unshare yourself, please? Evan, are you ready to start?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Please start.
So am I visible, sir? Slides.
Right now, I can see a timer, not you. I hope you have not been having a cyber attack on the system.
No, sir. I've shared the wrong. Okay. Now visible, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So good morning to everyone here. So my name is Leena Charan, and alongside me is Hariharan. We're both BTech final students from Coimbatore Marine College. So we'll look at the cybersecurity standards for ships and ports and the developments that we have had in the past and what we can do in the future and what we have to look into when we are developing these cybersecurity systems and standards, right? So the reality, the cyber threat reality. So one thing is sure that the shipping industry may not have faced a major catastrophic attack which had completely collapsed the economy. I would say there has not been an attack yet such a manner, but there have been attacks that have caused ruckus certainly. And the first attack that I want to talk about happened in 2017, which crippled Maersk. Now, the interesting thing about this attack is it wasn't a threat to Maersk at all. It was not a direct attack. At the time, it was NotPetya was performed by a Russian group on Ukraine, and Maersk was at the time happened to be under a software management firm that was located in Ukraine. So all the systems that were connected to that particular system in Ukraine, which Maersk was also one of them, were also attacked. So this Maersk in the end was just a attack. It wasn't even directed. So an attack that wasn't even directed can be so dangerous is what we would like to infer from this, right? So this shows that what could be the catastrophic caused if these attacks are actually directed on shipping companies. And then we have attacks that were performed in ports as well. So this is the graph that Musk themselves had shared a while ago. So at the time, say Musk, a top company, even not just shipping, when you compare it with all the other general trades and everything, it was on three at the time. And as the attack happened, the shares just slumped right away. But Musk was they're a good company, right? So they were able to get back their systems running within a 2-3 days maximum. So yeah, and then we have these attacks which are performed on ports. So it's just not ransomware. It could be, switching over containers or smuggling drugs and etc. etc. So we have a lot of loopholes and areas that we can attack. So IMO's response to this was ironically, this was also in 2017 that the MSC 428 was introduced. And this, although it provided awareness, it wasn't a structured or shall I say, a very mandatory regulation that introduced these systems or maybe systems or maybe developments or these technologies or machineries and the softwares to be installed in ships. It provided awareness, this MSc 428, and it is fine, but it's still, as you can see, in 2017 June, I think this was introduced, and around the same time is when Maersk was also attacked. So it again that proves that it wasn't good enough, but there is the awareness. This provided it was a good starting point. But what we think is required is rather very simple, rather. So it's a goal-based security framework. So we have to integrate this with the code requirements. So it has to become something like STCW, say, or SOLAS or MARPOL. So it has to become something mandatory. And although it may take time to for all the states to agree and incorporate this, but I think that's the way forward. We have to establish this as a certainly a fully mandatory code and a system or a framework that we should have, and then management of these systems, and then also detection and response. So identifying the threat first. So deploying monitoring systems that could be monitoring the IP addresses that are changed. And because when you look at it, being able to hack a system, in the end it just has to be connected to a network, and these days all ships are connected to networks, be it the systems or we ourselves, the crew members. So wherever there's a network, there is a loophole and there is a chance to get attacked. Not even on ships. It's far more. It's a bigger threat on ports and on shore. Right? And then finally, we have protection measures. So this is encryption and like how we have VPN for our systems now. is a very simple framework, right? Because I don't think there's nothing more that's required more than this, right? And we can also have a risk-based level, because that is also another thing with the code that we already have. It's high level, and it's generally classified for all the ships. But we can have these levels for low risk vessels, and then medium risk and high risk, depending on the systems that it runs on and how advanced the ships are. Also, we have systems that are at risk, propulsion controls as well. So, moving forward, we have a lot of automated systems and controlled by these networks. So, I think that is also something really important. So, you can take an example for the Baltimore incident. Although it may not have been a cyber attack, you can totally see that as it could have been a cyber attack, completely shutting down the systems and making it blackout, giving them 45 seconds, sure, but that may not be enough at that particular moment. So it could have been a cyber attack. You could even look at it that way, right? So, and then this is a real world attack scenario that we have simulated, both on the ship and the port as well. So we're using just infected, we are putting an RAT. It's basically just, a Trojan that gives a reverse backdoor to your device and your network system. And the image on the left is the ECDIS. So we are shifting the vessel's position from where it was to a different location. This was performed by Pentest partners. So it's a real attack, although they have not disclosed how to perform this, because that would be safety concern. But yeah, they have done this and it is possible, right? And we do have challenges as well: legal systems, connectivity, and skill gaps as well. So we need crew and staff members to be trained, along with STCW. So the path forward, first we have to, make this standard international, and we have to go through all the maritime nations and make sure that they comply with this. Security by design. So retrofitting is also another issue. So integrating this into the designs from ground up is also a very requirement that will save us money as well in the as we go on. And then AI integration, so detecting these IP changes or network changes, and then any abnormalities and etc. etc. And then continuous training. So as mentioned in one of the teams I had mentioned earlier, cyber threats are not the same. They keep developing and they keep getting better and better. So the more patches we bring, these hackers, they always find a way to penetrate. So continuous training, updating ourselves always is also what we need. It's not an option as well. We need to have this, right? So thank you.
Thank you very much. If you're finished, right? Thank you. Thank you for sharing your screen. And I open the floor for any interventions. I I see A1 wants to ask a question. A1, go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead,
My
A1.
Yes, sir.
Please,
My question
please
to
start your video.
Hello. My question to MSc even is, apart from VPN, what are the other technical ways that you might suggest that ships can incorporate into their system apart from VPN, so that they can fight against the cyber threats, not including the AI system?
Even would you like to respond to that?
Yes, sir. I would like to inform. My teammate will respond to this.
We have network segmentation systems. Without AI or any other software system, we can segment the networking based on the ship or crew. We can separate whole ship information in one server and all the crew information in one server. We can segregate the system. So the hacker will come through the crew data. They will not access through the ship system. So it can be not easily vulnerable. So we can product our system without AI or any software. Just order things.
Thank you, Ivan, for the clarification. I see no further request on the floor. So I will check with D1. D1, have you solved your glitch as yet?
Yes, sir.
So you can start now. We're gonna be very sharp on your timeline, so please start immediately. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We are MSc D1. Myself, Vaishak Mohandas, and my teammate is Jeff Mascarenas, and we are from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy. So today our topic is development of cybersecurity standards for ships and port facilities. So now moving on to the introduction. Most of the ships and most ship fleets and the supply chain management ports, everything is getting digitalized now. More and more IT integrations are coming on board in every aspects. The ME engines and all the systems are controlled remotely via systems. So basically, bid systems, access control, communication, everything is getting digitalized, and it is vulnerable to attacks from other parties for their own gains. So some of the recent incidents that happened are some of the recent incidents that we are looking into are the GPS spoofing that happened in the Black Sea to MSC Antonio, and also the ransomware attack on Classification Society DNB in 2023. And the Semcorp Marine, there was an unauthorized third-party entry using softwares and other third-party systems that gained access to their supply chain management and disrupted it. These are some of the notable incidents that happened recently. Now, some going to some of the actions taken by the IMO for this incidents. The in the latest session MSc 110th, which was held on 18th to 27th June. In that they were in discussions of developing a non-mandatory cybersecurity code, and it is based on the NIST, which is a National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is a cybersecurity framework which is used globally. So also the discussions were going on by including the cybersecurity management code in the ISM code also. But these are not these are non-mandatory, more like a guidelines. So some of the proposals that we are looking are the incident response and recovery plans. For there should be a proper response reporting and a recovery plan for whatever happens due to cyber threats on board, on port, also on any supply chain attacks. So also the supply chain protection, mostly for the supply chain and everything, we are using third-party vendors and subcontractors. We mostly in all the shipyards, it's like subcontracting everything. So there should be due diligence and some contractual requirements which should be aimed at provide as a protection for cybersecurity and a protection from the threats. Also, intensive training should be given to the personnel about cyber threats, the vulnerabilities, and what all systems is there and how they will be attacked. And also, I said the guidelines in the 110 sessions, they were more like guidelines. So it should be made into a mandatory code, and also organization level implementation. It should be implemented from the upper hierarchy of the triangle itself. Like it should come from PSC and classification society. They should also be ready to implement and incorporate this into their frameworks. The robust in-depth implementation like access control, network segmentation, and endpoint protection. All the critical instruments should be classified, and they should be segmented, and anti-malware system for the endpoint protection and access control. There should be clear-cut instructions and things to limit the access to certain personnel only and not to everyone. Now, handing over to Jeff.
So we have provided a three-phase approach, a structured approach to for cybersecurity risk management. The first phase mainly focuses on the regulatory upgrades. So the member states are encouraged to amend the ISM code to mandate cybersecurity management for ships and port facilities. So, and second thing, develops prescriptive standards. IMO, along with the other bodies, should develop detailed, auditable cybersecurity standards for IT and OT systems. Harmonize national regulations, countries with aligned cybersecurity laws with IMO standards. Certification scheme, a global certification will be established for maritime cybersecurity professionals. Phase 2. Phase 2
deals with, it's about putting these plans into action. Industry implementation, ship operators, and port authorities will integrate cybersecurity management plans, conduct cyber risk assessments, and implement necessary technologies. Training and awareness, mandatory training programs should be developed for maritime personnel, supply chain integration, stringent cybersecurity standards should be applied to all third-party vendors in the maritime supply chain, and also establishment of roles. The cybersecurity officer should be appointed to oversee the cyber risks. Phase 3. Phase 3 is about verification, oversight, and continuous improvement. So, regular audits will ensure the compliance of cybersecurity standards, incidents reporting and sharing. If any cyber threat on the system should be reported to the concern. And as the technology advances, research and development plays an important role. So new cyber threats, the upcoming cyber threats, this sector should be developed, and more of investment in research and development should be done, and regular views and amendments to continuously upgrade to the standards of the emerging threats. And lastly, I would like to conclude this three-phase approach will strengthen cybersecurity, protect global trade, and ensure maritime safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you can unshare your screen. And I open the floor for any interventions, please. I see no request for the floor. So thank you very much, and thank you for sticking to the timelines. It's been a very interesting session, and I'm sure the judges have got some work to do now. So with the judges' permission, I'll close this particular session. As per schedule, we are now at 10:15. Can we take a 10-minute break? And if the teams of the second session are ready by 10:25, can I request the MC to restart at 10:25? So with the introduction of the teams, we are able to commence that session by latest by 10:30. Is that okay with the MC? And with the judge's permission?
Yeah, fine.
MC, can you take over? We reassemble at 10:25 so that we can start the next 5 teams at 10:30. Thank you.
MCs take over, please.
Yes, sir.
Rupali. Pandaji, where is Rupali and MCT host? Yeah, be alert, Rupali. Yeah, you confirm, you take charge at 10:25.
You are muted. You are not able to hear. Hosting, you are not able to hear. I think muted. Just you have to confirm that 10:25 will be back. So within 1-2 minutes back, like last yesterday, we have started the team introduction. You can go ahead. No, cannot hear. I don't know what happened. You can hear me?
Yeah, Hare you can announce that. Let them fix it.
Sir, already I have told that we'll meet back again at 10:25 after a 10-minute break. But before that, only 2-3 minutes back, like yesterday, we have started to introduce the teams, so we cannot lose the time. That's all. Panda sir, I think you have noted.
May I suggest, let them press F4 on their dashboard.
Okay.
And maybe that will do. Yesterday, I had the same problem.
Yeah, yesterday, Doshi sir faced it.
So I now have a solution.
So we restart at 10:25. They can introduce at 10:25, so we are able to restart latest by 10:30.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, F4.
Hello. Mic test. Hello.
Host.
Hello. Mic test. Hello.
Yes, audible. Host.
Yes, sir. We sincerely apologize for some technical issue happened just before. Now, welcome back everyone. We are presenting session 2 continuing on the theme of cybersecurity standards for ships and port facilities.
Let me introduce the teams along with the guides for MSc Session 2.
So,
Our first team is Team A3, Tejas Raj from Indian Maritime University, Kochi campus, under the external guide, Captain Sureen Narang. Our second team is Team B2, Harmandeep Singh, Arav Sandhu, Jaspreet Singh from HIMT College, Chennai, under the external guide, Captain Vinayak Mohla. Team B5, Shiven Bhatnagar, Saubhagya Ranjan Mantri, Anand Chauhan from Indian Maritime University, Vishakhapatnam campus, under the external guide, Captain Vinayak Mohla. Team C5, Amal Sherin K, Silsila Jabin, Kalyani Nair from Indian Maritime University, Vishakhapatnam campus, under the external guide, Captain Vinayak Mohla. Team E4, Aditya Changdiya Pawar from Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port campus, under the external guide, Captain Vinayak Mohla. I hope all the teams are present here. With that, I would like to now hand over the session to our respected chairperson, Mr. Rajiv Nair, sir, to conduct the presentations. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your efficient job, and good you got your voice back. So, with the judge's permission, I am restarting. I trust it's in order. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Team, thank you, sir. Team A3, are you there? Ready
Yes,
to
sir.
start?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah,
Please
just
start.
let me.
The floor is yours.
Yeah. So,
We can. Please start your presentation.
yeah. So, is my presentation visible?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So, the respected dignitaries and my fellow cadets, a very pleasant good morning to one and all present here. This is Team MSc A3 presenting to you the development of cybersecurity standards on ships and port facilities. So, let's move to the introduction. Before we move to the introduction, uh, let me give a brief idea about what we are going to discuss in this paper. The main objective of the study is to propose the development of an anti-cyber attack management system and a dedicated operational technology to counter and minimize cyber risk on ships and port, and adopt this system and operational technology in the industry and train the workforce to the best of their capabilities so as to minimize the cyber risk in the near future. So let's begin with the introduction. The possibility that cyber threats will jeopardize the availability, confidentiality, and integrity of shipboard and port-based systems, resulting in operational disruption, safety risk, environmental damage, and monetary loss is known as cyber risk. Malicious actors' attack surface keep growing as the shipping industry embraces more integrated operational technology and information technology systems that cover communication, propulsion, cargo handling, and navigation. Now, the major cyber risks that were presented in the MSc 428 by 98 were detect, create, carry out, and practice the actions required to quickly identify a cyber incident, protect, put procedures in place to safeguard computer-based systems and preparing for cyber attacks, react and respond, create, carry out, and practice plans and activities to build resilience and restore ships, port, and shipping systems or services that have been hampered by the cyber incident, recover, determine and put into action the step to bring back onboard CBS, including any network required for shipping operation that were impacted by the incident. Now we have a ship security plan. A ship must have a ship security plan based on ship security assessment, which examines the risk to a ship. Maintaining a cybersecurity assessment and cybersecurity plan under the SSA and SSP, respectively, is advised in the order to integrate cybersecurity into the strategy. Now, bridge attack tool, the main component of this paper. So let me give you the introduction. Bridge attack tool, that is also known as BRAT, provides a system engineer with a tool for security assessment of integrating bridge system, enabling identification of potential cyber vulnerabilities during the design phase. BRAT is designed to integrate into generic development environments together with the maritime application under test. A simulator provides data of general maritime system via lightweight Ethernet and comprises simulations of common sensors such as GNSS, compass, and speed log, but also a simulated AIS transceiver for external nautical information. Our environment can be further extended by real hardware components using Ethernet or serial interfaces, which make it possible to seamlessly connect different IBS and autopilot or other maritime equipments. Design and principle. The BRAT provides a user-friendly human-machine interface to configure, launch, and combine attack against the maritime system. The design principle include usability, modularity, reliability. To enhance usability and lower the technical barriers so that also non-technical users can perform security assessment, BRAT comes with 43 tailored interfaces. Firstly, it is possible to use a Python package which makes it easy to investigate security features of maritime system in an automated test and development environment. Secondly, a command line interface can be used to interactively launch attack in security assessment either from scratch or using scripts. Finally, an interactive web-based human-machine interface facilitates the use for non-technical users. As use, cause, and system changes, an attack framework has to be extendable and adjustable and reusable. Therefore, its architecture follows the modularity principle. So, why do we need BRAT? So, for so far, BRAT's underlying attack model exploits security weakness in LWE, that is, lightweight Ethernet protocols, to manipulate the communication of nautical data in maritime system using PIT-M and POT-S attacks. BRAT, that to the best of our knowledge, is the first maritime-specific security tool that enables the interactive launch of numerous PIT-M and POT-S attacks. It greatly supports existing process to technically assess, prevent, and detect cyber attacks on maritime system by using offensive security methods. So, the proposal to MSc. For MSc, I hereby propose a comprehensive study on evolving nature of maritime cyber risk and develop a roadmap plan to counter it, which would include specialized training to maritime personnel on board ship and port facilities and develop a dedicated technology that would be a combination of software technology, electronic devices, and AI that would have their own database linked to the ship's owned or managed company and monitored and regulated by the MSc. Like the AI can be trained, similarly, we can train the BRAT, combining it with the AI and make a new operational technology that would use algorithm projected by the BRAT, attack simulations, and based on this algorithm, the OT can generate countermeasures, warn the bridge, port control towers, company database and nearby Coast Guard teams, and would present the best actions that should be taken in that situation. So, most importantly, the algorithm and patterns presented by BRAT and the combined OT can be used to train the workforce of the industry in the most effective way, and maximum output can be achieved. So, coming to the conclusions, tools such as BRAT highlights the importance of proactive vulnerability testing, while structured training, regular drills, and classification society certification reinforce resilience. Developed nations, industry stakeholders, and classification society must lead in applying IMO guidelines rigorously, sharing the threat intelligence and advanced training program tailored to both shipboard and shoreside personnel, with the help of emerging OT that can be further enhanced to act as the first line of defense against the cyber threats in the industry. So, thank you all. I may welcome if there is any question.
Thank you. You can unshare your presentation, please. And I now open the floor for interventions. I see B2, you have raised your hand. B2, go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Thank you so much. Good morning to MSc A3. Sir, my concern and the question is that you've mentioned that you'll be using Python to tackle the problems. My thing with Python is that, okay, it will get to know the error in the whatever software that is projecting, but how will you interpret and link it to the vulnerability so that the AI automatically assesses that? And what kind of software will you feed into the Python so that it gives you that feedback?
Would you
Actually,
like to? Yes.
yeah. May I?
A3, please request for the floor. Then you can respond.
Yeah. May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So answering to your question, by using Python, we are just providing a basic and simpler means for non-technical users to understand the new evolving and developing technology that was BRAT. And about the software, the BRAT itself is a developed enhanced software that will be functioning, and that will be unzipped with the help of Python. And for the easy access of non-technical users, the Python can be used for the non-technical users and for the training purpose of the workforce.
Thank you, A3. And if there's anything further, B2, you can, over a period of T, discuss the details with them. I see Mr. Datta and Mr. Mehrotra. Mr. Datta first, sir.
Yeah, I have a quick question, Tejas. Your paper has been good. That is how you came up to semi-final level. But do you have any knowledge about identification of smuggling cargo, like drug or something like that, which is blacklisted? When a vessel itself is involved in that kind of activity, what are the indications you understand from that operations of the vessel that this vessel must be suspicious vessel? You understood my question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, A3, you can respond.
Yeah. So in recent times, we have been very close to the incidents of shadow fleets, like since the US sanctions on the Russian oil. There has been instances when the shadow fleets from Russia have been exporting oil. So what they do, that they basically turn off their AIS system, and they go to a remote location and transfer their goods to another registered ship, and from there they export their goods. So similarly, if a vessel is not using its AIS, so we can have its electrical signatures, and we can identify that the following vessel is uh, under shadows.
Okay, thank you, A3. Mr. Mehrotra, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Once the risks are identified in BRAD, how do they prioritize for mitigation?
So may I?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, sir, the BRAT exploits the loopholes in the bridge system. So, it basically tells us from where and from how many aspects the attackers can attack the bridge, and how much vulnerable the bridge or the port control tower is. So, by looking into those loopholes, we can come out with plans, or even, as I mentioned, with the integration of BRAT and AI, they can based on the algorithm, they can present us better ways to counter those problems.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, A3. And I see no further requests for the floor, so I'm going to ask B2. B2, are you ready to start your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Show my screen now. Sir, is it visible now?
Go ahead.
Uh, the lifeblood of global trade flows not through pipelines, but through digital networks. On this note, I would like to begin with our presentation. Good morning to one and all present here, members of council, delegates of other colleges, and my dear viewers. Today, we are here to present our paper MSc B2. So the maritime industry is the engine of globalization, but its digital nervous system is under attack. From satellite spoofing to part ransomware, the threats are real and present. This briefing outlines a proactive tech-driven strategy to fortify our fleets and ports and ensuring the safe, secure flow of world trade. This presentation is not just about firewalls, it's about safeguarding the very foundation of our interconnected world. Now I would like to call Amandeep Singh to put up our first proposal. So our first proposal is that we are using the technology blockchain. Basically, blockchain is a distributed digital ledger that records every transaction of data securely and permanently across a network of computers. And in the blockchain technology, we are targeting three sectors of the area. One is the immutable audit trail. That in the immutable audit trail, each transaction, for example, if we are issuing a certificate or updating any manifest that is digital, each block is signed and added to the chain. That means that the blocks are cryptographically linked together. And if we want to change one, it requires changing all the subsequent blocks and network consequence, making it practically impossible for the data to get penetrated. Second sector is the streamlined and the secure data sharing. Now, this works is that instead of sending any data in digital information like PDF or copies of documents via email, which are vulnerable to tamper, the stakeholders can grant indirect permission and access and get an access to view the specific data points on the blockchain. That means if he wants a specific set of data, that can be shared by the admin. Hence, the streamlined single window system provides a secure and a unified data access. The third sector is the digital transaction. Now, digital transaction, it enables peer-to-peer electronic cash without the bank in the middle. That means it automatically executes payment when predefined conditions are met, like, for example, releasing funds for a ship once a GPS confirms the delivery. That means there won't be a third party. Now, a very primary example to this is the Musk 2017 attack, where Musk estimated the loss of around 200 to 300 million. Now, the core vulnerability was that the Musk system was centralized. So as a single point of failure was compromised. Now, this entire thing, if blockchain technology was there, it could have been prevented, as it would have decentralized and temper all the proof of bills of lading and smart BLs and immutable trial and secure of instant trials. Now I request Jaspreet to introduce the second proposal. So our second proposal is about satellite-based cyber anomaly monitoring. So it basically standardizes the processing. All data signals which are based on satellites AA modes are fundamental based on binary data. This allows efficient processing, transmission, and hashing of data of blockchain records. And it gives a precision and integrity. That means it focuses on the raw binary level integrity of the signals. Any manipulation at this fundamental level is that what AI is trying to detect, and blockchain is immutable record. So highlighting on the past event, I would like to mention about the Shanghai port attack was held on 2018. This attack
was did not targeted a ship directly, but something equally critical, the port operation network, which was significantly led to a loss of time and money. So if our satellite-based secure system was there, it would have prevented the attack by it would have detected anonymous scanning activity, internal blue ransomwares as it attempted to propagate across ports network before it began encrypting. Now I would like Harmandeep Singh to come up with a third proposal.
Now, our third proposal is digital twinning. Now, digital twinning is a virtual mode of physical ship or port's entire operational technology and informational technology. Basically, the digital twin, the data is continuously fed into it, and the sensors and the systems on the physical asset allow it to monitor the real world and real environment accurately. For example, if any attack, the twin would identify the vulnerabilities and test new security measures like firewalls or patches without any risk of disruption of actual operations. That means in the real event of malware or any ransomware attack, the digital twin would already predefine that attack by already causing safety incidents or financial loss. Also, digital twin serves as an advanced training simulator for the crew and shore-based staff, allowing them to practice, detect, and respond to cyber incidents in a realistic but a safe testing. And by simulating various attacks by digital twinning, organizations can understand their specific risk for better and informed decisions on where to invest in further data sectors. Now, all these three sectors are categorized and come under a centralized form, which is CERT. And there's a incident that highlights MV Mersk Shanghai GPS spoofing incident that also took in 2017, where in June 17, when the vessel was approaching the port of New York and New Jersey, the ship's crew began experiencing severe implications in their navigational system. Now, if digital twin was there with the satellite monitoring, this could have been preventing, as it would have created a ground truth. That means that the twin doesn't accept GPS data as a fact. It cross references with other sensor data like radar or AIS and other etc. etc. Now I would like to centralize this system to CERT, and I would like Jaspreet to explain that.
So basically, CRT stands for Centralized Maritime Computer Response Team, which works 24/7, act as a hub of monitoring, identifying threat, talking about immediate highlights, and acting accordingly. Highlighting the past events, I would like to talk about MS Mediterranean Shipping Company in the April 2020. So in this attack, the system was working isolation. The if or that CRT was there, it could be prevented by contacting the CRT team for an expert support, immediate response, and drastically reducing downtime.
Now, our proposal for this is that our maritime domain faces invisible warfare, and it is the backbone of world's economy, carrying 95% trade, and it is also vulnerable to cyber attacks. Attacks were our warnings, but now we must respond with a unified interface. Now, what the areas of things that we are looking is to identify critical gears like EGDIS, AI, GMDSS, what are the vulnerabilities in that, and also to propose build satellite communications for ships that are 20 to 30 years old and are easily replaceable, and also to standardize the system and to bring strong regulatory and legal infrastructure and build trusted international partnerships with international institutes like IMO, UN, also national institutes like IMU and DG Shipping. Now I request Arav Sandhu to come to the conclusion.
You will have to start winding up now.
Sure, sir.
Thank you, Harmandeep. In conclusion, we need a big change in how we protect our maritime industry. If we bring together three tools that are blockchain for trust, AI for monitoring, and digital twins for testing and simulation under one strong maritime CERT team, we can create a system that is naturally secure and resilient. Protecting our maritime future is urgent.
Thank you. You can stop now and unshare your screen. Thank you, and I'll open the floor now for any interventions. I see no request for the floor so far. So I'll ask B5. B5, are you ready for your presentation?
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay, then the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good
Go ahead.
afternoon, good afternoon, respected panel. I, Shiven Bhatnagar, along with Anand Chauhan and Saubhagya Ranjan Mantri, would like to take the opportunity to present you our views based on our research over development of cybersecurity standards for ships and facilities.
Our paper is centered towards the problem and incidents faced with regard of this niche in previous decade. And even though these things also gave rise to geopolitical tensions, we appreciate the efforts taken by the International Maritime Organization as well as the state bodies for quick regulation and resolutions.
Maritime sector from 10 years ago was much different from now, and the main reason is advancement of software technologies globally.
Looking at recent trends, uh, uh, looking at like recent trends of artificial intelligence and machine learning, along with the intentions to go forward for greener fuel, Shiven's statement will stand true for next decades and afterwards as well. The International Maritime Organization gave specific guidance in resolutions a long time ago. The pacing of those resolutions in real world were too slow, along with the fact that the cybersecurity hygiene uh, among the exhibited among the ship's crew and port staff remained poor, and some might even say that it was deteriorated.
This can be proven in many ways, but I believe that a few of best examples are Jawaharlal Nehru Port incident, which I must remind is the nation's largest and busiest port, and San Diego incident that happened in 2018, which was only resolved after a bribe of certain undisclosed amount of Bitcoin. While I really appreciate the Information System Department of Port of Barcelona, which solved a cyber incident of Europe's fifth largest and busiest port in no time. I also want to shed light on the NotPetya outbreak, which was supposed to be focused on Ukraine, but its impact was felt globally.
In July 2018, Costco shipping lines was hit by a cyber attack on its US networks. The attack was later identified as ransomware and downed phone lines and emails across North America. NotPetya ransom outbreak spread globally around crippled AP Moller MERS6 systems. Some around 4,000 servers and 45,000 PCs were infected. 76 terminals worldwide were shut down and vessels could not berth at affected ports. Oslo-based classification societies (DNBs) ship manager platforms was compromised by ransomware. The company shut down IT servers, affecting about 70 customers and approximately 1,000 vessels using the system. And from the previous attacks, we are now we understood that we can divide these threats in three types. First is ransomware, malware, novel tactics. Ransomware infiltrates the port and the carrier's office network for the sole purpose of demanding money by encrypting their files. And malwares are introduced through tech pathogens like USB and compromised mod softwares. Novel tactics, these are attackers. In this, attackers can spoof GPS, AIS signals to create ghost ships or illegal activities.
We should be aware of range of differences adopted by the maritime stakeholders as well as industry-wide level initiatives that are being developed across the globe. I will shed light on 2017's IMO resolution MSC 42898 that aimed to mandate cyber risk management in ship safety systems by 2021. Here, I would also point out the European Union's 2016 NIS directive, which was upgraded to NIS 2 in 2022, explicitly including ports, terminals, and shipping firms as critical sectors. What we highly recommend is an inter-ship cyber networking system that runs globally in all the ships in the mid-sea, ensuring close proximity and decentralization, along with strict regulations regarding use of the crew welfare network and vessels operation network. The two-line system ensures a strong backup in case of emergencies, as well as easy tracking of cybersecurity breaches, whereas a stricter guideline will ensure that the crew or port staff keeps the device secure and not become a host of such immoral activities unknowingly. A similar idea can also be implied in ports as well, where they have separate and secure network for official and personal use, along with proper insights and explanation to the professional.
In a world that is increasingly vulnerable to attack against operations, including technological components, cyber resiliences require an aggressive, collaborative, and resilient approach to ensure safety and reliability. And we now come to a conclusion of our PPT is that cybersecurity in ports and ship is a mission critical evolving discipline. The spectrum of threats, ransomware, OT sabotage, GPS spoofing, and phishing reflects the sector's increasing digital interdependence, and it's valuable to global commerce. Solutions require a blend of regulatory compliance, best practices inspired by authoritative frameworks, organizational vigilance, advanced technology adoptions, and sustained proactive comprehensive approach.
In the end, I would like to conclude our presentation by saying we are not talking about whether the incidents were handled or not, but the sheer number of rise in events and a possible future where worse can happen. We don't lack solution. We lack scalability and mindset of setting priority on this niche. Lastly, it's not an additional task that should be left as a file on a table, but a responsibility that needs to be addressed for the sake of sector and the state itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your screen.
Yes, sir.
And I open the floor for any interventions. I see a request from B2. B2, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I'd like to ask sir is that he has mentioned guidelines and the ideas and also about the technology and GPS spoofing. Sir, you mentioned about not Petra ransomware and all the other ransomwares in your PPT. But sir, what are the targeted of the sector technology that you will be focusing on, and what kind of technology will be you be implementing so that these kind of ransomware should have been prevented?
So B5, okay, go ahead. You can respond now.
Thanks a lot, B2, and we would like to answer that question. About not Petya ransomware, I have already discussed that incident in the PPT as well as my speech. And talking about my technology that I'm going to discuss, what my aim is to have a decentralized network for interships and a centralized network for intra-ship systems, so that if one ship gets breached on cybersecurity, the other ships can be identified clearly, and in case of emergencies, we can have a backup central system as well. For stricter guidelines, I recommend that seafarers as well as the port crew members ensure that the network they use are safe and the devices they use are safer. Nowadays, we observe the BYOD, or bring your own device in vessels, which is, I believe, it is really important from today's date. And I also believe that these devices should be safe, and it should be responsibilities of the crew members, the port crews, as well as the companies which are hiring them. It's not up to one person, it is up to the whole sector that can only save the state and sector itself. Thank you.
Thank you for your clarification, B5. I see C5 has requested for the floor. C5, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. My question is, what would be immediate short-term as well as long-term measures you would recommend if a global cyber attack hits major ports and onboard systems?
Can you please also put your screen on? Meanwhile, B5, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, sir, we would definitely
Yes,
love to
go
respond
ahead.
to that question. It is a really nice thought that we are taking extreme cases here. In such a case, we can ensure for immediate actions, we can have port facilities and coast guards redirecting port routes to ensure that the critical sector and critical market is not affected. For long-term solutions, we can have some changes with the guidelines of IMO, and we can even have stricter guidelines on tenders and other services as well.
Thank you, B5. I see B1, you have raised your hand, but you're not part of this group, so you are not allowed to intervene here. You can lower your hand. C5, are you ready? With this, I see no further request for the floor. So thank you very much, B5. And
Thank you.
C5, are you ready for taking the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, C5, then the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Sir, is the screen visible to you?
Not yet. No, not yet.
So once again, we'll just check on that. Sorry for the inconvenience caused.
Okay, your screen has come on, though not in PPT mode. If you could convert it to PPT mode, it will be better. But if you can't, then you can go ahead. Are you are you able to do it in presentation mode? Otherwise,
Sir.
please start.
Okay, sir. Good morning, respected judges and fellow delegates. We are Team C5 here to present our paper on the revision of guidelines on maritime cybersecurity. So, maritime trade carries almost 90% of global commerce, yet one cyber attack can paralyze this lifeline. So, our aim is to propose practical, standardized strategies so that global trade remains safe, secure, and resilient. So, talking about the challenges faced, these significant vulnerabilities exist due to the combination of outdated technology, inadequate staff training, and also, moreover, poor incident response mechanisms.
Your
So,
slides are not moving if you are moving them.
So we are trying from here. Is it not visible from there?
It just moved now. Are you restarting your presentation?
Yes, sir. We are having some problems here regarding the presentation.
sir, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Sorry for the inconvenience, sir. Good morning, respected judges and fellow delegates. We are Team C5 here to present our paper on revision of guidelines on maritime cybersecurity. So here are the contents, and we'll be following in this pattern. Now, maritime trade carries almost 90% of global commerce, yet one cyber attack can paralyze this lifeline. So our aim is to propose a practical, like standardized strategies so that global trade remains safe, secure, and resilient. Now, moving to the challenges faced, this significant vulnerabilities exist due to a combination of outdated technology, inadequate staff training, and moreover, poor incident response mechanisms. So, to emphasize the importance of maritime cybersecurity, we have included a case study. Now, briefing about the case study, in 2017, NotPetya malware crippled Maersk and halted operations at JNPT, proving how a single cyber incident can ripple across the global supply chain. So, in our presentation, we have included a hypothetical calculation of losses, that is rupees 11 crores in direct cost and rupees 67 crores in indirect cost, totaling rupees 78 crores. These numbers are not official Maersk figures. We just use them for illustrating calculation based on public reports and also scaled to an Indian port context. To show how costs breakdown between immediate recovery and longer term revenue loss and reputational damage. Okay, thank you, sir, and I'll hand over dice to my fellow cadet.
Good morning, sir. I'll be continuing with the presentation. So our proposed solution will focus on three main areas. The standardized training program. Now, we all know that the SCCW program has already made certain training and regulations regarding the mandatory training program for seafarers. Now, here we are not trying to change or to put forward another training program, but we would like to add a cyber risk management curriculum to the system so that all the cadets will have the same baseline for cyber awareness, digital hygiene, and safe cargo handling. The second thing that we would like to put forward is secure data transfer practices. Now, this is where this act as a gateway for malware. We have already seen certain case studies like NotPetya attack, and there are a numerous one globally. The proper scanning of all the removable devices are mandatory. Now, it is done by some ports and some ships, but it is not a mandatory procedure in most of them. And apart from this, we would also like to put forward the efficient incident response. The response is something that we are currently doing in a sudden way. But if it's pre-planned or having any beforehand procedures, the overall recovery process, the time taken for the overall recovery process will be reduced, and that will also enable for less cost consumed during the damage. This is the steps that we have put forward. We have also done a survey from taking the account of maritime professionals and students who are working in maritime sector. This is the survey report. The conclusion states that people have some awareness about cyber awareness, but apart from that, there is very less awareness on the incident response as well as the efficient data transfer. So we would like to conclude by this. We would like to conclude that the need of an industry specific training is as crucial at any stages. We are proposing a program where cyber risk management as a curriculum to the training program which is already being existed, and the secure data transfer practices managing with proper scanning and digital signatures to identify the correct inspection or the verification and efficient incident response. And together with all this, we can create a maritime field away from the cyber resilient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can unshare your screen.
We are now open for any further questions.
Thank you. I see
Yes.
B2 has requested for the floor. B2, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, the purpose of practical strategy you've shared. So, my number one question is, what is the response mechanism you are exactly targeting? Also, you've mentioned financial losses, but what is it related to the technological loss? Like how financial loss will define a cyber loss? And third is also that the survey report you showed, like what domain of the survey do you like observe relating, which relates to the cyber threat? Like what kind of sector the survey showed?
So I would like to
So if
answer.
yes, would you like to answer? Then go ahead.
Yes, sir. I would like to answer this. So the first question regarding you asked about the response system. So we know that if an attack has happened, suppose it is happening spontaneously and we are in ship or we are in a place where immediate reaction is being required. So that is what happening currently, and we have the response at a time. So if we have a specialized system where we can practice, like we can, now we know that there are virtual assistants as well, and the involvement of autonomous ship and AI is being used in various sectors. So if the response is practiced beforehand, like a few examples we can take into consideration that this might happen. And if you keep some crew already specialized for that particular thing, the time required for the response can be reduced around 30 to 40%, and the extent of the damage cost will eventually reduce, reducing the financial loss. And regarding the survey report that you have asked, we have mentioned about 6 to 7 questions in the survey report, and in that we have also put forward the question. Can you repeat the second question that you asked?
Hold on. Uh, Let me get B5 also. B5, you take the floor first, ask your question, and then if we have time, we'll come back to B2. B5, go ahead.
Uh, good morning, everyone. My question to C5 is, since we are already using advanced technologies of surveying in ships as well as ports, why do we still need a regular frisking and a regular assessment?
So
Yes, sir.
C5, would you like to respond to this particular question?
Yes, sir. I would like to answer this because antivirus and firewalls can only block known threats, but new types of attacks keep coming. Risk assessment checks the whole system, like software, hardware, and even human mistakes, to find weak spots before hackers can use them. So it helps the company to prepare backups, make safety plans, and fix problems in advance.
Thank you. And B2, I'm giving you floor once more. Please ask your question very clearly and very quickly now.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, ma'am, the question was that financial losses you have mentioned, understood, but how is it linked to the technological and the cyber loss? And with to the domain survey that you mentioned, what the survey shows, is it the technical survey related to the cyber attack that caused and what kind of problems it caused?
In our survey report,
C5,
yes,
please request for the floor.
yeah, we would like to answer this question. In
Okay,
our survey
go
report,
ahead.
we have mentioned various questions, out of which it was how well do you want like a training program with cyber risk assessment curriculum, because since already a training program exists, but the extent of the cyber risk management or the training for this particular thing is very less, or even if it's there, it is only available for certain ships and ports, and also the guidelines specify it but not a mandatory way. So we have asked the maritime industry people, like how well do you want that, and what are the cyber threats that you often face, and how well you are responding to it, which we have already mentioned the incident response regarding this. And we got to know that the knowledge about the incident response is very less combined to the awareness. So we need to gain experience upon that and about the data controls that we are putting forward. The data controls also, there are many attacks because of the removable media that we are using. That's why we put forward this proposal.
Thank you. And you can have these discussions further during the coffee break or lunch break. And I see no further requests. So I'm going to ask E4, are you ready to take the floor?
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, then you have the floor. Go ahead.
So is my screen visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Aditya from India Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus, Team MSc E4. And my presentation today addresses the urgent need to evolve our maritime cybersecurity standards. I will propose a holistic strategy that integrates information technology, operational technology, and advanced risk management to build true lasting resilience for our ships and ports. The maritime industry is in the midst of Maritime 4.0 revolution, deeply integrating digital systems into every aspect of operations. While this brings efficiency, it has also created a major vulnerability. We have seen the devastating real-world impact of attacks like NotPetya. Yet an industry, we remain largely unprepared for these complex threats. Now shown table provides a timeline of significant cyber attacks in maritime transport industry from 2011 to 2021. Also, the pie chart provides an immediate visual summary of the threat landscape, powerfully illustrating the type of attacks the industry faced. The heart of the problem lies at the intersection of our information technology and operational technology systems. Our operational technology systems controlling physical processes is often legacy technology that is highly vulnerable. an attack on business email can spill over to disrupt navigation or cargo handling, because in this interconnected world, every link in the chain matters. Our current approach is not working properly. The regulations are fragmented. We focus too much on IT while ignoring our critical OT systems. We manage physical and cybersecurity in separate silos. And most importantly, we have failed to adequately address the human factor, which remains our single greatest vulnerability. The solution is to adopt a unified and holistic strategy. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can and should adopt proven powerful risk assessment methodologies like API 780 and bow tie analysis, and structure our defenses using adaptable frameworks like NIST CSF and the MITRE ATT and CK model. Let's take a deeper look at the first methodology, the API 780 Security Risk Assessment. This framework comes from the oil and gas industry and provides a highly structured, five-step process for managing risk. It starts by asking, what are the most critical assets and what would be the consequences if they were compromised? From there, it moves through identifying threats, finding vulnerabilities, and prioritizing risk. Finally, it helps us determine the most effective countermeasures to put in place. This systematic approach is invaluable for the analyzing complex maritime assets. The second tool, bow tie analysis, offers a more visual way to understand risk. Imagine a bow tie. On the left side are the threat and preventing barriers we use to stop an incident before it happens. In the center, it is the incident itself. And on the right are the consequences and mitigating barriers we use to recover and limit the damage. For example, if the malware on the engine HMI is a threat, our preventing barriers are the things like network segmentation. If those fail, our mitigating barriers are like things like alarms and having a redundant system. This method is incredibly effective for training because it clearly shows everyone their role in both preventing and responding to a cyber event. To address the challenges I have outlined, my paper put forward several key proposals. We must develop operation technology specific standards, adopt proven risk assessment tools from the other industries, and mandate the convergence of our siloed security function. Critically, we must prioritize the human element with mandatory role specific training. Finally, we need to build a stronger global framework by addressing the data governance, harmonizing standards, and moving towards a binding international convention. Therefore, I request community to take specific concrete actions. We ask you to establish a working group to draft a necessary guidance. Also, urge you to officially recommend the adoption of these advanced risk assessment tools and frameworks. Also, to mandate comprehensive training, promote the convergence of security functions, and begin the vital work of harmonizing standards. Finally, we request you to initiate dialogue on the binding international convention and support capacity building of the all maritime nations. These steps are essential for building global resilience. In conclusion, the sophisticated nature of today's cyber physical threats require a unified and actionable strategy. By integrating our technologies, our processes, and our people through harmonized frameworks under the IMO's leadership, we can build a truly resilient global maritime future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your screen. And I open the floor for any interventions. B2, you have asked for the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, my question is that you've talked about network segmentations and frameworks. Sir, my question is in framework sector, what kind of vulnerabilities of technology you're highlighting? Is it like, for example, there's several technologies like blockchain or satellite AI or digital twin. What is your area of technology in the framework?
E4, would you like to respond to that? E4, are you there? E4, are you
Yes,
there?
sir.
Would you like to respond?
Yes, sir. I would like to answer the B2's question.
Go ahead. So go ahead. You heard the question or you lost the question?
Yes, sir. In my research, I found that the network segmentation basically it divides the working process of the operational technology as well as the information technology. As I mentioned, that the regulations are the fragmented, and it as we focus much on the IT part and we ignore the OT systems. So basically, we manage physical and cyber security in separate silos. So therefore, we can say that the segmentation creates a gap between those two factors, I would say.
Okay, thank you. What you can do is over a coffee break or something, you can further clarify to B2 and you can interact on that. I see the hand of B5. B5, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My question from E4 is the presentation as well as script had most parts of NotPetya ransomware, but I want to ask how did NotPetya actually spread, and if uh, in a certain future situation like that arise, how will you tackle it?
I think you can specifically ask this over a coffee break. Unless E4 you want to respond right now, you can cover this up in detail later on.
Yes, sir, I can share in short if you allow me.
Please go ahead.
Basically, it's spread through interconnected IT/OT networks, as well as there was a poor segmentation and outdated systems. And due to the lack of staff awareness, maybe this could have been the reason for that attack.
Okay, thank you very much. A3, the floor is yours.
Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. So for E4, my question is quite simple. So the question is, how do you plan to train the workforce in the industry? Like, on what skeleton? What would be the skeleton of your training plan?
E4, would you like to share something on your training plan?
Actually, I'm focusing on the pre-existing methods for the risk assessment. So basically, I'm not enforcing for any training details, but I would suggest that we can create awareness programs in order to build basic cyber hygiene for the crew and staff, as well as we can focus on role-specific skills like for engineers, they can learn about the operational technologies security, as well as IT teams can learn about threat detection, as well as we can focus on simulation and similar kind of drills in order to avoid phishing and malware activities, as well as we can if we can mandate through governmental bodies, then we can provide certifications for this training purpose.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I see Mr. Datta has also a question for you. Mr. Datta, you have the floor now, please.
Thank you. What's your good name?
Sir, myself Aditya.
Aditya, just tell me about this. You have recommendation some number 7.7. How? What is your proposal to binding all the instruments of other convention or other organizations? How do you do that, and what is the proposal for doing that?
Sir, sir, I would like to know any specific convention, sir.
You see the point 7 which you have reflected in your presentation proposal.
Sir, I will just go through point 7, sir.
Yeah, please go through.
Sir,
Okay. If you're ready,
is
go
this
ahead. Yeah.
sir, is this the point which are talking about, like initiate a dialogue on a binding international convention for the maritime cybersecurity to address a gap in global legal frameworks? Is this
Yes.
the point?
Yeah, the number seven recommendations.
Sir, through this point, I would like to ask committee to or request committee to start dialogues wherein the researchers or the people expert in this industry can provide the knowledge as well as share the um, uh, the about the current happenings or the attacks, as well as uh, I think I need to go in.
Okay.
Uh,
You can later on interact with the judge and
yes.
give him a
Yeah,
clarification.
that's correct. Thank you. Please go on. I mean, study
Yeah,
tab.
I see B2. You have.
Yeah.
Uh, Thank you, Mr. Datta. B2, you have again raised your hand. Is it pertaining? You want to raise a question again?
Right, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, again, coming back to also moderator, Sir Datta's, you also, what is the technology you have proposed? Because we have seen the uh, ransomwares you have given, but what is the technological proposal? Like, how will you tackle that?
E4, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, sir. Like in my
Okay.
paper, I have provided the strategic framework. Like B2 in your paper, you have provided about you have talked about the advanced technologies to execute it, right? So in my paper, I have talked about risk assessment tools like API 780 and the bow tie analysis. And I would say that uh, using your AI platforms like digital twin, uh, we can use my research assessment tools as a base models for your platforms.
Yes, thank you, E4. That's the sort of collaboration which I think can take things forward. There's a conceptual thoughts coming from your end. There is a specific technical thoughts coming from that end. And if we manage to merge both of them, I think it can come as a good platform. And I think that's a very good educating experience for all of us how things would progress further because everybody would have their own sphere of speciality. So I hope that addresses it, and thank you all for a wonderful session. And so with the permission of the chair for of the judges, I would be closing this session and requesting that we start sharp at 11:40 with the next session, which as per my list is A6, B3, B6, C4, and D5. And I would request the MC to kindly ensure that they have everything, all the teams in place and their introductions done before 11:40 so that we can start sharp at 11:40. The MC can please take over and confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs, and to all the presenters for the valuable insights in this session. We will now take a short break. Kindly return to your seats by 11:40 hours as we continue our third MSc session. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now move on to the MSc Session 3, the final session of the morning for the Maritime Safety Committee. Today's theme continues to be cybersecurity standards for ships and port facilities.
Let me start introducing the team along with their guides. Our first team is Team A6, Mohammed Kaif, Manish Singh, Shubham Kumar from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, whose external guide is Dr. Veera Senthil Kumar. Team B3, Shubham Sumit, Prashant Kumar from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus, whose external guide is Dr. Veera Senthil Kumar. Team B6, Hardik Bharadwaj, Aditya Anand, Harshit Singh from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, whose external guide is Dr. Veera Senthil Kumar.
Team C4, Garvit Kothari, Kashvi Rana, Mandakini Sahu from Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus, whose external guide is Captain Vinayak Mahala. Team D5, Samad Singh Rohan Kumar, Varun Mahana from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, whose external guide is Dr. Veera Senthil Kumar.
With that, we now hand over the session to our respected chairperson, Mr. Rajiv Nayyar sir, to conduct this final MSc session of this morning. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And with the permission of the judges, can
Yeah,
I proceed?
I am okay with it.
Thank you, sir. And so A6, are you ready?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Please start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed Kaif, and along with my teammates Manish Singh and Suman Kumar, we are here to talk about a critical issue, that is the development of cybersecurity standard for the ship and port facilities. As our world become more digital, so does our...
Are you going to do a presentation or are you going to talk us through your...
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed Kaif, and along with my teammates Manish Singh and Suman Kumar, we are here to talk about a critical issue, that's the development of a cybersecurity standard for the ship and port facilities. Now, as our world becomes the more digital, so does our maritime industries. We will seeing a steady rise in online attack targeting ships and port. Critical systems that control navigations and cargo are now at risk, and the industry's lack of common set of safety standard. This is the problem we need to solve now. Now, one of the biggest challenges is that a single safety rules cannot work for every ship. We have a large modern fleet and the thousands of connected devices that can be hacked. At the same time, we have older ships with the outdated system, and that is a very hard to secure. This varieties means we need to flexible approach. Now, another problem is that we have a complex global trade system. Every port is different with a different security standard. Each of them having a very valuable data about cargo, and also the problem is very company in the sector is involved, but not all of them have a same strong security. No. So what is our plan? We believe the focus would be on the both preventing attack and if attack to recover quickly. Our solution is risk-based, meaning we tailor safety plans to specific threats. It's goal-oriented to apply more security to more critical assets. And importantly, it's practice for daily operations. Now, I will hand over to stage over Manish Singh.
Our plan introduces safety rules and levels. For older ships, we focus on basic controls. For modern ships, we recommend advanced data protection and 24/7 threat monitoring. We apply the same logic to ports. We have as a baseline of safety for all ports, with stricter rules and dedicated security teams for most critical ones. To make this happen, we must use the strengths we already have. This means using our national research experts to develop a new safety tools, using our skilled tech workers to put these plans into action, and encouraging teamwork between the government, shipping companies, and universities. Here are some ideas to keep our ports safe from modern cyber threats. First, we strictly control access. We use data protection tools to stop information theft, ensure staff only have access to what they need, and maintain strong physical security around critical hardware. Second, we use advanced tools like XDR to get a single clear view of all potential threats across our networks and machinery, allowing us to find and stop attacks early. Finally, we use our industrial control systems and with specialized firewalls, constant monitoring for any usual activity, and rigorous plan to quickly fix any security weaknesses. And here are some ideas to keep our ship safe from modern cyber threats. First, we can implement network segmentation, creating a firewall between critical operational systems like navigational and standard IT networks. Second, we can continuously secure shipboard system by applying security patches and hardening them against intrusion. And finally, we can enforce strict physical security, controlling access to server rooms and locking down ports to prevent unauthorized access. Now I'll hand over the stage to Shubham Kumar.
Now we'll discuss about the action plan for all these issues. Action plan for first year. Our action plan begins with the functional foundational first year. We will form a national task force, develop the new TAD safety rules, launch training program for all the maritime workers, and test the new rules for pilot programs. Action plan for second and third year. We will follow the 2-year implementation program, and we will encourage everyone in the industry to follow the new rules, create platform to share the information about threats, and provide support to upgrade the system of older ships and ports. Action plan for long-term and continuous improvement. Cybersecurity is never going to be finished, so we need a continuous cycle for improvement. This means regularly upgrading our rules, continuous research for better protection, running emergency drills, and creating official qualification for our cybersecurity experts. Expected outcome. If we implement all these plans, we can accept a clear positive outcome. Our maritime sector will be much more resilient to attack. They will enhance the safety for our crew, cargo, and equipment. We will ensure that our trade and the supply chains and our nation become a global leader in the maritime cybersecurity. Conclusion part. In conclusion, the maritime industry moved to a digital happening now. We must to have to protect it, and a protective approach to cybersecurity is essential for a safety and prosperous future. This plan will protect our nation and interest new set to global standard for our security at sea. That will be all. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, and thanking very much for sharing what you want to do with respect to this. So I think the IMO can note what is your action plan. Though I'm not very sure if IMO needs to do anything more than that. I see the hands. I open the floor. I see D5. D5, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. My question for A6 would be, why do you think the global harmonization of maritime cybersecurity, as you mentioned, would be necessary? And what may be the challenges you may face while achieving it?
A6, would you like to answer that?
Yes, sir, we'd like to answer that. Can you answer?
Go ahead.
Okay. So there can be 3 reasons. One is that it can help in recover from disruptions, allowing the focus to be on risk management instead of rigid rules. And another one can be that it can help innovate and update strategies to stay ahead of new cyber threats. Another reason can be that it has skilled workforce needed to implement and manage these advanced customized protections. We can have multiple, even more reasons, but I think these 3 are the main ones.
Thank you. Thank you. B6, you done? Good. I see the card of B6 up. B6, you can go ahead. B6, are you there?
Hello, as you mentioned in your question that
backend communication exploits, how do you think it happens?
Sorry, could you repeat your question? You are on mute, P6, and there's a lot of echo.
Hello.
Go ahead, B6.
My question is that you mentioned about backend communication. So how do you think this exploitation happens?
Please also put on your screen B6. A6, would you like to answer that?
We'll answer that.
Go ahead.
Backend, backend communication is crucial for ship cybersecurity because see, in backend communication we can have real-time threats. We can detect the real-time threats. Now the XDR I mentioned XDR is a software which uses artificial intelligence and machine learning to check for these backend threats. So real-time, it will help in real-time monitoring against malicious attacks and malware and all the ransomware and again all these things. So I remember like in 2017 this happened for Maersk. This cyber threat.
Okay. I guess you can discuss these details. I think what you have said is backend. Thank you very much. Mr. Datta, you have a question. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask A6 team, could you please bring back to the presentation once again, where you have proposed some action plans? Possible?
What's it? Yes, sir.
Can you reshare your presentation action plan?
Yeah, sure. Sure. 1 second, sir. We were having some issues with screen sharing. 1 second. Action plan. We have, sir. First,
before.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah. Create a new
one.
Before that. Before next one.
Next, this is what we have for planned for year 2 and 3. This is where we want to like.
At that point 4, harmonize globally, work with international groups to align safety rules. Do you have any idea how to get the international rules or resolution into domestication? Do you have any idea on this? You've written harmonize globally. How do you do that?
Sir, we as students, this is our only option. Like IMO, I-ESKIMO is our only options to work with international groups for safety rules. But we also need, like, we are not very well educated in the field of cybersecurity. So maybe we can use someone with cybersecurity, and actually, like, we as students can talk with these groups like IMO and all to put some safety rules for cybersecurity.
And so we need a trainee employed in cybersecurity in this field.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Datta. You can unshare your screen. And is B3, are you ready with your...
Thank you, sir.
To take the floor, B3?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then please start.
Yes, sir. I have to share the screen. Sir, is the screen visible, sir?
I can't see a PowerPoint, but I can see a screen has popped up, but not shifted to the PowerPoint as yet.
Sir, just 2 minutes.
Yes, now you're
Sir.
on.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Go
sir.
ahead.
So can I start?
Please
Yes,
go ahead.
sir. So, greetings everyone. We are students from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus. Me, Cadet Shivam Sumit, with my teammate, Cadet Prashant Kumar, are here to present a pragmatic operator-centric framework for maritime cybersecurity, addressing the modern threats facing in the global fleet. So, coming to the point of the cybersecurity threat, we basically face 2 types of challenges: the challenges in the operational sector and the challenges in the informational sector. So we as a country which have been assigned as a role B for
with modern fleets but with limited domestic research and development capacity are basically focusing more on the research part of the informational technology sector. So coming to the history of the maritime guidelines which have been provided by IMO and the Maritime Safety Committee, which is the architect of global maritime safety and security, we have seen various attacks which have been become very common in the year 2017. So in the year 2017, Maritime Safety Committee adopted a resolution MSC 428 uh, bracket 98, which basically proposed a way of guidelines. But the thing was, the guidelines were rigid in its base sense. So, as a research work, we propose guidelines which are not as rigid and non-mandatory and are operational centric. Now, coming to the next slide. Our delegation is basically with large and modern fleet with limited ports, moderate import-export volume, low impact from trade disruption, limited research and development in field of cybersecurity, limited availability of trained IT manpower. Basically, all of this sums up to a type of a country which has similar to New Zealand, Denmark, Norway, or South Korea. And this provides our delegation upper hand on research work as we have large, vast technological aspects as compared to other countries. Coming to the next slide. Uh,
I think he's muted and he's speaking.
so let me make him. Please unmute your mic, Prashant. Greetings, everyone. So let's start about a in-depth threat analysis, which has an impact on the real world. So we have classified the threat into a major four part. The first one is threats to navigational integrity and SOLAS. So these directly endanger the vessels. GPS spoofing can feed every stream across position, leading to navigation into hazardous water. Furthermore, the ECDIS, often running an outdated operating system, is vulnerable to malware introduced by US-based kits, allowing attackers to supply alter its electronic charts, deleting a read, and also changing the position of the point. The second one is threat on onboard system and machinery, that is operational technology. So these attacks the core physical and control system, like such as vulnerable integrated information systems could be compromised, allowing an attacker to trigger the main engine, shutting down during a critical maneuver or manipulate fuel transfer data. So the third one is threat to suicide and corporate system. That is informational technology. So these are corporate. This is a corporate heart attack. Case studies like Mars, Wikipedia attack was in 2017, and the second one is CMA CGM, which was in 2020. It was due to a ID failure, which cost hundreds of millions by shutting down the terminal operation and booking system. So the fourth one is systemic and human-centric volumetric. So the fourth one, it basically the consists of a involves a human elements. So inadequate network segmentation also means a simple mistake by a crew member. Like if someone comes with an infected laptop, it could propagate malware to safety critical operating systems like the CIOs or dozen tools. So the entire ecosystem is only as strong as the weakest link in the supply chain. So moving on to the next slide.
Now here comes the main part of it. I'm sorry we are running late because of network issue, but the proposal to the committee has basically three main proposals. The three main proposals include: first is adopting a non-mandatory goal-based code, which includes a code which is not as rigid as proposed by the MSC and IMO in the previous times, but which is ever changing over the time, because technology is also ever changing thing, which includes the United States of America's NIST Cybersecurity Framework CSF 2.0. Basically, it is a framework which keeps on ever changing as per technological advancements and as the viruses also advance. Now, the second one is mandate cybersecurity training. As we see in our colleges also, we have LMS, learning management system, in the libraries. So we can include learning management system in the IMO also, which would help in updating of the seafarers to the latest cybersecurity knowledge. Now, coming to the last one, establishing an IMO-led threat sharing platform. It is the main interconnecting part between uh, these two first solutions, because it will be an API, an app or a website which would be updated with the latest cyber security knowledge and the attacks which have been happened in past or which are happening, so that seafarers can be identified and learn with them and be updated about it. Moving on to the next and last conclusion slide. The conclusion slide suggests that our solution not only will have the developed nation which are having an upper hand in the research based and proposing things like NIST and the API framework, it will also help the developing nations, because the software is moldable as per their requirement, and so it will help in overall solution of the maritime cybersecurity sector. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your screen and I open the floor for any interventions. D5, your hand is up. You can ask your question. D5, you're on mute.
Good morning, sir. I'm agreed with all your points, but I have a small question from your third slide that, as you have mentioned, will you please elaborate on how having a large and modern fleet but limited port affect trade and cybersecurity strategies?
Would you like to respond to that, B3?
Yes, sir, I would like to respond.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So actually, our role corresponds with the large fleet, but with a modern technology, sir. But coming to the point of the large fleet, which MSc P5 has asked, that how will we tackle it? So large fleets actually have, for an example, being in a layman language, large fleets come to an extent that when a ship is at a Singapore port, which is a very busy port, and when a ship is at Shanghai port, which is also a very busy port. So large fleets, GPS spoofing is really easy. Any malicious attacker can spoof the GPS. So we would, our technologically advanced systems can stop that attack. So the large fleet will be saved from it.
Thank you. And I see A6 wants to ask a question. A6, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so our question is, how you mentioned an IMO-led app, right? So how do you think the IMO-led app would be any better to give us news than any other news sharing platform which we use, like newspaper and all?
Would you like to respond to that?
Yes, sir, I would like to respond, sir.
Go ahead.
Actually, a newsletter or a newsrun platform runs on news which comes from the sources which are like the press sources. But the IMO-led platform would be like an official app or an official website which would run on latest software, like I have proposed in my presentation, like Django, REST, and JavaScript. which will help the seafarers to be identified with the problems which have been proposed by IMO and not just by any newsletter or not just by any press release. So it would be like more of an official way of presenting the problems to the people who are unaware of it.
Okay. And thank you. And I see C4. C4, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning, sir. As you have mentioned NIST cybersecurity, so I would like to ask, is this framework designed to protect the ship from port or port from ship?
Would you like to respond, V3? Then please go ahead.
So I would be very brief about it.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So NIST Cybersecurity Framework 2.0 is basically not a framework only for ships or ports. It's a framework of cybersecurity which have been applied in many sectors, not only maritime sector. So you can go through the website of NIST Cybersecurity and see how it works. It has a very basic flowchart where it is a non-mandatory code and doesn't it is not a rigid way of thinking or rigid way of code for ships or ports. It keeps on changing over time as per the threats which are changing over time.
Thank you for sharing that information. And if you send it to the secretariat at IMO, they'll share it with the members so they can visit the website. Having said that, now I see no further requests for cards, and I can ask V6, are you ready? Team B6, are you ready to take the floor? Team B6, are you ready to take the floor? You are on mute, B6.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning,
If
sir.
you're ready to take the floor, your time starts. Please start.
Good morning, sir. Thank you, sir.
Please start.
Are we audible?
You are audible and your screen is visible, but you are not on presentation mode. If you want to change it, okay. Otherwise, you start now.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. We are audible.
I think I have been clear. I have told you are audible. You can start. Your time has started as far as my clock is running.
Okay, sir. Good morning, everyone. I, Hardik Bhardwaj, along with my teammate Aditya Anand and Prashit Singh, our presentation today is on the development of cybersecurity standard for ship and port facilities. This is a critical topic given the rapid digitalization of the maritime sector. First of all, we need to understand how a cyber attack is done on a ship. We take an example of a GMDSS equipment. The GMDSS equipment relies on a key equipment, EPI RBS for the distress signal, DSC for the automated call, SARTS for radar visibility, and Navitex for safety information. It operates across 4C area A1 to A4, each defining specific communication ranges and equipment requirements from coastal VHF to satellite-dependent deep sea and polar regions. A GMDSS system can be vulnerable to cyber attacks through its interconnected system, which includes satellite communication, navigation, and onboard IT network. These attacks can compromise the safety and functionality of the system, potentially leading to a loss of communication, navigational error, and even the broadcasting of a false distress alerts. Following is our overview, the specific standard driving cybersecurity in modern fleet. The first, the ISM International Safety Management Code now includes cyber risk management. Second, the SSP, ship security plans. Cybersecurity isn't a separate issue, it's a fundamental part of the ship overall security posture. Third, IACS, unified requirements. And fourth, finally, we have industry best practices, systematic cyber exercises, penetration testing, anti phishing training, and strong cooperation between ship managers, IT staff. This can be achieved by first compliance and leadership, the adoption of IMO, IACS, and IFH guidelines alongside industry best practices. Second, continuous improvement. Mature nation address this by conducting annual risk profiling. Finally, supply chain integration. Securing our ports and vessel absolutely relies on collaboration throughout the entire maritime supply chain. Our strategy is staged and risk-based. For moderate volume ports, which are key economic center, we must use strong risk-focused cybersecurity. For low-impact port, standard focus on meeting minimum legal requirement for risk reduction, avoiding the extensive high-cost implementation seen in major hubs. The risk is growing due to several factors in project modernization like the Sagarmala project and the growth of private ports are leading to increased use of smart technologies like AI and IoT. In low trade disruption scenarios, our approach differs. Risk prioritization, industry and regulatory mandates, resource allocation, cybersecurity culture integrates, relying on off-the-shelf solution and centralized guidance, audits, and commensurate with perceived risk. Our biggest hurdle is the manpower shortage. Skill gaps hamper our ability to implement and monitor guidelines with current training deficiencies falling to meet industry need, ultimately operational risk from the human factor and lack of trained personnel. Our recommendation for strengthening standards include unified international standard through IMO ISO alignment and sector-specific certification, a risk-based approach focusing on continuous monitoring, mandatory training and awareness for all personnel, including cyber drills, investment in CSOCs, incident response and reporting mechanism, and a crucial public-private partnership. The main implication of small-scale cybersecurity R&D are significant. Standard fall behind emerging threat. As new defense technologies aren't tested, we face a lack of adequate test beds and simulation platform for IT and OT system. Even with the minimum local impact, minimum standards still apply due to global interconnectivity. We often see selective investment in cost-efficient basic control. However, this creates the risk of being a weak link, allowing hacker entry into a larger network. The shortage of R&D leads to untested generic standard limited skill. Our high-risk system include navigation, cargo and engine management, communication tools, and port-ship interface system. These are vulnerable due to outdated system, lack of trained personnel, limited investment, supply chain complexity, long sea exposure, and the mobile isolated nature of ship. Usually, crew often prioritize operation over cyber defense. Maritime infrastructure faces a significant cyber risk from the complex and the interconnected system integrating IT and OT. Legacy unpatched system not built with the security in mind are widely used. This leads to a growing target of sophisticated incidents like ransomware given maritime vital national significance. These vulnerabilities pose a national security issue, motivating urgent demand for new standard despite the challenges to standard development. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for sharing what exactly are your issues which you are seeing and a broad outlay, I can say, for reference. I open the floor for interventions. I see no request for the floor, so okay. D5, you just managed to catch my eye in time. So D5, the floor is yours.
My question for B6 would be, as you have mentioned the research and development, as you mentioned the research and development part of the slides, how do you think it will help you in achieving your target according to your project? Thank you.
Would you like to respond to that, B6?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, we have to achieve these methods to prevent the outdated operating system and lack the trained cybersecurity. We have to reduce the complexity of the supply chain and train our crew personnel for future cyber attacks.
Thank you. For your clarification, I see no further requests, so I'm going to ask C4, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Please start.
Yes, sir. We are actually.
Yes, you are good to go.
Good afternoon, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. We are here today representing the findings of the paper MSc-C4, focusing on the critical issue of maritime cybersecurity standards for ships and port facilities, with a particular focus on the unique challenges faced by developing nations. Ships are now fundamentally interconnected now. They rely heavily on digital systems for everything, from bridge control to cargo management. This creates a vast attack surface. Common vulnerabilities are surprisingly simple, such as unsecured Wi-Fi network, an infected USB drive, or critical systems like ECDIS running on outdated software such as Windows XP. This core message of our paper is simple. For developing nations, cybersecurity is a foundational requirement, not a futures option. We have focused on two core problems. The first and the core thesis of our paper is the unique challenges for developing nations. These nations operate with two key constraints: budgetary limitations and a lack of specific policy. This results in three major vulnerabilities: limited infrastructure spending, lack of specialized policy and personnel, widespread system vulnerabilities. Our second problem is critical systems at risk. This provides concrete technical examples illustrating the real life impact of vulnerabilities on specific ship systems, making the abstract concept of cyber risk tangible. Now we will go towards the problem one: developing nation constraints. Budgetary limits starve resources for secure IT and OT systems. Compounding this, human error is identified as the single biggest vulnerability. Employees simply lack basic cyber awareness, making them easy targets. We recall the 2012 Antwerp port incident. Smugglers exploited simple port Wi Fi to steal container pins, demonstrating the fundamental vulnerability of port management systems. We must look at where the threat truly lies. This survey data shows that a massive 47% of companies identified their own staff as the biggest cyber vulnerability. In contrast, phishing and ransomware attacks, while serious, accounted for a small percentage of the biggest perceived threats. The implication is clear. Cybersecurity is a people problem first, requiring a primary focus on education and procedural controls to equip personals with necessary skills. Now, the strategy proposal. The proposal starts with compliance. The IMO's resolution MSC 428 Session 98 is the key regulatory driver, mandating that all ships must include cyber risk management within their safety management systems. To meet this mandate, capacity building is paramount. Nations need to establish dedicated cybersecurity competence centers to provide training for seafarers and technical advisory for port authorities. BIMCO, the Baltic and International Maritime Council, provides supporting guidelines to help ship owners develop practical cyber risk management plans. It's a key industry association. Furthermore, national regulatory frameworks must be developed and enforced, aligning with the IMO's MSC 428 Circular 98.
Now we will see problem 2, critical systems at risk. Every essential system is at risk. AIS can be manipulated to create ghost vessels or send false alerts. ACDIS often runs on outdated operating systems such as Windows XP. The VDR can have its data wiped by an unsecured USB stick crippling investigations. Even SATCOM and GPS are vulnerable. An 80 million yacht was successfully diverted using a $3,000 GPS spoofing device. Now we'll recall 2012 Prabhudaya incident showed that how a USB stick could wipe VDR data, crippling a fatal collision investigation. Now look into the strategic proposal for risk-based prioritization and technology. Given budget constraint, a risk-based approach is crucial. Prioritize critical systems like navigation and engine management. The highest return on investment comes from cost-effective cyber hygiene, strong password policies, regular software updates, basic network segmentation. The overall strategy must be defense in depth, combining technical safeguards like firewalls with procedural measures like mandatory crew training and clear incident reporting. Now, according to Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, India is consistently ranked among top countries most targeted by ransomware and malware. We are not safe, we are highly exposed. This brings us to case study and final vision, a G2G alliance with Israel for CIDOM security model. We define the need for cutting-edge security, then use our official channel to secure the deal. We will demand technology transfer to local production in India. This partnership isn't just buying, it's a building expertise for our teams and securing a strong future for a blue economy. Now, in conclusion, for developing nations, cybersecurity is no longer a luxury or future goal. It's a foundational requirement to ensure operational continuity and international compliance. Strategic investment, focused capacity building, and collaborative international and cross-sector partnerships are the key pillars that will build maritime cyber resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your presentation. And thank you for bringing up a specific country, what it would like to do. So D5, I see your hand is raised. D5, the floor is yours.
You propose to that India should have a partnership with Israel. Why do you, for the cybersecurity development? Why do you think it should be Israel and not any other country?
Because we think
I
that
think C4, can you please respect the protocol? I think every state has got its own right to decide what they want to do. This is not the forum where we'll discuss bilateral relationships. As such, I do not recognize them as India. For me, you're just C4. So I would like the questions to remain restricted on that fashion.
Welcome back, everyone. Now we move to the MEPC sessions. Based on the theme, reduction of GHG emissions from ships, focus on economic elements with reference to Industry 4.0.
We are privileged to have another distinguished panel of judges with us for the MEPC sessions. Allow me to introduce them. Our first judge is Mr. N. Girish. Mr. Girish is a naval architect with an MTech in Ocean Engineering from Yokohama National University, Japan. He is currently Senior Vice President and Chief Surveyor at the Indian Register of Shipping (IRS), responsible for rule development and associate research. He has represented India as a member of delegations at IMO meetings. Next, we have Mr. Ajay Chatterjee. Mr. Ajay Chatterjee retired as Chief Surveyor to the Government of India in 2010 and spent the next 8 years in academia as principal and head of the Great Eastern Institute of Maritime Studies. His 50 years of experience in the maritime industry has encouraged he remains in demand for a cross-section of assignments across the broad spectrum of activities in the maritime industry.
And finally, Mr. S.M. Rai, the first graduate engineer from Rajasthan to join the Merchant Navy as a marine engineer. He sailed with the Shipping Corporation of India and eventually served as the General Manager, Technical, overseeing new ship acquisitions and operations. Post-retirement, he became the Technical Director at the Indian National Ship Owners Association, contributed to the Indian maritime policies, chaired the Institute of Marine Engineers in the Mumbai, and served as the Chief Editor of their journal, MERI.
We are truly honored to have such a distinguished panel to judge today's MEPC sessions.
Let us now move on to the MEPC Session 1, introducing the teams along with their colleges and guides.
We have our first team, Team A1, Anarga K, Anish Sadashivan, Tanishk Shukla from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy with external guide Mr. Sunil Kumar. Team C1, Kartike Batra, Mrityunjay, Shushant Kumar Singh from Coimbatore Marine College with external guide Mr. Kunal Sharma. And Team D2, Avirat Dwivedi, Harsh Shandilya, Udit Srivastava from Indian Maritime University, Chennai campus with external guide of Mr. L.P. Tripathi.
Team E1, N. Praveen, Yati Nivash K, Prakash C from HIMT College, Chennai with external guide Mr. Mahesh Subramanian. Team E8, Shlok Gupta, Aditya Panwar from Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies with the external guide Mr. Kunal Sharma. Team F4, Lokesh Kumar, Mohammad Javed, Utkarsh Kumar from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus under the external guide Mr. Devrup Kabir.
With that, we hand over the session to our respected chairperson, Mr. Rajiv Nayyar sir, to conduct the first MEPC session. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And just to be clear, because as far as my records show that the judges are Mr. A.V. Datta, Mr. N. Girish, and Mr. Ajay Chatterjee. Can you please check so that we start on the correct note?
So, as per our records, the judges are Mr. N. Girish, Mr. Ajay Chatterjee, and Mr. S.M. Rai.
Please check at the back end. I think Mr. Datta is the judge for this MEPC.
Sure, sir.
I can see Mr. N. Girish there, I can see Mr. Ajay Chatterjee there, and I can see Mr. A.B. Datta present. So with the permission of the judges, as per my records, and meanwhile, I request you to please check up at your end. I do see that the teams are there. A1, C1, T2. I do not see E1, E8, and F4. I see that E1 is missing. So if it is missing, so be it. We will proceed. Do I have the judge's permission for that?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Fine.
Thank
I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And team A1, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Then please. Okay. Before we start, do you want a quick summary of what will be the process?
Sure, sir.
Okay. Basically, MEPC we will be doing in 4 sessions, 6 teams each, which log in with their team ID. You will get 6 minutes uninterrupted to present your case. 1 more minute without penalty, but after 1 minute, the penalty starts. And if it runs at 8 minutes, I'll irrespective stop you. So please do keep time in mind very clearly. After that, we'll open the floor for interventions. Teams participating in that group can intervene. Judges, of course, can intervene at any stage for asking you if they need any clarity. The process for asking the floor is by raising your hand on the screen. Do not unmute yourself and start speaking without being given the floor. Once you're given the floor, please unmute yourself, speak it, and also turn on your video at the same time. I hope that is clear as far as interventions are concerned. The purpose is to see how you react to other people. I'll again repeat, this is not a debate. It is not a point trying to say that I am right and you are wrong. Everybody presents their own member states' views. Everybody is right in their own right. So please respect others' views. Please do not make it something like trying to show somebody that you don't, that this is my view and your view may be wrong. That is not the way things proceed. At IMO, you require to respect everybody's opinions because everybody's circumstances are different. And we expect you to bear in mind that when you are sitting at an IMO floor, you are a representative of your country. You are an ambassador from there. So please make sure that your language, your mannerism is consistent with that. So I hope if there is any doubt any of the participating team has, please raise your hands and I'll respond to it right now. Otherwise, we'll commence. I see no request for the floor. So A1, you can start.
Yes, sir. Sir, is the screen visible?
Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anarga Kanot with my teammate Ani Sadashivan, representing Team MEPC A1. And today we'll be doing a presentation based on our paper, Reduction of Greenhouse Gases Emission from Ships, with a focus on economic elements and the role of Industry 4.0, specifically highlighting two technologies, digital twin and weather routing. Our discussion is framed by the ambitious but critical goal set by the International Maritime Organization (IMO), achieving net zero GHG emission by 2050. This is reshaping global shipping, and to get there, the IMO has set a clear path through some regulatory measures. This timeline illustrates the comprehensive approach the IMO is taking. There are some checkpoints include a 40% of CO2 reduction by 2030, striving for a 70% total GHG reduction by 2040, and ultimately achieving net zero GHG emission by 2050. For this, approaches like short-term, mid-term, and long-term measures are taken, in which the short-term measures which is already in effect include the EEDI, EEXI, CII, and CII. team and CII. Midterm measures are focusing on new fuel standard and carbon pricing, which will be discussed later. And long-term strategies relies on the adoption of alternative fuels and deep digitalization, which is where the Industry 4.0 comes into play. The path to net zero is not just about technology. It's intrinsically linked to economics. A key metric is greenhouse gas fuel intensity or GFI. This measures the amount of GHG emissions released by a ship for each unit of energy consumed. To support this, and as an emission reduction strategy, the IMO has proposed a well-to-wake approach. It is a life cycle assessment method that measures the total emission and environment impact of a fuel from the point of raw material extraction to the ultimate combustion. Furthermore, the carbon pricing technology is an extension to support the GFI framework by making the polluters pay. This ensures there is a strong economic incentive to reduce the emission. The carbon pricing is still in the stage of implementation. This can help in accelerating and collecting the levy for the research work for the same. Industry 4.0 represents the fourth industrial revolution and it permeates the entire ship life cycle, making emission reduction economically viable and efficient. We can see the influence of this across all the phases like the design, construction, operation, maintenance, shore support, and recycling, in which we'll be focusing on weather routing and digital twinning technologies under the operation category. The digital twin is a real-time simulation of a vessel. Here, we can simulate different voyage conditions. This virtual replica allows operators to predict failures before they occur, optimize system performance, and critically has the potential to cut emission by 40 to 50%. However, there are some challenges, including the high cost of implementation, cybersecurity risk, and understandable resistance from the existing crew and operators. To overcome this, we can do phase implementation and expand gradually, apply end-to-end encryption, and making user-friendly interfaces. Next, we have the weather routing. It is an AI-powered voyage optimization technology which analyzes weather, currents, and ocean condition to determine the safest and most fuel-efficient route. It's a proven method that saves 15 to 30% on fuel and significantly improves safety. Furthermore, the weather routing directly supports compliance with regulation like the CII and EEXI by reducing the emission. The disadvantage of this technology is data scarcity and dynamic factors, which are the market-driven route change or last-minute port deviation, which can be overcome by collecting more data using satellite and training this technology for the dynamic changes.
To address the challenges and accelerate the adoption of these technologies, we propose the following four initiatives. First one is the proposal one, crew training program for developing maritime nation. As a developed nation with large exposure to seaborne trade, both import and export, and negligible exposure to supply of seafarers, we can train people for the demand of industry for the new technologies. The second proposal was the development of a global maritime digital twin infrastructure. The role of digital twin in the emission reduction and its support was mentioned earlier. The, the third proposal was weather routing optimization data exchange framework to mitigate data scarcity and improve the accuracy of route optimization across the industry. The fourth proposal was the cloud-based simulation and training environment using digital twin vessel and weather routing for real-time operational training of seafarers. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, you can unshare your screen. And I open the floor for any interventions. I see no interventions requested on the floor from the participating teams. So I'll go to Mr. Datta. Mr. Datta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question to this team A1. What are the key elements of training for the Industry 4.0 for the crew members on board?
A1, would you like to respond to that? Please go ahead, A1.
We can develop the global seafarers for readiness for the decarbonization and transition to build an international capacity in them without requiring domestic ports. Like we can train them using the new technology, digital twin and weather routing, so that they can adapt to the new technologies.
Thank you very much, Evan, for that clarification. I hope Mr. Datta that will clear up. I see D2 has raised its hand. D2, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to ask, digital twins are a key part of your proposal, but the slide only mentions generic challenges like cost and crew resistance. Can you please provide specific examples of what high cost means in a real world scenario?
D2, it will be good if you could turn on your video. Meanwhile, Evan, would you like to respond?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead,
Can you
Evan.
repeat the question once again?
They have asked about that, though you have talked of digital twins, what are the specific cases which you could elaborate on a bit on that? Am I right, D2? Unless if that covers, then
Yes,
it's okay.
you are right. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So, A1, you can respond.
Like using digital twin, we can take the data. Like for that also we have to spend more in that, and also it is not an easy task to implement a technology. So for that also there will be a cost for that. So that is what we meant.
Thank you, A1, and thank you. Seeing no further comments from the floor, I'm going to ask C1 if C1 you are ready. Yes, C1, go ahead.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Sir, we are ready to begin with your permission.
Please go ahead, share your screen and start.
Sure, sir. Sir, could you confirm if the screen is visible?
Screen is visible, but it's a very, very cluttered screen. It's part of your background screen. Could you move to the, yes. You can move to presentation mode also if you can, otherwise you can start.
Yes, sure. So could we begin? Okay. Good afternoon, one and all present over here. We MEPC C1 team are here to present on a paper focus on economic elements with reference to the industry 4.0. So let us begin. So we all know the shipping industry transports 90% of the world's trade, but contribute nearly 3% of global GHG emission, that is greenhouse gas emissions. So through Marine Environment Protection Committee, that is coming under IMO, has taken strong measures to address this, aiming for net zero emission by 2050. So as we see the addressing climatic change, so from 2011, the energy efficiency regulations for ships has been implemented and monitored continuously. By the year 2018, they had given an initial IMO strategy on reduction of GHG emissions that was again revised in 2023, giving 2020, 2030, 2040, and 2050 goals. Let's talk about them.
So the first one is a regulatory framework by MEPC. So MEPC is only responsible for the greenhouse gas emission, how to control and how to reduce it. So in 2018, they have just adopted some measure. For example, they are just aiming to reduce the greenhouse emission of the gases about 50% in 2050, and about the carbon dioxide emission about 40% in 2030. But due to some circumstances, they have just modified it. So as according to the 2023 revised strategy, they have just aiming to reduce about 70% of the greenhouse gases in 2040 and 30% of the greenhouse gases in 2030. So there are some tools for that. For example, the first tool is the EEXI. So this tool is generally used to measure how much tons of the carbon dioxide is just emitted from the sea. And another one is the CII, that stands for the operational efficiency. It means that it just measures how much amount of the carbon is emitted as relative to the how much cargo is just transported through the sea.
All right. Next, we have economic elements of decarbonization. First is the capex. In that, we can
Excuse me.
capital expenditure and retrofits. Like complying with MEPC regulation like EX and CII often require costly technical upgrades like engine power limitation systems, energy saving devices like air lubrication, dual fuel engines to accommodate like methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, battery hybridization, etc. These investments can range from 0.5 million to $10 million per vessel depending on the vessel size and type. Next, we have OPEX, operating costs and fuel prices. Like presently, we are having heavy fuel oil that costs around $450 per ton, having a high emission. Marine gas oil about $700 per ton, lower than HFO, and at last you have methanol from $1,300 to $1,500 per ton, up to 90%. Here we have a very good benefit like long-term fuel efficiency and cost saving from optimized operations, access to green cargo contacts. But the risk here is upfront capex burn down and increased regulatory compliance and monitoring regularities.
Now, the another method is for what is the role of the Industry 4.0. So here the Industry 4.0 means the fourth revolution of the industry. The first one is the IoT, that is stand for the Internet over the Things. So in this method, we are just going to install the sensor. By using the sensor, we are just gonna to take idea how much amount of the fuel is just gonna to be consumed and what is efficiency of the engine. And another way is the AI. So by using the AI, we can just predict what is just going to be the condition of the weather and the sea. And by using AI, we can also take idea what is the shortest route so that we can also save the some amount of the fuel. And another one is the robotic. So now the many company, for example, the Merck's, the Evergreen, are using the drone for just cleaning the hull. So by using the drone for just cleaning the hull, we are just going to reduce about 10 to 20% of the fuel nowadays. So it's just going to lower our cost and improve our compliance.
So here we have real world applications. First is the Maersk, where the focus is net zero emission by 2040. So in 2023, Maersk launched its first container ship powered by green methanol, where the outcome was reduced carbon intensity per container over 40% since 2008 and fuel saving up to 10 to 15% using AI driven routing. Second, we have NYK line integrated energy efficiency and IoT, that like where the key initiatives are ship energy efficiency management plan SCEMP, and the economic outcome were like annual fuel cost reduction of 400 to $700,000 per vessel. And the last was the virtual digital twin and fleet efficiency program, where the results were up to 30% of saving in fuel and emission on optimized carbon.
So nowadays, so there are the many major barriers for that. For example, if nowadays we are just gonna to ship directly to the clear fuel, for example, the hydrogen, the methanol, it's take about 2x to 4x the cost of that, and we have to just invest a lot of the amount of the money at initial beginning. So it is very costly. But there are the many solutions for that. The first one is a green bond. So in the green bond, we are just going to raise the fund and buy use, and this fund is basically used for just to using. For example, we can also use this fund for the tidal energy, for the wave energy, and for the sustainable development. The another one is the ESG fund, which stands for the environmental, social, and the governance. So in the environmental, we are just going to save about there must not be any type of the oil spillage. And in the social, we have to take the development. For example, we do not have to disturb the locality of that one. And the government is that government must take any initial initiative. For example, they do not provide any type of the license which are just gonna to affect our marine environment. So
So coming to the future outlook, by 2050, we can expect smart autonomous multi-fuel ships with AI-driven operations, green corridors like Rotterdam and Singapore we have presently, with pioneer zero-emission routes. Regulation will be tightened for sure. For carbon pricing will be global, and training for seafarers and digital and green skills will be essential.
So if I just conclude that it is not only an environmental necessity but also an economical opportunity. For example, that Industry 4.0 provides the tools and the financing ensure. And for example, nowadays IMO is also provide. For example, if anyone just are using the clear fuels, they are just gonna to pay the less tax. So it is just gonna to be beneficial for us and for environment also. So it is the backbone of our trade shipping. Thank you.
So here are a few general questions that can rise, like why is decarbonization important for shipping if it contributes only 3%? The first is that 3% is huge in terms of amount, is actually huge. It is almost equal to a large country. Second is what is the biggest economic challenge for ship owners in meeting MEPC regulations? Third is how do Industry 4.0 regulations technology support MEPC compliance?
And fourth one is what role do financial institutions play in the shipping decarbonization? And the fifth one is that do stricter regulation increase freight cost, and how does that affect the trade? And the last one is that what is the significance of green corridors?
Thank you.
Thank you for leaving us with questions. Okay, so those questions are important. So we will see that. But to the second speaker, I would tell you, you require to speak slowly. In an IMO session, there is interpretation taking place. If you speak at this speed, you will be stopped multiple times and be asked to speak slowly. So I see A1, you have raised your hand. A1, the floor is yours.
Sir, can we stop presenting?
Yes, please, Sanshir.
Thank you, sir.
A1, go ahead.
The presentation was very nice. I wanted to get a clarification on you mentioned about the robotic drones using for the cleaning of the hull. Can you explain on that?
C1, would you like to respond to that?
So as you know that nowadays we are just using the AI. So robotic drones we are using. So by using the robotic drones, we are just controlled by the AI. So it's just going to save our human labor and also the fuel efficiency for that. So it is just going to be beneficial for us. For example, whenever the ship is just sailing into the ocean, that the hull of the ship is just attracted by the many type of the algae and the fungi. So we can use it because it will save our time also. And financially, it is
Thank you
stable.
for the clarification, C1. And I see no other team has a request. Mr. Ajay Chatterjee, sir, the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, I have a question. On your solutions, you mentioned Sweden principles. Can you elaborate on that as far as GHG is concerned? Sweden is it's an economic term, I know, but how do you link it to your, as you have said, the principles as perspective from the GHG perspective?
Okay, C1, please
Sir,
respond.
could you just repeat the question once again? It was not
The
really
Sweden
I'll explain to you.
Yeah.
In one of your slides, you have written Poseidon principle as one of the ways. So what
yes, sir.
exactly is that? You're not elaborated. It's a financial tool, so please elaborate on that.
So, sir, it is also like the just raising the fund, sir. So, in this, we are also the raising the fund for the sustainable development, just like the blue bond, sir. It is just similar to like that only, sir. Just
I
raising the
would
fund, sir.
suggest you read up on these principles. These are what principles these are. These are regarding lending principles. So do read up on that.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. I hope you would like to take the floor again, sir. Please go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's okay. They have read it somewhere. I can understand, but it's a little complicated. And how it applies to GHG, because there are already a lot of conflicting, like CII and all that. So, what the chairman suggested, I think you should read up a bit more and clarify your position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And with that, I will ask D2, are you ready for your introduction of the paper?
Sir, can we just stop the camera?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
D2, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are just representing.
Okay, you can start.
Is my screen
Yes,
visible?
you're okay. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, sir, the respected judges, and my fellow participants. We are from the team D2, and we are here to present our paper titled MEPC Reduction of GHG Emissions from Ships with focus on economic elements and Industry 4.0. In this presentation, we will walk you through the challenges of greenhouse gas emissions in ships and measures introduced by the IMO's Marine Environment Protection Committee, that is MEPC, and the practical solutions for a net zero future. So, as we highlight in this paper, the IMO's Marine Environmental Protection Committee is leading the global effort to cut down the GHG emissions from the ships. We also cover technical measures like EEDI, EEXI, and CII, and we also cover some alternative fuels such as hydrogen, green methane, and liquid hydrogen. And we also discuss about some economic mechanisms like carbon levies and economic tradings. And our main aim is to achieve net zero international shipping by 2050. So if we look on the framework, here we see the three pillars of energy efficiency. First is EEDI, the Energy Efficiency Design Index, which applies to new ships setting minimum design efficiency, which was introduced in 2013. And the next one is EEXI, the Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index. This applies a similar efficiency standards to existing ships, which were before the introduction of EEDI. And the third one is Carbon Intensity Indicator, CII. This rates the ships from grades A to E, which encourages continuous improvement. So together, these ensure both new and old ships to contribute to emission reductions. So this is our table overview. And as we all know that more than 80% of world trade is done by our shipping sector, but this comes with a cost. Like 3% of global CO2 emissions, that's over 940 million tons everywhere is emitted by our shipping industry. And because of its independence on fossil fuels and complex global supply chains, shipping is considered as hard to abate sector. This is why MEPC's work under MARPOL Annexure 4 is so critical. So as we move forward, we have some problem statement. The first problem is the climate price tag of global commerce. So there are three key challenges. The first one is shipping's heavy resilience on fossil fuels. The second one is limited infrastructure for zero carbon fuels. And the third one is its complex international nature makes its changes quite difficult. So we have also provided the solution for this problem, as our solution is a staged refueling at green corridors. So first, we propose that green corridors should be made at some of the ports rather than making it globally on whole earth, because it will put a strain on the capital. And instead of filling the entire fuel load at once, ships refuel at multiple ports along their journey. This reduces the need for huge storage tanks, improves ship balance and safety, and spreads infrastructure demand more evenly across ports. Because as we know, the energy density of the green fuels is very low. So we require a large amount of fuel. So rather than fueling it in a one go, we can just refuel it at many steps in the green corridor that we are suggesting. So these are the benefits that we have that I just discussed. So moving on to the second problem statement, that is a very major one, the operational and economic hurdles. Alternative fuels are still much more expensive than heavy fuel oils. Standardizing across the ship's types is inconsistent, and retrofitting costs are very much high. So finally, we also face data gaps in measuring and monitoring the emissions. So for this problem, we have provided a solution is to gradual fuel transition supported by dual fuel engines, and operational efficiency measures like slow steaming and route optimization using AI and IoTs, and onboard carbon capture technology, and most importantly, economic incentives such as carbon levels and green port benefits. So this will make the transition both practical and financially viable. So these are the benefits for the same that I just discussed. And these are also what we demand from the committee, that these measures should be implemented to achieve the goal of MEPC 2025. And we can also infer from this graph that how our measures is gonna reduce the carbon emissions. So moving on, so we have proposed a timeline so for our solutions. So for our first solution, we have made a timeline like by 2020s, we can establish green corridors and start staged refueling. And by 2030s, we can expand methanol and ammonia infrastructure. And by 2040s, we can scale hydrogen and large storage emissions. And by 2050, we'll achieve fully globalized zero emissions. So for the problem two, we have made a smooth transition for the fuels, like by 25 to 2030, LNG and bio-LNGs can be implemented. By 2030 to 40, large-scale adoption of green methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen can be implemented. So these fuels are zero carbon fuels. So they will give 100% zero carbon emission. And by 2050, 2040 to 2050, 100% renewable full fleet will be there, and these things will be implemented everywhere. So the goal of the MEPC will be achieved by 2050 if we follow this timeline as we are proposing. So at last, the analysis. So our analysis shows that single stop fueling is unrealistic. So green corridors are very much essentials, and for GHG reduction, a combination of fuel transition, engine upgrades, operational efficiency, and market incentives is the most reliable path. This makes the IMO's roadmap technically possible, though it depends on the infrastructure, international cooperation, and safety standards. So I'm moving on as I conclude my presentation. So to conclude, shipping is hard to decarbonize but not impossible. MEPC's combined measures, which is technical, economical, and operation, gives us a clear path for a net zero carbon emission by 2050. The challenge lies in cost, safety, and global collaboration. With strong partnerships, and these solutions can transform shipping into a sustainable industry. So we thank you for your kind attention, and at last we welcome any questions.
Thank you. You can unshare your screen, and I open the floor for any interventions. I see no request for the floor so far. So just give it a couple of seconds more. No, I see no request for the floor. So Evan, are you ready to do your presentation? Okay, I have a question from one of the judges. Evan, you can keep yourself prepared. Mr. Girish, please go ahead.
Sorry, I just want a clarification. You are talking about changing over to alternative fuels like ammonia and all, and you also talk about carbon capture. So, what is the future of fossil fuels? Which fossil fuel you can use along with carbon capture? Do you think?
Sir, when we are transitioning from
D2,
yes.
Would you like to
Yes.
respond to the question? Then please
Yes.
ask the chair to.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as you are asking, like for the fuel transition, as we are going into carbon capture. So, sir, I want to ask, sir, is your question what type of fossil fuels we can use at that time?
Yes,
That is right. Carbon capture would be linked
Yes,
to a
sir.
fossil fuel.
Yeah, yes, sir. Like while we are transitioning to the fuels like ammonia and liquid hydrogen, which are zero carbon, sir, but we cannot do these things right after. So, sir, we can use LNGs. So, LNGs are the fossil fuels that will be implemented for carbon capture during the transition, sir. LNGs, bio LNGs, sir.
Okay, thank you. I see A1, you have raised your hand now. Is it a question you want to direct to D2, A1?
Yes, sir.
Well, you require to be a bit faster than that. I'll just take it. Very quick question. Please go ahead.
Sorry for that, sir. So, how can we improve the efficiency of the ship that is built before 2013 to satisfy the EXI certificate? Can you
Yeah.
explain on that?
Can I respond?
Yes, you can respond.
Like we can implement some energy saving devices like dual engines, and we can make an hull which are air resistance. Like we can make some air pockets around the hull which will reduce the friction, and we can also implement some sails which will again decrease our fuel consumption by 20 to 30% to the ships which are made before the 2013 to follow the EEXI terminology that is introduced by NBC. I think I answered your question.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will move on. Evan, are you ready?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. The floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. There is the presentation visible?
No, not yet.
So right now, sir?
Negative.
Already shared, sir.
We can see your screen again. Yes, now it is coming.
Yes. Sir, good evening, everyone present here. This is team E1 from HMD College.
Hold on, your presentation is still not visible.
Please.
If you are going to take time, then do you want time to be able to sort out your technical issues?
No, sir. Sir, can I? It is visible right now, sir.
No.
So, sir, okay, sir. Can I get a few minutes, sir? I will start it.
Yes, please sort out your technical issues. Meanwhile, E8, are you ready for your taking the floor? E8, are you ready for taking the
Yes,
floor?
sir. Sure.
Please start.
So, good morning, sir. I'd like my batchmate to share the presentation. Is it visible yet?
No, nothing.
So, just a few seconds. So, is it visible?
Yes. Yes, it is visible, but not in presentation mode. If you can do it, fine. Otherwise, proceed.
I'll ask my batchmate again if he can fix the problem in presentation mode.
Continue while he fixes the problem. You please continue
Sure.
now. We can see your
Good morning,
presentation.
sir. I, Aditya Pamar, and my batchmate Shlok Gupta, we are fifth sem students from Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies, and I'd like to take you through my paper. We have seen good papers right now, so I'd like to discuss more about global warming potential. So right now, the our world is leading with global warming, which is a very big hassle for us. So global warming, greenhouse gases absorb the sun heats and prevent it from escaping into space, which is a process called greenhouse effect, which specifically means measure how much energy emissions of one ton get absorbed over a given period of time. Relative to emissions of 1 ton of carbon dioxide, the larger the DWP, the more is the given gas warms the earth compared to CO2 and time period. Can you please change the slide? Yeah. So now it's the global warming potentials again. I've explained this. The next one, please. So now I'd like to take you the effects. Global warming causes polar ice sheets, glaciers melt. When water warms up, it expands. Uh, these combination of changes causing sea levels to rise, resulting in flooding, erosion, and coastal lowering areas. I'd like you to take about the a cloud burst, which is a main reason for greenhouse emissions. Primarily, the source of emission for transportation industry is burning fossil fuels and CO2 for the most of the emissions. Now, effects we see extreme weather, shifting rainfall, cloud burst, flash floods, heavy rain, and other extreme weather events becoming more frequent. Next, please. Okay. So a current global warming average temperature is rising by 0.85 degrees Celsius higher than it was in 19th century, which is a great concern for us in general. As increase of 2 degree compared to pre-industrial time, it is seen as a scientist threshold beyond which there is much higher risk of catastrophic changes in the global environment will occur. For this reason, international community has recognized the need to keep keep warming below 2%. Next, please. Now, I would like to take you through the methods we can use to eliminate CO2 emissions. Method and technologies developed in the use of control and reduce carbon footprint. Carbon capture technology, which is one of the great technology we can use. Use of fuels with low CF. Converting alternate fuel, example ammonia, biofuels. And next, we have new energy technologies like hydrogen fuel, which we are expecting to come by 2050. Option A and B of hydrocarbon fuels, option C and D of HC fuel, CO2 emissions. CF is non-dimensional conversion factor between fuel consumption and CO2 emissions. CO2 emissions can be calculated by a particular type of fuel. CF is highest diesel, light fuels, and heavy fuel oil, HFO, and lower in LPG, LNG, and methanol. Next, please. This could be seen as a future of maritime industry, which will help us to make this a great thing. Now, this was the presentation, and I would like to take you through the generic terms. Global warming has caused the Mother Earth very big pain. We know ozone layer is getting depleted day by day. We should try to keep it down. We should reduce the emissions causing by sea. And if we do this, Mother Earth needs to be preserved in the best way to save the planet. Thus, industry must move fast to reduce fossil fuel consumptions by optimizing the vessel operations. Building effect vessels focus on alternate fuel, newer technologies such as wind power and solar power. We are expecting wind power by 2075, which can be a good thing. And I'd like to put my opinion in this. Like, if it's possible, we can try for solar energy in the ship. It is a dream come true for shipping industry to go for all solar, reducing the fuel. It will help us to reduce the global emissions. And if we try to make this thing in solar, which is a great revolution in the history, which will help us to reduce the emissions. Like Neil Armstrong said in our quote, it's one small step for man and one giant leap for the mankind. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, E8. Thank you for informing the session about your views. But I suppose at the end of it, all I can take it is you have a proposal: a solar ship should become a reality, or a wind power ship should become a reality. But it would be helpful if you could give concrete ideas as to how that will happen, because IMO is a regulatory body for member states. What is expected of IMO is what we are looking for here. So I open the floor for any interventions. D2, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Uh, like my question is, like in your presentation shows a slide on the Aquarius MRE concept, which includes a combination of fuel cells, solar cells, and wind assist. What are the current economic and operational hurdles to deploying this kind of integrated renewable energy system on a large scale for different types of vessels? Uh, yes, that's my question.
May I
E8,
respond?
yes, you can respond.
So actually, this is extensive, vast topic, and I don't have an answer for it yet. But I'll research and surely look about it.
We look forward to further such submissions in future from you.
Sure, sir.
Thank you. I see no further request for the floor. So I do not recognize who is Mr. Rajesh. So I'm sorry.
So may I switch
Who's...
off my camera?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
So Evan, are you back ready?
Yes, sir, we are back.
Okay, go ahead. And Mr. Rajesh, I do not know who you are. The floor is open only for the participants and the judges. So you could kindly lower your hand and get in touch with the backend team. Thank you. Okay, your screen is visible now. You
Visible,
can
right?
proceed. It is not in presentation mode. If you can change it, fine. Otherwise, proceed.
Yes, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone. This is Team E1. We are going to explain about reduction of greenhouse gases emission from ship. So, basically, we know in the maritime sector is the globe's major trade sector. So, but it is also reason for a CO2 emission of 3%. So, our thing is to reduce this greenhouse gases from the ship's emission. So, for that, IMO has a vision of three terms like short term, mid term, and long term. So, they are focusing on so in short term, they're focusing on a fuel efficiency for existing ship via EEXI and CII regulations. And in midterm, they are drive the transition of low or zero carbon fuels like ammonia, methanol, hydrogen supported by carbon pricing and life cycle guidance. Long term, like before 2050, achieving decarbonization through technological breakthrough process of GHG emissions. HFO, MD. Main propulsion engine is biggest emitters in by CO2 emission from ships. oxidizing during port stress, and poor fuel quality and outdated engine techs. These are all the major causes for greenhouse gas emissions. Our proposal to rectify this problem is like our proposal one is having them 4 solutions. The first solution we are proposing is like alternate fuels like LNG, methanol, and biofuels offer lower emissions than HFO, while hydrogen and ammonia having zero carbon potential but need significant engine and safety system modifications. Our solution 2 is for wind assisted propulsion. The technologies like flatter rotors used wind energy to supplement propulsions, reducing fuel consumption on routes with favorable wind conditions. Our
Your
third
slides are
solution
not
on technical
moving.
innovation.
Even your slides are not moving.
Wait, sir, I will check. So, is it changing now, sir?
Yes, it has changed to technological innovation.
Yes, sir. Sorry for this trouble. Sorry. In technology innovation, we have the third solution was air lubrication system. Injecting the air under the hulls create a bubble layer that reduces friction resistance, leading to fuel and emissions saving, particular of our larger vessels. Our solution 4 is like waste heat recovery system, WHRS. This technology is like capturing exhaust heat to generate steam and electricity, improving a thermal efficiency and reducing the fuel consumption from auxiliary engines. And we have a proposal 2, like our proposal 2 is a smart digitalization, digital optimization and AI voyage system management. This consists of like a weather routing, the AI-driven route planner to avoid bad weather and reducing fuel burns. Engine health analytics. It is a system which monitor the real time and predictive maintenance to minimize downtime. So we can our engine will be running in the good condition. So the less fuel will be burning and the less emission will be produced. And doing digital twins. This is one of the good thing like visual ship model simulate performance and optimize efficiency. In this, the visual representation of the ship's route will be simulated yearly, and it will be give us some idea to whether how the ship's route's going to be, and it will be help us to um, facing the problems which we are going to later. And it's zero carbon ready vessel designs. This is a future proofing built to easy switch to ammonia, hydrogen, methanol fuels. Hybrid propulsion combines conventional engines with batteries and fuel cells. Modular retrofittings. Components can be upgraded as technology evolves. This is for the already built ships. So we can develop the ship's engine to the better thing so we can reduce the carbon emissions. The key challenges is the bridging the gap. Like as you can see in this picture, it is representing the current emissions. Picture of the ships and the future, the net zero future. So the ships is fully advanced. So the key challenges we are facing in this like high capital cost and which is expensive green retrofittings and new builds, limited financing and developing nations. The fuel and infrastructure gaps, the limited global supply of LNG, methanol, hydrogen, and ammonia, the regulation compliance, a crew training for a new fuel and systems, policy alignments, and life cycle emissions. My conclusion is achieving a sustainable maritime future requires the MEPC to embrace cutting-edge digital technologies, renewable energy integration, and market-driven incentive while fostering transparency and global collaborations. By aligning innovations with the regulatory framework, the industry can accelerate transit to low carbon operation, meet IMO's net zero ambition, and set the benchmark for others set. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You can unshare your presentation, and thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. And as you know, IMO is its member states. So in future, you've seen the problems. We look forward to suggestions also as to how to achieve those problems in detail. I open the floor for any interventions. I see no request from the floor. Okay, D2, you have a question. Please go ahead.
The slide on technological innovation shows waste heat recovery systems and air lubrication systems as a part of
You're
decarbonization.
not audible.
The slide on technological innovation shows waste heat recovery systems and air lubrication systems as a part of decarbonization path. What is the typical return on investment for these systems, and how does the IMO plan to make them a more attractive investment?
Before I pass on the question to Evan, why would you want IMO to look at making it attractive? IMO is finally you people only. But if you have an idea on the return of investment, even on the two technologies which have been referred by D2, you can share it. If you do not have it, you can give it in subsequent time. Evan, would you like to respond?
Yes, sir. Like if we this air lubrication system and waste heat recovery system, it will give them more efficient way to reduce the emissions from ships, sir. Like if the air lubrication system is on the ship, means our ships friction will be very much reduced, so it will burn a less fuel, and based on that our emission also going to be very less. And it will if this system was fitted in all the ships, means it's directly going to give the change in global emission of CO2. So it will give a direct give a good thing for IMO also, sir. And the waste heat recovery system currently, all the companies are trying to fitting this retrofitting on the ships, because it is one of the best thing, so we can reduce our emissions from the ship also. And where this emissions emission also going to use for our engine running. So it is I think it is quite good thing for our thing.
Yes, in general, yes, can we agree that anything which makes the ship more efficient is going to use less fuel for the same job. So in that sense, it will mean less emissions for the same amount of work output. I hope that answers your query, D2. I see no further request for the floor. So I'll ask F4, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
So is the screen visible?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team F4 from the Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus. Our presentation, Navigating to Net Zero, an analysis of economic frameworks and industries 4.0 integration in the IMO's maritime decarbonization strategy, focuses on a practical roadmap to meet the IMO's ambitious decarbonization goals. Shipping carries over 80% of the global trade, but contributes nearly 3% of the global emissions. Now, the IMO's 2023 GHG strategy makes a shift from voluntary efforts to a mandatory goal-based framework. Our analysis shows how economic measures and digital technologies can be harmonized into a single strategy. Achieving this requires re-engineering the maritime value chain, from fuels and ship designs to operations and workforce skills. We will explain what solutions exist, how they can be implemented, and why they are both technically and economically viable. Now, the IMO's 2023 GHG strategy, which is backed by 175 states, sets a clear roadmap, which is 20 to 30% cut by 2030, 70 to 80% by 2040, and net zero by 2050. Now, to achieve this, two regulations are central, which we having the Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index, which is a one-time design standard requiring retrofits or power limitations for non-compliant ships. Then we have the Carbon Intensity Indicator, which is an annual operational rating from A to E, where repeated low scores trigger corrective action plans. Now, equally important is the move from tank to wake emissions, which only measures fuel combustions, to well to wake, which includes the production, processing, and transport. Now, this shift represents a full life cycle approach to fuels and propulsion. Now, reaching the net zero is both capital and technology intensive. So, investment gap would be there. Achieving IMO's goals need 1.5 to 3 trillion by 2050 for new builds, retrofits, infrastructure, and R&D. Then we have the green fuel cost, which is hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol, which are 2 to 5 times more costlier than HFO and require huge renewable energy inputs limiting large-scale supply. Then for the infrastructure inertia, we have current fleets and ports which are built for HFO. Now transitioning demands engine retrofits, synchrogenic or pressurized storage, new safety system, and supply chain redesign. Ammonia is toxic, hydrogen needs synchrogenics, and methanol is flammable. This creates a stalemate. Now, without strong policy, green fuel stays uneconomical, and without fuels, target remains unreachable. So, only a coordinated policy technology approach can break this deadlock. Our solutions rest on two pillars. Pillar one is the economic framework. Today's market fails to price emissions, so market based measures like a carbon levy or emission trading system initialize these costs. A predictable carbon price makes investment in clean fuels and efficiency technologies financially rational. The pillar two is the Industry 4.0. This tool already exists. The AI optimizes voyages in real times, IoT sensors provides continuous performance data, and the digital twins simulate ship operations, enabling the predictive maintenance and safe fuel trials before implementation. So the synergy is clear. Carbon pricing provides the why, while the Industry 4.0 delivers the how. Now, together they form a cycle where policy drives adoption and technology reduces the cost. The symbiotic relationship, technical overlaps and synergy. Now, this is not two parallel tracks, but a reinforcing system. The investment incentives are like, for example, a carbon levy makes a 5 million digital twin financially viable. Then the AI control route optimization can cut up to the 20% fuel, offsetting the carbon cost. Then the digital twins simulate hydrogen or ammonia system before deployment, avoiding the stranded assets. Then we have the market-based measures revenue that can fund R&D in green fuels, fuel cells, and energy storage. The result is a closed feedback loop. Economics incentivizes the adoption, and the technology makes compliance affordable and scalable. We propose a four-part framework aligning policy, technology, capital, and people. Now, integrated MBM framework, which is a global carbon levy with revenues pooled into an IMO fund for R&D and developing nations. Then the data standardization, fleet-wide digital twin adoption, and a mandatory crew upskilling for the Industry 4.0 vessels. We have public-private partnerships, risk-sharing mechanisms to attract private capital into green bunkering and infrastructure. Then we have long-term IMO policy signals with phased timelines and incentives for early adopters. This roadmap is practical, enforceable, and scalable, which is designed to unlock the investment and accelerate the transition. Now, to conclude, achieving net zero shipping by 2050 demands more than an incremental change. It requires a holistic transformation. Now, economic frameworks create the market pull by making carbon intensive operations unsustainable, whereas the Industry 4.0 provides a technical push, enabling the ships to operate smarter, safer, and more efficiently. Now, bold IMO policy actions will provide the global regulatory signal. The coordinated investments and the PPPs will unlock the required trillions. Now, rapid technology deployment will accelerate the adoption, and the comprehensive workforce training will ensure that the human element is prepared for this digital green transition. Now, this integration of policy and technology forms a compelling and technically sound roadmap that secures not only the environmental goals, but also the long-term competitiveness and resilience of the maritime industry. Thank you. We now welcome for your questions.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your screen, and thank you for sharing your thoughts, and look forward to further proposals when they come up from your end. Meanwhile, I open the floor for interventions. D3, the floor is yours. D3, sorry, hold on. D3, are you part of this group? You are not.
No, sir, I'm part of the next group.
So please wait for your group to start. Mr. Okay. E1, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. So, about your future-ready sailors, what are the recommendations you are giving to the current sailors to improve, and in which section you want to improve our current sailors for the future developing ships? So, what are the recommendations are given by your side?
Even you will have to also put your camera on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
F4, you would like to respond to that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So you talk about the future ready sailor. We are developing the future ready sailor in the digitalization. For example, have to develop they have to know about the digital things, about the new technology, IoT sensor, how that work, how that AI powered machines can work. And also we can talk about how to handle the fuel
because the green fuel we are using is toxic and dangerous. So how we can handle the fuel in the ship safely? That's the training we are giving the future to the sailor, which is currently sailing.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Datta, over to you.
Actually, my previous question was almost similar to this. I just want to ask the team, what are the elements you are going to pick up from these smarter ships, these IoT and AI? Which are the elements you are taking from them?
You want to respond? Go ahead.
You
F4.
think it is suitable
Very quick.
to suit the need of the industry 4.0? Which are the elements you
Sir,
want to pick up?
Sir, we are using IoT sensor so that, for example, we are using IoT sensor that determine how much fuel is used, what is the engine performance, and how much cargo the ship is takes. So they can give a real time decision making and a complete monitoring of a ship. For example, and also a digital twins. Digital twins is a virtual replica of a ships or ports. It's used. It's also helps the investor to test green retrofits before investment.
And from AI?
Sir, AI is used to give a proper or accurate ship speed during a harsh weather condition, or it also gives a shortest distance for which the ship can be traveled from one place to another.
Thank you. F4. Mr. Datta, then if in order, we will close this session.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, all the participants of this session. My request to the participants of the next session is please ensure that you are on the dot with respect to sharing your screen. You not only lose time if you are not able to share properly, the impact is not the same, especially to the judges. So please, one of the key things is why we allow presentation is for you to develop presentation skills. And if you are not able to present properly, that becomes a huge gap which should be covered up. So that would be my request. With that, I hand over to the MC. We will be starting the next session at 14:45 sharp. The MC, please take over and have all the introductions done prior 14:45. As 14:45, I would like the first presentation to be on the screen. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir, and all the presenters for their valuable insight in this session. We will now take a short break. Kindly return to your seats by 1445 hours as we continue with our second MSc session. Welcome back to MEPC Session 2 based on the theme Reduction of GHG emissions from ships, focus on economic elements with reference to Industry 4.0. Let's begin by introducing the teams along with their colleges and guides.
Team A6, Priyanshu Chaurasia, Mihir Kumar Munda, Ram Charan Tej, from Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus. Under the external guide, Mr. Venkat B. Team B2, Pragadishwari P. Madhur Pankaj, from Indian Maritime University, Chennai Campus. Under the external guide, Mr. L.P. Tripathi. Team D3, Isham Ahmad, Aman Somra, Mohammad Kaif, from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus, under the external guide, Mr. Rajesh Kasargaon.
Team E2, Shifa M. Rafiq HB, Krishna Prabala, from Indian Maritime University, Chennai campus, under the external guidance of Mr. L.P. Tripathi. Team E3, Lakshya Singh Rawat, from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus, under external guidance of Mr. Rajesh Kasargod. And Team F7, participants are Avinash Kumar, Arsh Chambyal, and Kashish Joshi from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, under external guidance of Mr. Sunil Kumar.
With that, we hand over the session to our respected chairperson, Mr. Rajiv Nair sir, to conduct the MPEC session 2.
Thank you very much. And I do not see A6. Is A6 there?
Sir, we have communicated to A6. Myself, Sunil Panda speaking, sir. We have communicated with A6. They are unwilling to attend. They are telling so.
Okay. Okay, so we'll leave A6 out. So B2, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Then B2, you can start your screen sharing. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Wait. Can you able to see, sir?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Today's our representation is about reduction of GHG emissions from ships, and it is being made by me and Pragadishwari P. She's not with us today. I'm presenting it in front of you. So today we'll be presenting our analysis and recommendations on the reduction of GHG emission from ships following the pivotal 83rd session of the Marine Environment Protection Committee or proposal advocates for a technology-first human-centric approach to navigate the critical challenge of decarbonization. Our discussion today: the urgency, climate change, and the maritime imperative. Key outcomes of the MEPC 83, the economic element, mitigating impacts on global trade, strategic recommendations on call to action. The thing is, the NOx technical code 2008 has a loophole in it, which was later on discovered by the MEPC 83 committee, and they closed the loophole to ensure every ship follows the rules, and they will put a control on their emissions. Before, the loophole was ships usually, like in test form, they will use different standards, and while on real world they will use the engines differently, which will do more pollution. So it was later on updated by MEPC 83 committee amendments, and now this loophole is closed. But the problem in front of us is that still GHG emissions are there, and IMPCC committee, yeah, IPCC, sorry, they projected that if we are still doing GHG emissions on this rate, then the 0.8 meters rise by 2100. The level of water in oceans will rise by 8. And there are many serious consequences if we don't see together on the topic of GHG emissions. This was the NOx technical code. As I told, because of MEPC 83 amendment, it resolved, and we should put more like rigorous rules to let everyone follow the rules. Now our proposal is technological driven. Basically, I support R&D first. If research and development is there in any section of world in anything, if we are putting money in research and development, we can for sure create some alternative fuel options and many other things also to reduce carbon from earth while transporting goods through merchant vessels. Where the money should go, even if we are putting money in infrastructure at the current rate, current state, what we have today with us, we will not be able to do that much to control decarbonization. But instead, if we put money in like research and development, for sure we can find something better to. And everyone, every country, every state, every members who are there to put money in the global uh, research fund, they should also like get benefited by it when the results come out. We can do this in 3 phases, like fund a global consortium to tackle challenges with green ammonia, hydrogen, etc. Next gen fuels are there, we should put money there. Fund pilot projects, create a knowledge sharing platforms so that everyone can be benefited. The next one is balancing progress and stability, the economic element. The transition must be designed to protect global trade and support the people at its heart, the seafarers. We should also invest in seafarers because the next gen green fuels require the next gen knowledge also to handle those kind of ships. So we should put money in human resource also in training better cadets for merchant navy. Challenges. There is growing mismatch between the skills of today's seafarers and the need of tomorrow's decarbonized fleet. IMO and DNV study reveals a significant future manpower shortage. By 2040, tens of thousands of seafarers will be need to retraining on new systems. So we can like by putting money and efforts in training cadets for this new type of fleet, it will be very much beneficial for us. Or recommendation and call of action. Recommendation 1, urgent action to robust regulation. As I said earlier, the rules and regulations should be enforced equally on everyone so that everyone follows it. Like how people used to misuse the previous guidelines of NOx Technical Code 2008. My second recommendation is prioritize technology and mitigate impacts. And third one is invest in our seafarers. And conclusion, the time for action is now. A zero carbon future is achievable if we combine ambitious goals with pragmatic, technology focused and socially responsible solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can unshare. Thank you for sharing your screen. And Okay. F7, you can have the floor.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, one of my question is, as he has mentioned in second slide that loopholes were closed in MEPC 80. So I want to ask what loopholes were closed in MEPC 80 as he said that regulations were updated.
Would you like to respond to that, B2?
Yes, sir. Sir, in that one, before what it was, right, when testing for the engine emissions, the ship owners or managers used to do what? Engines in two different states. Like for the first one, test state, they will put it on different like limitations of emission and it will run smoothly. But whenever they will use it in real life, then while it will use fuel efficiently, it will run efficiently, but it will emit more emissions. So that was the loophole. And in MEPC 83 amendments, they closed this loophole. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your clarification. You can read also further about it, the papers which led to these amendments, not loophole, but a point which was left out. Anyway, you can read further on that. D3, the floor is yours.
Good evening, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My question is for B2. You really well covered the economic impact, the economic implementation, but I couldn't actually get the industry 4.0 elements and how it will help your technology that you had proposed. The industry 4.0 elements?
So,
See,
would you like to respond to that, B2? B2, you can respond.
I couldn't
For
hear
him,
him
he
properly, sir.
wanted to understand what is the industry 4.0 elements in your view. If you can elaborate very quickly on that, else we'll move on.
Sir, move on, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll update you
And
later.
You can,
D3.
yes, you can have that discussion one-to-one in a tea break. Thank you very much. So now I ask D3, D3, are you ready to make your
Yes,
presentation? Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Can I turn off my camera?
Yes, please.
Please let me know when
Have
it's
a good
my...
day, sir.
Yeah, D3, please start sharing.
Am I visible?
You are visible. Your presentation is on. Go ahead.
Picture this. Every morning when you grab your coffee, check your phone, or put on that shirt, you are connected to an invisible fleet of 100,000 ships silently crossing our oceans. Today, I want to show you how we can make this happen in the real world, both smarter and cleaner. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team D3 from Indian Maritime University, Kolkata, erstwhile DMAT. Here's a number that would shock you. 1,076 million tons of CO2. That's what shipping pumped into our atmosphere last year, and it's growing by nearly 10% every 6 years. Think about it this way. If shipping were a country, it would outpopulate Germany, South Korea, and Iran combined. We are talking about the sixth largest emitter on the planet, and most people don't even know it exists. Want to visualize this impact? To plant enough trees to offset just 1 year of shipping emissions, we would need a forest that is bigger than Egypt. That's not a solution. That's impossible. Yet, right now, while we are sitting here, these ships are burning through another 140 kilograms of CO2 for every person on Earth. The cruel irony, the very ocean that connects our global economy is drowning in the emissions from that connection. Something has to change, and it has to change now. And change is exactly what has happened. The industry just experienced its biggest regulatory earthquake in decades. In 2018, the IMO set a target cut emissions by at least 50% by 2050. Sounds ambitious, right? Well, by 2023, they realized at least 50% wasn't enough. They scrapped it entirely and said net zero by 2050. No escape clauses, no wiggle room. Then came April 2025, MEPC 83. After years of debate, they finally agreed on something unprecedented: global carbon pricing for the entire shipping industry. Every ship, every voyage, and every ton of CO2 will have a price tag. The era of free pollution is over. And here's where our story gets interesting. While regulations were tightening, ships were getting smart. Imagine a captain in 2010 making fuel decisions based on yesterday's weather report and gut instinct. Now, imagine that same ship today. AI systems processing satellite data every few seconds, predicting the perfect fuel blend for the next 3 days, automatically adjusting engines thousands of times per hour. This isn't just science fiction, it's happening right now as we speak. Digital twins create virtual copies of real ships, learning from every wave, every wind pattern, and every cargo load. But here's the beautiful part: when one ship learns something, every ship in the network gets smarter. Watchless system are saving 5 to 10% on fuel just by thinking faster than humans can. A container ship crossing the Pacific benefits from lessons learned by a tanker that had passed through weeks earlier. It's like giving the entire ocean a collective brain. The numbers speak for themselves. Kornsberg reports 15% fuel savings through AI optimization alone. That's not just efficiency, that's transformation. Let me tell you about a smart risk taking. In 2021, Musk bet 1.4 billion on methanol ships. Experts call them crazy. 30% higher cost. There was basically no infrastructure anywhere. Today, 19 methanol ships are running at 99.2% reliability versus 98.7 fleet average. Amazon pays them 15 to 20% premium for clean shipping, and they have secured green financing at 2.5% while others pay 4%. Their secret: 10,000 data points per minute feeding machine learning systems that optimize everything in real time. What looked expensive became a competitive weapon. That's smart decarbonization. But let's be honest about where we stand today. Current solutions aren't cutting it. Take LNG, it reduces CO2 by 20 to 30%, but methane slip can wipe out 70% of those gains. Bio, that's what we call well to wake. Biofuels sound great until you realize current production could only fuel 10% of the global fleet. Wind and solar are promising, but trying to power a massive container ship that needs 60 to 70 megawatts, it's like trying to power a small city with a few solar panels. Then there's carbon capture. Yes, system exists that grab 85% of the CO2 emissions, but they guzzle 10 to 25% more fuel to do it. And once you've captured all that CO2, what do you do with it? Most systems treat it like toxic waste that needs expensive disposal. That's exactly the wrong approach. What if captured CO2 wasn't a burden, but an opportunity? This is where our research changes everything. We have developed a hybrid membrane cryogenic system using just 1.7 megajoules per kilogram of CO2, one-sixth the energy of conventional systems. And here's the breakthrough. Smart membranes at sub-ambient temperatures increase CO2 selectivity by 4 times. A cryogenic system liquefies the CO2 while using cold nitrogen waste to cool the membranes, a closed energy loop. The real magic happens with our AI integration. 47 sensors monitor everything continuously. Machine learning algorithms predict membrane fouling 72 hours before it happens. That's 3 days to plan maintenance instead of scrambling for emergency repairs. Our system maintains 91% availability compared to 78% for traditional capture systems. Instead of treating CO2 as a waste, we have found ways to make it valuable on board. First, direct carbon fuel cells convert CO2 into electricity, powering the capture system itself. Second, integrated with CO2 fire flooding system, eliminating the refuels from shore. Third, the life raft inflation. CO2 is 37% denser than nitrogen, providing better buoyancy with less volume. And here's my favorite part: the future carbon workshop. Imagine converting the captured CO2 into carbon fiber filaments for 3D printing, spare parts on board. Need a valve, a bracket, or a tool? Print it on with your own emissions. That's not just emission reduction, that's emission transformation. Our roadmap is simple but ambitious. Phase 1: demonstrate the technology on 8 to 12 pilot vessels across different ship types, prove it works, train the first generation of smart ship engineers. Phase 2: scale to hundreds of retrofits while building domestic manufacturing capacity. And Phase 3: achieve critical mass with 30 to 50% fleet coverage and begin exporting this technology globally. We stand at a crossroad. The regulatory pressure is real and the technology is ready. The economics are compelling. The question isn't whether maritime decarbonization will happen, it's whether we will lead it or follow others. The smart horizon isn't coming here. Let's seize it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can unshare your screen and I'll open the floor for interventions. F7, you have a query. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. I have a query. As one of this as this person has mentioned that we will use fuel at cryogenic temperatures. When the gases expand from the cryogenic temperature to normal temperature, they expand exponentially. And my question is how or what is done to manage that their leak of at because of that expansion and with still developing infrastructure.
Would
Actually,
you like to hold on?
yes, I would like to answer this question.
Go ahead.
That's a very good question that you asked. The CO2 that we are capturing at liquefied state is at minus 42 degrees Celsius. Now that's concerning because it's a very cold temperature and it can be hazardous. But for that, we have in industry IGC type C tanks. These tanks are made to withhold those pressures and without any leaks, to prevent any leaks. And we are not expanding this CO2. We are keeping it in a liquefied state. The only time that we are expanding it in one of our applications when we said we will refuel the... trying to connect over.
I think you got distracted, D3. You're still on screen. What happened?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, my network got disturbed. So as I was saying, I will be only... Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Go ahead.
I'll be only expanding that CO2 when I am refueling the life raft, which will be in a controlled environment, and it will be controlled using various sensors. So there is no chance of leakage or whatsoever. Thank you.
Okay, we can discuss the pros and cons of these uses over a tea break. I see Mr. Datta also wants to ask something. Mr. Datta, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask Team D3, is it a theoretical proposal or you have done some modeling during your workshop in your institute?
So we have gone through various research papers that is available on the internet, and we have combined those research papers into a hybrid model because this is our ingenious model. There is no other way we can have done it in a workshop due to limitations. But yes, if we can get hold of a software, we get these internet softwares where we can actually implement these systems. The PPT that I showed, the project, the layout of the technology, that is made by my own, sir. It is not available on the internet, so that the data are not accurate. But if I get the software, I'll do it, sir. Sure.
If it is not done, physically, is conceptualized into your theoretical aspects. So would you be able to do with the industry 4 version using your AI and other software? Is it possible for you to prepare the same program?
So researches have been going on with full-fledged, and I'm pretty sure once that is done, we can easily implement Industry 4.0 elements in it, sir. Because it's nothing. IoT sensors are just data that it collects, and AI will do its job to read that data and predict what needs to be done next. So I don't think so that will be a problem, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, information is available now. We look forward to your proposals to MEPC in the future. Now, seeing no further request, I request E2, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
If you're ready, please take the floor and start.
First slide.
Your presentation has come on. It is not in the presentation mode. If you can convert it to presentation mode, better. If you cannot, then you please proceed.
Is it okay now, sir?
It is, I am seeing the last slide.
This is the first slide.
The final solution and resolution is what is visible.
Okay.
Yes, now you're on the first slide, but still not on presentation mode. But if you're ready, go ahead and keep moving the slides as you go.
Yes, sir.
So first slide is visible.
First slide is visible, but it is not presentation mode. I can see the tiles on the left. Are you able to move your slides? If you are able to move your slides, proceed. Otherwise, you'll run short of time.
Yes, sir, you can move slides. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead then.
Esteemed judges, distinguished professionals, and my fellow participants, a very good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm Cadet Shifa Rafi. Along with me is my teammate, Cadet Krishna Prabala. Today, we are going to present on the topic an equity assessment of the IMO Net Zero framework for the maritime decarbonization, examining financial adequacy and support mechanisms for SIDs and LDC.
The IMU Net Zero framework. For the first time, the International Maritime Organization has introduced mandatory global emission limits, and carbon pricing mechanism for international shipping. This is a landmark move that establishing uniform standards and accountability across the maritime industry and world's fleet. Shipping accounts for nearly 3% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and until now, the sector has largely sailed outside in the international climate regulations. With this framework, the IMO signals a bold commitment to reaching net zero emissions, setting a clear course towards a more sustainable and responsible maritime industry.
Now, this slide this examines the influencing factors. The first factor, which is the import cost. Here we can see that SIDs are having high transport costs, that is 12.6%, whereas for the developed economies, it is only 2.5%, which is the double. And the second factor, which is the trade dependency, that is SIDs almost rely on 95% trade on the maritime transport. And the third factor, which is the vulnerable ports, that is by 2100, it is shown that 85% of the ports are in risk.
The corrective measures. To support an equitable maritime transition, the IMU must strengthen financial support for vulnerable nations. This includes offering preferential loan terms to ease access to capital and funding dedicated to the climate difference, helping nations to adapt to the impact of both climate change and the new shipping. Additionally, the use of blended finances mechanism combining public and private funding can mobilize larger investments while refunding financial risks for developing countries. These tools are essential to ensure small island development states, which is the SIDS, and least developed countries, LDCs, are not left behind in the shift towards the net zero shipping industry. To ensure inclusive maritime decarbonization process, the IMO must prioritize capacity building for vulnerable nations. This involves providing $5 to $10 million per country to support technical expertise and institutional development program tailored to national needs. These investments will help small island developing states, the SIDS, and least developed countries strengthen regulatory frameworks, develop skills, workforces, and implement new technologies. Without this foundational support, many of the countries will struggle to meet and highlighting the urgent need for supporting measures that no country is left behind in transition to sustainable shipping industry.
Our research findings are under high carbon pricing scenarios, the in SIDS, the GDP declines will happen, which is by minus 0.58 percentage. And due to the transport cost increase, there is the export reduction by 8 to 18 percentage. And current allocation mechanism risk directing minimal revenues to the vulnerable nations, which is the inequitability distribution, that is 5 percentage will happen, right? And critical findings reveals that the next generation clean fuels like hydrogen and ammonia remains prohibitively expensive and inaccessible.
Our suggestions and the suggestions and data. To ensure just and effective maritime transition, the IMO must significantly enhance support for vulnerable nations. That includes scaling the IMO Net Zero Fund to $30 to $40 billion annually to reflect the real costs of decarbonization. Additionally, a fair allocation of resources is essential. Of 50% of carbon pricing revenues should be directed to small island developing states and least developed countries. Finally, differentiated measures such as flexible carbon pricing and targeted fuel subsidies must be implemented to account for the unique challenges these nations face. Together, these steps can create a more equitable and inclusive transition. To support an equitable maritime transition, the IMO must strengthen financial support for vulnerable nations. This includes offering preferential loan terms to ease the climatic resilience, helping nations to adapt the impact of both climate change and impact of the new shipping regulations. Additionally, the use of blended finance mechanism combining public and private funding can mobilize larger investment while reducing financial risk for the developed countries.
The challenges identified in our paper is that it's showing massive financing gap, fuel cost premium, which is 280 to 350 percentage more, and infrastructural strains and human capital deficit, loss of market access could exclude the SIDS from the global supply chain and undermine the economic sustainability and development goals.
So the final solution and resolution: investing in local clean energy infrastructure alongside providing technical expertise will empower these nations to become active participants in the green maritime economy. Developing domestic e-fuel capabilities not only reduces dependence on costly import but also creates jobs, boosts energy and aligns with the global decarbonization goals. Achieving a sustainable and equitable maritime future requires investment in climate and resilient shipping. This includes comprehensive support for developing green corridors for vulnerable nations, especially the SIDS and LDCs. Such investments are critical to ensure both environmental and sustainability and operation continuity. Building resilient low emission maritime systems will not only reduce carbon footprints but also safeguard trade routes and economic stability in the face of rising sea levels and extreme weather. Maritime decarbonization must be aligned with the economic survival, trade access, and livelihood protection of vulnerable nations. For SIDS and LDC, shipping is a lifeline crucial for import and export of and also employment. Aggressive emissions
You'll
measure,
have to
if
start
not
winding up.
Good.
Thank you. I'm opening the floor for interventions. D3, the floor is yours.
My findings Question to you is very well presented. Actually, my question to you is: your model demands a high carbon price to drive justice and long-term survival, but in the short term, that very price makes essential food, fuel, and medicine more expensive. For small island developing states, SIDS, developed countries, it could collapse their fragile economies.
Your audio is poor, very poor.
Could you please repeat the question? Uh,
I'm saying your model demands a high carbon price to derive justice and long-term survival, but in the short, that very price makes essential inputs like food, fuel, and medicine more expensive for small island developing states and least developed countries, which could collapse their fragile economies.
Have you followed the question, E2?
okay, as you have mentioned that if the carbon pricing is increasing, then definitely the food medicine prices will get high. Okay. This is right. Actually, I couldn't get the question.
Okay, no problem. You could
With
discuss it
increase in
later
the
over
carbon
a
pricing, okay, with increase in the carbon pricing, definitely the medicine, the cost of medicine, and the prices will definitely increase.
But that would hamper the economic.
Thank you, E2.
Thank you.
I think you have to mute yourself. The audios are not clear. Anyway, you can discuss it with D3 subsequently, the concern they have raised, and you can advise them how you intend to mitigate it. I see no further request from the floor, so I'm going to ask E3, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, ready? Then the floor is yours.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, though right now not in presentation mode. If you can put it, yes, okay, you're good to go.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir, and to all the other members present here. So my topic is decarbonizing maritime shipping, integrating MEPC regulations and Industry 4.0 innovations. So introduction to MEPC and GHG emissions, global trade and shipping. Maritime shipping is vital for global trade, transporting nearly 90% of goods worldwide. However, it also accounts for around 2.89% of global greenhouse gas emissions, highlighting the need for sustainable practices. So environmental imperative. Shipping's impact drives the urgent need for decarbonization. Reducing emissions aligns with international climate goals and supports the long-term sustainability of the marine industry. The role of MEPC. The Marine Environment Protection Committee is a leading body within the International Maritime Organization, focused on creating and enforcing regulations to reduce shipping emissions globally. Its policies play a critical role in guiding the industry toward cleaner operations. MEPC and key GHG emission regulations. So here there are three important regulations. First is Energy Efficiency Design Index. It sets mandatory efficiency standards for new ships. It promotes innovative designs and technologies that reduce fuel consumption and emissions, pushing the shipping industry toward cleaner, more sustainable vessels. Second one is Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan. It guides ship operators to reduce fuel use and emissions through operational improvements like optimized speed, maintenance, and voyage planning. Third is Carbon Intensity Indicator, which measures the carbon emissions of ships relative to their cargo capacity and distance traveled. It is introduced in 2023, which encourages greener shipping by rating annual carbon intensity. Economic elements in GHG reduction. Compliance costs. Significant upfront investments are required for retrofitting vessels, adopting alternative fuels, implementing energy efficient technologies, and providing crew training. These compliances costs create financial pressures, especially for small and medium sized operators who may lack sufficient capital reserves. Carbon pricing and emission trading schemes. Emission trading systems impose direct costs on greenhouse gas emissions, motivating companies to reduce their carbon footprint. These schemes also facilitate the creation and trading of carbon credits, rewarding early adopters and fostering a competitive market for sustainable practices. Third is operational savings. While initial expenses for new technologies and processes can be high, long-term operational savings are realized through improved fuel efficiency. Fourth is funding mechanisms. To support the costly transition to low carbon shipping, various funding mechanisms have emerged including green bonds, public-private partnerships, and risk-sharing insurance products. Technologies we can use in maritime shipping. First is IoT for real-time optimization. Internet of Things, IoT, enables real-time monitoring of engine performance, fuel consumption, and environmental conditions. This dynamic optimization reduces emissions and enhances operational efficiency. Second is AI for smarter shipping decisions. AI, artificial intelligence, uses machine learning algorithms to analyze complex data for optimizing speed, routing, and engine settings. These optimizations contribute to minimal emissions and compliance with environmental regulations. Third is big data analytics for predictive maintenance. Big data analytics facilitates predictive maintenance and fuel consumption forecasting. This reduces downtime and inefficiencies in maritime operations. Fourth is digital twins for energy efficiency simulation. Digital twins create virtual replicas to simulate operational scenarios. These scenarios evaluate energy efficiency before physical implementation, ensuring smarter decision making. And fifth is blockchain for transparency in emission reporting. Blockchain technology enhances transparency and traceability in emissions reporting and carbon credit management. This ensures compliance with MEPC regulations and builds trust in maritime shipping operations. Case studies in smart ship applications like MERS AI and big data success, NYK Line Super Eco Ship Innovation, Wärtsilä Voyage Smart Money Systems, and many more. Economic benefits, fuel cost reduction. Smart routing algorithms combined with advanced energy optimization techniques enable vessels to reduce fuel consumption by 5 to 15% per voyage. This not only lowers fuel expenses but also decreases greenhouse gas emissions, contributing to environmental goals. The savings gain directly enhance the profitability of shipping companies while supporting sustainable operations. Second is lower maintenance expenses. By leveraging Industry 4.0 technology, predictive maintenance systems continuously monitor the condition of system using sensor and analytics. This proactive approach helps prevent unexpected breakdowns and costly downtime, ensuring smoother vessel operations, prolonging equipment life, and reducing overall repair expenses. Third is enhanced asset utilization. Real-time tracking and data analytics improve vessel scheduling, cargo handling, and fleet coordination. Enhanced visibility into asset location and status enables better ensure location, leading to increased cargo throughput and operational efficiency. Fourth is streamlined regulatory compliance. Automated monitoring and comprehensive reporting systems reduce administrative workloads and minimize risks associated with non-compliance penalties. By providing timely and accurate environmental performance data, these innovations support shipping companies in meeting regulatory requirements. So challenges in adopting them. First is technical barriers, limited availability of alternative fuels, complex
Can you
retrofitting of
please slow
legacy
down
vessels.
a bit? Can you please slow down a
Yes,
bit
sir.
so we can follow?
Yes, sir. Second is financial constraints, high upfront capital costs and thin margins, challenge especially small and medium operators. Such financial hurdles make it difficult for smaller players to invest in necessary upgrades and innovations. Third is regulatory uncertainty. Fragmented regional policies and fluctuating carbon prices complicate long-term planning. Fourth is workforce and cybersecurity. Skill gaps in digital literacy and increased cyber risk require robust training and security protocols. And fifth is lack of standardization. Inconsistent digital standards hinder interoperability across systems and stakeholders. So it is necessary integration of economic and technological strategies, smarter compliance, cost control and risk management, collaborative ecosystems, and strategic roadmaps should be there. Future outlook for maritime decarbonization, hybrid and autonomous vessels, AI-driven navigation and remote vessel operations, enhance safety while reducing fuel consumption and emissions. These technologies optimize route planning, automate routine tasks, and support crew decision making. Second is green shipping corridors. International partnerships are forming to establish green shipping corridors, creating coordinated infrastructure and fuel supply chains between major ports. Third is AI for regulatory forecasting. Advanced analytics powered by AI will forecast regulatory changes and assess their economic impacts. This insight helps investors and operators make informed decisions, enabling seamless adaptation to evolving environmental policies. And fourth is public-private collaboration. Increased co-investment and innovative green finance tools from international institutions like the World Bank are accelerating maritime decarbonization. Conclusion and strategic vision. Financial and technical challenges. The NEPC's regulatory framework combined with Industry 4.0 technology charts a practical path toward maritime decarbonization. This integration enables shipping companies to comply cost effectively and improve operational efficiency. Second is holistic policy support. While financial and technical challenges remain, integrating economic strategies with digital innovation enhances competitiveness. This approach ensures that companies can navigate the complexities of decarbonization effectively. Third is leadership in climate action. A holistic approach involving policy support, workforce development, and collaborative platforms is essential to overcome barriers. Fourth is strategic vision for the future. Embracing this transformation positions the maritime sector as a leader in global climate action and strategic vision for the future. The maritime sector's strategic vision integrates innovation and sustainability to address global challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. You can unshare your screen and giving us a thought process on how you see the future vision. I see F7, you want to ask a question. F7, you have the floor.
Sir, my question is, as you have mentioned that this is a long-term benefit technology, then this is a new technology which requires testing and it will take time. Then how will the benefits of new system will be calculated or counted?
You want to respond to that, E3?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So yes, you are right that it is a long-term thing, but yeah, just like I have shown in my presentation, like if it will come. So firstly, there will be problems like the cost, like the small and large companies will do this, but the small investors will be unable to do this. So it will take time. So for this, there are public-private partnerships, like the World Bank is giving loans to these small companies so that they can do.
Thank you. And D3, the floor is yours.
Great presentation, by the way. My question to you is the IMO has 2030 GHG checkpoints, which is only 5 years away now. And vulnerable nations like least developed countries need finance and technology now to meet them. If the plan relies on global fuel levy and GFI mechanism, which will take years to be fully set up and disburse funds, how will these nations act in time, which is right now?
Any thoughts on that you would like to give, E3?
Yes, sir, this is a problem here. So for this, there is a lack of standardization. So there should be a proper standard for this. This should be enabled. Like proper standard, if the proper standard will be there, then there will be a lot of cost saving and time will be also saved. So by this, we can minimize the long term to a short term a little.
Thank you for the clarification. I see no further request on the floor. So I'm going to ask F7, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the floor is yours. You can start. Go ahead.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I, Kashish Joshi, will be presenting this paper with my colleagues Arsh Samya and Avinash Kumar. Our topic is reduction of GHG emission from ship with focus on economic elements with reference to Industry 4.0 from the point of view of an NGO, MEPC F7, with significant concern for welfare of seafarers. Today, we'll explore how the maritime industry is tackling greenhouse gas emissions, the economic implications of this effort, and how emerging technologies collectively known as Industry 4.0 are transforming this sector. This presentation is built with the idea to dissect the latest IMO strategies and real-world innovations. Here's a roadmap of what we'll cover. We'll start with the context, why shipping emissions matter, then dive into regulatory landscape, economic drivers, and technological enablers. We'll also look at real-world examples and end with a strategic roadmap as well as policy suggestions. This presentation addresses the urgent need to decarbonize maritime shipping, which is responsible for about 3% of global GHG emissions. We'll examine the latest regulations, economic impacts, and the critical role that Industry 4.0 technologies play in enabling this transition. Sources of maritime emissions. The largest contributor is main engines with 70 to 80%, followed by auxiliary engines, boilers, and refrigeration system. And this depends on various operational factors also. Economic statistics and projection. As we all can see, the numbers are staggering. If left unchecked, maritime emissions could derail global climate targets. The IMO's MEPC 80 resolution is a turning point, committing the sector to net zero by 2050. This is the graph that compares the GHG emission with and without the intervention of MEPC. IMO's initial strategy.
The 2018 strategy laid the groundwork. It recognized that decarbonization would be a phased journey. Short-term measures were low-hanging fruit, but the real transformation lies in mid and long-term actions. MEPC 80 2023. MEPT 80 was a landmark. It changed the game by focusing on life cycle emissions. It ensures that the upstream and downstream impacts are considered. The just transition clause is vital. It ensures that developing nations aren't left behind. MEPC 82-83. MEPC 82 and 83 will move from strategy to enforcement. Carbon pricing will make emissions financially painful, pushing operators towards cleaner fuel. Digital MRV systems will ensure transparency and accountability, key for global compliance. Economic drivers of decarbonization. Compliance costs are unavoidable, but green finance and efficiency gains offset them. Companies that move early will secure better financing, attract eco-conscious clients, and avoid penalties. Banks and investors are rewarding green operators with their better terms. Carbon pricing is the economic stick. It makes pollution expensive and clean fuels competitive. ETS allows flexibility, which levies provide certainty. This illustration shows the ship types and their contribution to the GHG emissions.
Industry 4.0 overview. Industry 4.0 is the digital toolkit enabling decarbonization. These technologies don't just reduce emissions, they also cut costs, improve safety, and enhance competitiveness. AI and machine learning in shipping. AI is the game changer by analyzing vast data sets. It can optimize routes, predict maintenance needs, and dynamically adjust operations. This reduces both fuel costs and emissions. AI is the brain of Industry 4.0 shipping. IoT and smart sensor on vessels. Continuous emission data supports compliance and optimization. Engine and hull sensors reduces fuel waste. Edge processing gives immediate alerts. Cloud aggregation enables fleet benchmarking. Digital twins for life cycle optimization. Digital twins minimize trial and error. They simulate what if scenarios to quantify savings and compliance impacts. It removes risk from retrofits, plan maintenance with least operation disruption, and tied to LCA requirements for green financing. Blockchain for fuel traceability and carbon markets. Blockchain reduces disputes over fuel quality and carbon claims. It makes market transparent, which prevent double counting, making credits investable and credible. Barriers to adoption and how to overcome them. High compliance cost, data standards, cybersecurity skill gaps, regulatory gap, and these all can be solved. Compliance costs. Compliance will provide long-term gains in terms of efficiency and longevity of ship life. Through training and digital upskilling. Crew needs practical exposure, not just theory. STCW modernization ensures baseline competence globally. Online modules keep learning continuous. Drills embedded new procedures safely.
Policy recommendations at global level. Policies must align economics with sustainability. Carbon pricing makes polluting fuels uncompetitive. Certification ensures transparency. Ports can accelerate adoption with incentives. Financing reforms unlock capital. This map represents countries which are in compliance with carbon pricing schemes. Policy recommendations, national and regional level. These policies complement IMO's global framework. Regional ETS schemes are already influencing global shipping. Subsidies and tax incentives reduce barriers. Green corridors demonstrate feasibility and build confidence. Partnerships spread risk and accelerate infrastructure rollout. This is the roadmap of resolution set by MEPC. It is divided in steps. One is from 2025 to 30, second is from 2030 to 40, third is from 2040 to 50. In this, we can see that it aligns with Paris Agreement, which is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Conclusions. Slide. MEPC provides the framework. Industry 4.0 provides the tools. The economics are clear that inaction costs more than actions. Success requires human investment, financial investment, harmonization, and collaboration. Decarbonization is both a survival necessity and a massive opportunity for innovation and growth. These are some of the references for our paper. Thank you.
Thank you, and you can unshare your presentation. And I now open the floor for any interventions. I see D3 has raised its hand. D3.
Yes, great presentation, by the way. And my question to you is, your paper promises huge savings from using AI and digital twins, right? But admits that these systems have high upfront cost. You're essentially telling the entire, often the small scale shipping industry, they must buy expensive new software and sensors. So my question is, if the IMO mandates this high-tech Industry 4.0 adoption, what is the exact financial plan to pay for it? Will the carbon pricing revenues you discuss be legally reserved to fund these retrofits for small and medium-sized enterprises and developing nations? Or are you just shifting a massive immediate capital cost onto the industry?
Would you like to respond to the F7?
Yes, sir. We would like to respond to this question. As this person is asking about the cost of the retrofits, which we have mentioned in our slide. The cost, as we have already mentioned, there is a higher upfront cost and higher initial cost, and that is to be funded by the carbon credits, which are already mentioned there. And apart from that, the cost will also be covered as many of the clients are towards the green. They are contributing toward the greener future, and they are ready to invest in the future with greener and sustainable technologies. And our presentation just complies with that.
Thank you for the
use
clarification, Mr. Datta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request Team F7, can you go back to your slide number 19 or 20?
Sure, sir.
Go down. What is the no, can you go up, go further up, before
Okay.
the action you have written, no, the action before action. I've seen, yeah, something like, yeah, just hold on. No, next one. Retrofit. Don't go so fast. Yeah. No, not this one. Next one. Hold on, don't move. Okay, next one. 17. 18.
Yes, sir.
What is zero trust architectures and continuous monitoring on board and ashore? What do you mean by zero trust architecture?
Sir, here zero trust architecture is that we have to install the systems on board ships which should be shareable to everybody, but it should not share our high credible data with others that will cause the cyber risk to our trips.
Zero trust mean what?
Sir, here zero trust means we are ready to share the basic data, but we are not ready to share our credible or confidential data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, seeing no further requests from the floor, we are going to close this particular session. Thank you, participants, for taking part in it. And I will reconvene at 10 to 4. 10 to 4 back to the MC for the next session, which I assume is A7, B7, C6, D7, E5, and F10. MC, you can take over.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sirs, and all the presenters for their valuable insight in this session. We will now take a short break. Kindly return to your seats by 1600 hours as we will continue with our third MEPC session. Thank you.
1600 hours. We have time. Can we start at 1550 hours?
Yes, sir. Kindly return to your seats by 1550 hours as we continue with our third MEPC sessions.
हो गया हाँ
I hope everyone is back. Welcome back to the MEPC proceedings. We now begin session 3 based on the theme Reduction of GHG emissions from ships, focus on economic elements with reference to Industry 4.0, featuring 6 teams presenting their research papers.
We have the following teams with us today. Team A7, Raja Ram Are, Manish M, Anju P. Joy from Indian Maritime University, Vishakhapatnam campus with external guidance of Mr. Venkat B. Team B7, Charan Kamaljeet Singh from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi with external guidance of Mr. Sunil Kumar. Team C6, Vitozo More, Mohammad Shahid, Sumanush Rajgupta Akula from Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus with external guidance of Mr. Venkat B.
Team D7, Pentakota Vayunanda Sai Kumar, Tota Naveen, Vivek Sharma from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, under the external guidance of Mr. Sunil Kumar. Team E5, Shashwat Gupta, Rajat, Anjanesh Shrivas from Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus, under the external guidance of Mr. Venkat B. Team F10, Dushant Preet Singh, Sukhmandeep Singh, Garvita Bakshi from Tolani Maritime Institute, Pune, under the external guidance of Captain G.B. John.
We now hand over the session to our respected chairperson, Mr. Rajiv Nair sir, to conduct MEPC session 3.
Before I start, F10, I cannot see it here. Is F10 there?
Sir, we have communicated with F10. They are trying to join, sir. In 1-2 minutes, they will be joining.
Okay, good. So with the permission of the judges, can I commence this session?
I'm there. Thank you. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any of the teams requires any clarifications before we start? Good. I see no hands raised, so we are all clear on the requirements. Right, F10, Dushant Preet Singh, please rename yourself as F10 for easy visibility, and please follow the guidelines. Change your name to MEPC F10. Are you able to do that? And kindly mute yourself. So, A7, are you ready to commence?
Yes, sir.
Then please start. The floor is yours. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. This is Group MEPC A7 from IMU-Navi campus. I'm Manish.
I'm Anju Pijoy. I'm Radha Ramare.
Today, our presentation is going to discuss about AI-utilized adaptive speed optimization for GHG reduction. We know that IMU has pledged to reach net zero emission by 2050, and they are considering speed reduction as the immediate and efficient method for reducing the emission. However, it has its own economic consequences and negative impacts. The core problem is that it doesn't consider the factors like weather, perishable cargo, port congestion, and other issues to the market. This adversely affects the net food importing nations and small developing states. This reveals that there is a need for an approach that achieves GHG targets while accommodating for differences in operational and economic context, which can be managed by using AI-based adaptive optimization. This system uses Industry 4.0 capabilities like IoT sensors, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and cloud computing. And it also utilizes live data from onboard IoT sensors, AI's live tracking, weather forecasting tool and system, satellite images. The cargo speed profiling. The vessel speed is made responsive to the cargo type. That means the cargo type is perishable or urgent to the market. it can be given high speeds. Port logistic and coordination. The vessel's navigation system can be linked with the just-in-time arrival system and ensure that a vessel arrival coincides with the berth availability. And automated compliance reporting. Use IMO's MRV systems data to access to the real-time deliverable compliance data, utilizing blockchain or tamper-proof digital ledger to store any compliance data.
So the next question that comes is why AI optimization is better. It has ability to account for changing weather and evolving conditions at ports in real time. It reduces unnecessary delays to transport glitches, protecting perishable and high-value cargo. And it reduces GHG compared to regulated speeds by addressing the realities of voyage speed efficiency. And it also reduces adverse economical impact for vulnerable states with a view of positionality through trade flows. And this is the statistical evidence for our proposal. And in the first graph, it shows that the speed reduction alone can achieve 15% to 30% GHG emission reduction in the short to medium term. And in just-in-time arrival can reduce anchorage times by up to 20%. For a large container ship, each day saved at anchor avoids 60 tons of CO2 and 35,000 to 50,000 US dollars in operational costs. For a Panamax bulk carrier, a 7% fuel saving equates to 2,000 tons of CO2 emissions avoided annually per vessel. And in analysis suggests that uniform slow steaming could lead to GDP declines up to 0.8% in small island developing economies. If 30% of the global fleet adopted AI optimization and achieved a 5% of fuel saving, the industry could save 4 to 6 billion US dollars per year in fuel costs and avoid 25 million tons of CO2 emissions annually.
Beyond fuel savings, the economic benefits include AI optimization ensures operators achieve GHG intensity targets without losing profit margin from over-compliance. It allows markets to manage perishable cargo value and helps low-margin trades like bulk cargoes to retain trade volume. By allowing for responsive speed changes, it mitigates the risk of GDP loss for small island developing states and developing countries. It stimulates the demand for maritime tech developers, sensor manufacturers, etc., and fosters the creation of special jobs like green digital officers, accelerating human capital development under Industry 4.0. It reduces port congestion costs, lower insurance risks, and even creates carbon credit revenue streams for vessels that exceeds efficiency baselines. And to realize these benefits, we propose the following actions for the International Maritime Organization. AI-based adaptive speed optimization should be implemented in ships, and these should be subsidized. Technical standards should be established for ships. Certification system should be implemented by the recognized bodies like International Maritime Organization, European Union, etc. for these such ships. And worldwide pilot trials should be conducted on various voyages to compare the result of the different voyages. A maritime data exchange platform should be developed. Just-in-time integration should be implemented to reduce anchorage time of ships in the ports, and training and capacity building supported by IMO should be encouraged. MRV integration should be implemented in the ships. Cross-sector collaboration should be encouraged between different industries. And to conclude this, AI-driven adaptive speed optimization offers the maritime sector a balanced path to decarbonization by aligning environmental efficiency with economic benefits and technological progress. By replacing fixed speed limits with data-driven voyage optimization, it reduces fuel use, emissions, and port congestion while enhancing supply chain reliability. Beyond compliance, it strengthens competitiveness, supports Industry 4.0 integration, and safeguards global trade resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your screen, and I'll open the floor for any interventions. I see no request from the floor. Give it a couple of more seconds. No, you have no further requests. So thank you, A7. And I will now request B7. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
If you are ready, The floor is yours. Please go ahead and start sharing your screen.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Screen is visible, but not in slideshow mode. If you can change it, good. Otherwise, proceed.
Yes. So, good afternoon, everybody. Today I am here from Team B7 to present my presentation based on the developed nation. So, let's get started. So, why we need to reduce greenhouse gases? First of all, our reserves of fossil fuels are limited. Second, it has a bad impact on our environment. And third, the rise in the sea level. And the bad impact of environment, we don't need to state any paper. It can be easily be seen in your newspaper. Or the bad effect on the environment can be easily seen in your newspapers. So, how to reduce these greenhouse gases? Let's switch to another gas which produces less amount of the carbon. So here comes the liquefied natural gas. So what is the difficulty in implementing the liquefied natural gas? So main problem is in implementing the liquefied natural gas is that the major stakes are with only some few countries, which can you see on your screen also, and also to implement the liquefied natural gas, you need a lot of initial capital investment in form of ships and also in the form of bunkers. So next in line comes a biofuel. It is a green fuel, but what is the difficulty in implementing it? Mainly on the fact is that it requires large space, and also you have to you have to use food crops to make the biofuel. If you use the food crops, how will you satisfy the need of the people on the basis of malnutrition? And also another fact is that biofuel is more expensive than the conventional fuels. So next in line comes our hydrogen. As you all know, hydrogen is a green fuel, a clean fuel. So what is the difficulty in implementing hydrogen? Hydrogen basically the difficulty in this is its storage space and also its safety issues. And also it has and also hydrogen costs a lot because of its storage space, and also the amount of energy which we get from hydrogen per unit volume is also very less. And also the bunkering facilities are very few in the developed countries, so we have a problem in implementing hydrogen as a fuel in the shipping industry. Oh, the fuels are over. So here comes our technologies, new technologies which are coming forward. First is the wind assisted propulsion, which makes use of the wind to move our ship forward by the means of rotor sails or soft sails or heavy sails or rigid sails. So what are the difficulties in implementing the wind assisted propulsion? Basically, it is reliant on wind, and also it has high initial investment. And also, as you have to, as the number of machinery is increased, so there is a much more maintenance. So people need to be trained on that. So next comes the air lubrication system. As the air lubrication system suggests, we use air bubbles to decrease the friction between our ship and the water. So what will be the difficulties implementing it? Mainly its initial cost and the increase in maintenance. Why? Because you have to use a air compressor to charge the air in the form of bubbles, and also increase in the fouling system. Maintenance has to be done on that also. And also there is an increase in energy consumption. So heading forward to the industry 4.0 in shipping. So it says basically use of AI and another tools to make to make our performance faster, to decrease the fuel consumption, to increase the engine performance, and also to make more ships on UMS mode. So what is the difficulty in implementing it? High cost of implementation. As as you have to make a ship UMS, you have to increase the number of sensors. So, and also when you use AI and all, then you have to send your data. There is a chance of a cyber attack on your ship or on the company if you are sending data to the company. So you need a professional to be trained in the data management and in preventing the cyber attacks. So basically, you see, the companies are mainly focused on money. So why are they going to implement our green fuels? So the policies have been made on that. You can see when the ship is being constructed, it is constructed based on the ship energy efficiency management plan. Carbon intensity index has to be given so that to see how much carbon is being produced by the ships, and also an energy efficiency uh, index need to be made on a ship. And also you see many of the ports have made have made green shipping corridors between the two ports so that the green fuel should be used between the two ports. As you can see on your screen, various number of ports are being listed here. And another thing is carbon pricing. It's a new concept. So as to charge how much money so as to charge how much money on the carbon is being emitted from your ship. So a great concept to reduce carbon index from your ship. Coming to that, thank you. If you have any question, you can ask, please.
Thank you very much for sharing your various options available for GHG reduction pathway. I see the E5 has asked for the floor. E5, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My question to team B6 is that if they have limited spending capability on infrastructure, then what will be their steps for increasing the exposure of seafarers?
Is the question clear to you, B7? E5, could you explain what you're trying to ask? Because even I was not very clear what you said.
All right, sir. I can explain again. As team B7 has limited spending capability on infrastructure, there are heavy chances that Industry 4.2 technologies may fail. So, what will be the steps MEPC B7 will be taking for increasing the exposure to supply of seafarers?
Can you repeat your question, please?
How is seafarer linked to your infrastructure spending? Is first let me clear from E5.
Because there are heavy chances that Industry 4.2 technologies may fail because of limited
Why should
spending.
that happen?
Because of the limited spending capability of B7 on the infrastructure.
That is for B7 to decide how to do it. Why would you assume that they will be able to do limited spending?
So because it is already mentioned in their topics what B7 has as a developing nation.
That is a national policy. If they decide to spend on that, they will spend on it. And how is that spending linked to seafarers? I'm trying to figure out.
All right, sir. What I'm trying to say is, if Industry 4.0 will fail, the data and innovation will be also failing, kind of failing. So the exposure of supply of seafarers, their capability to use Industry 4.0 technologies will also fail. Then their exposure will also go down as compared to other seafarers.
No, not very clear as to what you're trying to say. Because how is seafarer linked to this?
All right, sir.
Okay, I see the hand of D7 raised. D7, please go ahead with the query. D7, the floor is yours.
As of you told that, how will you use AI to optimize the fuel use?
How will you use? Please switch on your video.
How will you use AI to optimize the fuel use?
Okay, how do you use AI to optimize the fuel use? Okay, B7, you heard that. Would you like to respond?
Yes, sir. Actually, when you see in ships also, you have a software of Lloyd in which you only give the quantity of your pipes, and it tells how much time it will take to change over from heavy fuel oil to your diesel oil. So in shipping, we are using these technologies also in optimizing the use of fuel and other things.
Thank you for your clarification, and you can get into further discussions on that. I see no other request, so I will ask C6. C6, are you ready to take the floor? Yes, C6, you are on. Where did your presentation go? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. So my topic will be on C6 MEPC, greenhouse gas emissions. And then I'll start off with the introduction. So I hope I'm audible.
Please continue.
So 90% of the world's trade is handled by shipping, of which it is responsible for 3% of greenhouse gas emissions. And while cargo is fuel efficient, the sheer volume of cargo pretty much, pretty much cancels any merits we have from the carbon efficiency. So if this rise in greenhouse gas emissions is projected without any change, we are expected to see a total increase of uh, almost more than 50% by 2050. So the emissions are still rising, and then many actions have been taken by regulatory bodies and nations to ensure that this increase is handled well into a green and sustainable future. So, firstly, we have IMO's decarbonization strategy, which was revised in 2023 to ensure a net zero carbon emission footprint by 2050. So, some checkpoints they mentioned were by 2030, it aims at reducing the greenhouse gas emissions by 20 to 30% and 70 to 80% by 2040. So by 2030, at least 5% of shipping will ensure that these emissions do not outmaneuver their outmaneuver their emissions. And it ensures a well-to-wake approach, which looks at the entire process of the fuel and not just the fuel consumed, from production all the way to the consummation and all the way to its effects on the environment. So with stronger measures like the net zero framework, which plans to essentially levy a tax on ships that produce and over encumber their emissions to beyond a certain degree. So some regulatory framework and policy measures include the EEXI, that is the Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index, which aims at measuring the efficiency of older ships with respect to newer technologies, and based on which an index is formed. And with respect to this, they upgrade or retrofit ship with newer technologies to improve efficiency. A carbon intensity indicator, which rates ships from a scale of A to E, with A being excellent and E being inefficient. And ship energy efficient management plan, which is a plan that ensures that ships follow compliance and have plans to make efficient modifications in their system. Net zero framework, which I've already discussed, is essentially a tax levied on ships to ensure that they follow compliance and do not over exceed their emissions set by a certain standard. And some economic dimensions of this transition include a very huge initial investment of 1.6 to 1.2 trillion dollars by 2050, of which most of this cost will not be in the ships itself, but in port infrastructure and fuel production. And this includes carbon pricing at 10 to $50 per ton and a modest effect on the GDP. The carbon pricing net zero policy, while initially expensive, is a great step towards improving the green uh, towards improving the green vision of our future. And then some problems faced to this are ship owners are obviously initially hesitant to make such investments, and consumers like us are also hesitant to pay such premiums for green taxes. So some technical innovations in alternative fuel shippings are the alternative fuels like LNG, methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, and biofuels, which are all new, relatively new alternatives that are cleaner but still require investment in infrastructure and production to make it viable economically. And some energy efficiency technologies like wind-assisted turbines, hull coatings, air lubrication, waste heat recovery, and onboard carbon capture all implement new technologies to make an efficient and carbon-free ship. And industry digitalization and automation are some new steps that have been put forward. For example, ports in Singapore have automated their port authorities and management to ensure efficiency, and as well as just-in-time arrivals that reduce port stays and ensure efficiency. And India's vulnerability to sea rise has been discussed. Rising sea levels, on part due to greenhouse gas emissions, have led to a decrease in the coastal area we have, projecting a very concerning future. So case studies are Maersk, Hapag-Lloyd, CMA CGM, and Singapore. Thank you.
Okay, I note you have stopped. So, is there any conclusion you want to give, or do we stop you right now?
Sir, in conclusion, there are many steps that have been taken by IMO to ensure that our future is greener, and that while the shipping industry is moving forward, it is compliant with um, the regulations set by IMO, essentially. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'll open the floor for interventions. I see no request from the Mr. Datta, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I would like to ask Team C6, what is the status of net zero framework at this moment?
So at this moment, it's still being put in action. It's not fully implemented, but there have been efforts that have been placed.
Can you please elaborate further?
Efforts have been placed to ensure that these ships are vigilant, and then they keep track of their greenhouse gas emissions to ensure that it does not exceed a certain tonnage, and to make sure that even if they do, they're being levied a tax or some sort of penalty.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further requests, so I will move on to D7. D7, are you ready with your presentation, or how you want to introduce your paper? C6, you can remove your camera also.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
D7, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then please start. The floor is yours. Okay, go ahead. You're on now.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself Vivek Sharma from IMI are honored to present our work on reduction of greenhouse gases emission from ships focus on economic elements with reference to Industry 4.0 with my teammates Bayunanda and Naveen. Starting with executive summary. Shipping causes 3% of global greenhouse gases emission, and the IMO targets 40% carbon intensity reduction by 2030 and net zero emission reduction by 2050. And developing nations face fossil fuel dependence, old infrastructures, and limited clean tech. And the solutions, if we can say technically, energy efficient ships, alternative fuels, and operational smart routing with the speed optimization, and innovative with the help of AI, IoT, and digital twins. Why maritime decarbonization matters? Shipping moves about 80% of global trade by volume and emits 940 million tons of CO2 each year. Some of the environmental impacts: higher ocean acidity, extreme weather, rising sea levels, and higher adaptation cost for ports and coastal cities. And the IMO, that is a part of United Nations, requires shipping to reduce emission to help meet Paris Agreement goals, aim global warming below 2 degrees Celsius and ideally 1.5 degrees Celsius. Third one is IMO strategy for reducing greenhouse gases emission in shipping. This index applies all ships. Ships must consume less fuel per cargo per mile than older ships. Ships built after 2020 must be 30% more efficient than 2008 baseline. And after that, the next index, EEXI, this index applies to all ships that is already exist. Ships must meet minimum energy efficiency measured in CO2 per ton mile. And third one is CII, measures CO2 emitted per cargo per mile, and applies to ships greater than 5,000 gross ton from 2023. Ship will rate it from A to E annually, and the rating D to E, we have to take corrective action required to improve efficiency.
Good afternoon, sir. Now I will continue further slides. This image is showing that how greenhouse gas emissions will reduce from ships by implementing a wide variety of design and operational and economic solutions, which includes upgrading engines and propulsion can reduce emissions by 5 to 15%. Planning the best routes schedules can have 1 to 10% emissions. Optimizing how fast ship travel can have the biggest impact, reducing emissions up to 75%. And methods of mitigate greenhouse gas emissions for developing nations. Rotterdam is Europe's largest port and leader in cutting GHG. Shore power can help ships cut fuel use and air pollution, while hydrogen and clean fuels are being developed at a large scale. Port equipment like cranes and trucks are shifting to electricity. Developing nations can follow these steps to modernize ports and reduce emissions. Wind assisted propulsion on ships. Rotor sails are tall spinning cylinders that use wind power to assist ship movement. The rotation with the wind creates thrust. It is also known as Magnus effect. Example, MV Afrosh from Greece 2017, the world's first bulk carrier with 4 rotor sails. It achieved 10 to 15% fuel savings, proving the technology works. Benefits: lower cost, less CO2. Developing nations should adopt similar technologies. Alternative fuels to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. LNG produces 20 to 25% less CO2 than heavy fuel oil. It almost eliminates sulfur oxides and nitrogen oxides emissions up to by 85%. The challenges for developing nations are LNG is slightly more expensive than HFO. Then solution is blending biofuels with traditional fuels still helps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Ethanol and methanol blends and biofuel blends like fatty acids, methyl esters, reducing CO2 emissions by 10 to 20% compared to heavy fuel oil. So there is no need of expensive modifications. So developing nations can choose this option other than LNG.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Navi. I will continue from the further slides. Smart technologies for the detection of the GHG on the ships. Okay. Advanced IoT sensors now track ship emissions like CO2, NOx, and SOx, and black carbon in the real time. EMS sensors measure black carbon continuously on board instead of estimating. Digital twins with AI optimized ship and port operations, cutting emissions by up to 15%. Example: Singapore Maritime Digital Twin, which is discovered in 2025, integrates vessel, port, and environmental data to reduce the emissions. Developing nations benefit from the lower cost fuels, green finance, and training and scalable cloud solutions. And the seafarers training impact on the GHG reduction and economy, HCW plus Industry 4.0, how it going to impact. Seafarers training impact on the GHG. Let's talk about that. Smart technology training. Like seafarers learn digital tools like e-navigation, engine monitoring, and IoT systems for their data-driven fuel efficiency. Preventive maintenance. Skilled crew prevent engine problems, reducing the unnecessary emissions and repair costs. Environmental complaints. STCW training ensures ships follow the IMO rules like MARPOL Annex 6 and avoiding the fines. Industry 4.4 integration. Training on the AI, digital twins, and IoT helps the predict energy use and implement green practices. Financial instruments and the policies. Developing nations can use green loans and financing to help the ship owners to invest in the cleaner ships and the fuels. Subsidies and the incentives can support retrofitting existing vessels with the low emission technologies. Carbon pricing through the taxes or the emissions trading encourages ships to reduce the GHG. The conclusion, and I want to conclude that shipping makes up to about 3% of global emissions. So urgent action needed to meet the IMO targets. Developing nations can reduce the emissions by using the rotor size, upgrading ports, and adopting clean fuels. Clean fuels are future, and the fossil fuels with low value lose value. So developing nations need to use fossil reserves with carbon capture and storage and blending fuels. Using digital tools like AI, IoT improves the efficiency and the green finance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your screen. And I'll open the floor. And I already see B7 has a query for you. B7, go ahead. Can you please unshare your screen, D7? Thank you. Yeah, B7, go ahead.
Actually, in your previous slide, you mentioned about fuel gas sensor, new fuel gas sensor. Can you explain more about that? EML sensor you have mentioned.
D7, would you like to respond on the sensors query?
Yes, sir. I want to show. Yeah, I'm accepting that question and telling that EMX sensors measure the black carbon by shining the light through the flue gas and detecting how much carbon it is absorbing and how it is dispersing through the particles. By that, we can estimate how much of the carbon is releasing from our fuel. Then, by that, we can change our fuel from green to green fuels. I think you got the answer from answer for
Thank you very much. I see no other request for the floor. So I'll move on to E5. E5, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir. We are ready.
Okay. Then the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
All right, sir.
Thank you, D7.
Just a minute, sir.
D7, you can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the race of decarbonization of shipping, data and innovation are the most valuable cargo. Our team, MEPCE 5, is focused on economic elements of reducing GHG emissions from ships and drawing the cutting edge for opportunities from Industry 4.0. Our team is comprised of very dedicated members, Anjane Sivas, Cadet Rajat, and Cadet Saswat Gupta. So the challenges our shipping industry is facing. Slides. Just a minute, sir.
You are not on slideshow and your slides are not moving.
Yes, sir. We are doing. That's okay now. Just a minute, sir. Let's say we are back here again. The challenges shipping industry is facing. there are mainly three challenges we have written down here. The first one is 3% global CO2 emissions. The shipping's contribution in worldwide carbon emissions is more than 3%. The next one is net zero target of IMO. IMO is targeting of net zero carbon emission by year end of 2050. And next is the four key issues. This is our MEBC E5's NGO perspective. We have written down four key issues. The fourth IMO gas study 2020. So the reports IMO greenhouse gas study has given that first one is the GHG emissions have rose from 9.6% from 2012 to 2018. The second is that shipping's global emission share grew up to 2.89 in 2018, as I discussed in the earlier slide. And the third one is carbon intensity. It has improved drastically up to 30%, which is a major thing to be discussed. The fourth one is emission improved slowly 1 to 2% annually after 2015. That is something to be relaxed about. And the fifth one is that emissions could reach up to 90 to 130% of 2008 by 2050, which is it is a negative for 2050 net zero target. So the issue one is the data gaps. There is a third party involved with IMO for sharing the data with them. That is why there are many ships, even the big ships and small ships, have some incorrect data with them. There is no cargo or transport work data available till now. And again, I told 90% data is third party verified. The only solution, not only but the main solution I see is GISIS, that is Global Integrated Shipping Information and System. It is a system launched by IMO itself for sharing data for all NGOs and government and everyone. The issue 2, slow carbon intensity. I have taken two references, Global Maritime Forum and Nautilus International. They are very, two trusted websites. The issues, according to Global Maritime Forum, is that 12% signatories of SCC, that is Ship Cargo Charter, are behind the IMO goals. There are 34 signatories in Global Maritime Forum. They are behind the IMO goals. And the second one is that ship owners are complaining that IMO targets are very stricter and they can't achieve it fully. According to Nautilus International, the CII is rating ships from A to E. What is CII? This carbon intensity indicator, that how much a ship is using carbon intensity. IMO has adopted EEXI, that is energy efficiency of existing ships index. And the third one is that market-based CO2 levy proposed. IMO is planning to charge $100 or $200 per ton of CO2 for every ship, so that they can reduce the GHG emission. Issue 3 is wind propulsion. Low carbon GIA is a public-private partnership of IMO Green Voice 2050. IMO is looking for net zero carbon emission by 2050. For that, they have made an alliance, that is Global Industry Alliance, for attaining their aim. There is a WPT roundtable. They happened. The main outcomes were that the stakeholders and the ship owners and the IMO has come on a point that policy integration of wind energy with consideration long payback periods. Urgency for midterm measures. Taking a long-term goal is very challenging, and taking a short-term goal can be more easy to attain. So, for attaining midterm measures, there is a 2030 in between 250 and 2025. So they can go for aims up to 2030, which will be easy for ship owners as well as for the IMO. Time for action. Better data transparency. As I said, there are 90% data is third-party verified, for which IMO is working. That is GISIS, so that they can achieve so they can remove the third party. The stronger short-term measures. Again, I said long-term goals are very hectic, so they should take mid-term goals, which will be realistic and easy to attain. And they can attain it by using EEXI and as well as CII rules, which can be more tightened for ship owners as well as the stakeholders. The third one is real zero emission fuels. There are many zero emission fuels like nuclear propulsion, green methanol, hydrogen, and other alternatives. So with this, our presentation was about NGO's perspective And if you have any questions, please put forward.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. You can unshare your presentation. I do have a question. You are an NGO, so I realize that, but you made a statement that 12% of the people make IMO policy. You are sitting in a forum of IMO,
Yes,
and
sir.
you know the procedures of IMO.
All right, sir.
And if you look at MEPC 83,
Yes, sir.
you can see there was a voting on the net zero framework,
Yes, sir.
and it was. And are you aware of the voting percentage which happened?
Not much, but I can add that the GISIS was the outcome of that MEPC 83.
No, Jesus has been a platform which has been for a long time. And
Was
that
for a
was the
long.
second point which I was going to tell you is you should
Yes,
read
sir.
up these actual statistics, because
Yes, sir.
IMO it is not a it is a UN body which is made by member states, and it
Yes,
has
sir.
got its rules of procedure, and nowhere 12 nations can dictate what IMO does. So
Yes, sir.
please check those aspects out.
Sir, I want to
Second
add
thing,
a.
you said GSIS has got 90% third party. GSIS
Yes, sir.
data is fed in by administrations. Administrations outsource the work to recognized organizations who
All
are
right, sir.
certified them. There are
Yes.
audit procedures, there are trails. So it is not that third parties, anybody can insert data onto the GSIS platform. So both
Right, sir.
these, even though you are an NGO, you can make these statements, but you should verify what you are stating, is my one observation to you.
All right, sir.
Uh, would you like to respond to that, or would you like me to open the floor for interventions now?
So we would like to respond. So in the
Go
slide
ahead.
4, I used two reports. The first one was Global Maritime and second was Nautilus International. So Global Maritime has a different climatic alignment, you can say, made SCC, Ship Cargo Charter. They have 34 to 36 ship owners. Out of those ship owners, 12% are telling that the IMO, they are lagging behind the IMO's goal. That is what I was saying. No, I was not complaining about IMO's 12% members. I was talking about
Okay.
SCC's 12% members. I was taking
Okay.
reference, not for IMO.
Okay. So
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for that clarification.
Yes,
And
sir.
incidentally, even for an NGO to become a part of an IMO, for any organization to be having a place at IMO, there are procedures. So you would be an international NGO. It would not be a regional NGO. So you should be
All right.
careful about the data you pick up.
All right, sir.
So D7, your hand is up. You have a question for the team. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. As of you told that you are using the nuclear propulsion system, how it is used in the ships, and what are the preventive measures you are taking for avoiding the threat of the radiation? How you are taking the preventive measures for that?
Sorry, you are not audible. Can you come again, please?
If you mute yourself, I think then it will become clear.
Okay, sir.
If I mute yourself first, yeah, go ahead, D7.
What is the nuclear propulsion in the ships and why it is used? And what are the preventive measures you are taking for the reducing the threats of the radiation? There will be much the radiation will be there, and how you are going to mitigate that? What are the preventive measures you are going to take?
Okay, E5, would you like to respond on nuclear propulsion?
All right, sir. So the nuclear propulsion is still on in working. It is not still in use. Yes, of course, nuclear propulsion has very big dangerous side effects. Still, uh, nuclear propulsion may be used. We can use different set of metals which are like uranium and all, which are nuclear, we can say, file nucleophile means they are, we can use that. And second thing will be that we'll make a different chamber for which will be more strong, more ductile, so less ductile, for using those nuclear fuels, so that there's no side effects of them on the ship.
Thank you for clarification. I'm not myself an expert on nuclear, but I would like to point, since you are all students, there is a specific SOLAS chapter on that.
Yes, sir.
You should have a look at it. And when we are talking of nuclear propulsion, we are talking of nuclear propulsion by means which are not weapon grade. The
Yes,
thought
sir.
process is on molten salt reactors, which do not reach that level, and therefore the risks associated with that are different. Therefore, it is work in progress. One of the key classification society, ABS, is extensively working on it. It is being worked on at US also. You should read that data. It may be sometime in the future, but it is not the near term technology which is at the moment being thought of. And if it comes, it will require its requisite sets of regulations, both under safety as well as environmental protection. And in this case, security also, so that it cannot be misused as a power source.
All right, sir.
I see. I hope that is of a general help. But having said that, I am myself not a very knowledgeable person in nuclear. I'm sure there are people who would be much more informed than that. And you should consult with them on nuclear. E5, you have raised your hand. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yes,
Yeah,
I want to add up to,
E5.
one more
You
point.
you you responded, right?
Yes, sir. So
Anything
I
else
want
you
to
want
add
to say?
one more point. Yes, I want to add one more point that the there are fission reactors used in nuclear models. So those fission reactors are also attached with liquid hydrogen, which automatically heal down the light and the heat waves coming from the propulsion. So that is what I want to add up for that.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for participating in all this. Let me now ask F10 if it is. I see no further cards. So F10, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Go ahead.
So is the presentation visible?
Presentation is visible, but not in presentation mode. Yes, you are on now.
So can we start? Good evening, respected chair, distinguished delegates, fellow participants. We are presenting the NGO-F category and are honored to present our paper entitled Intensifying the Equitable Decarbonization and Agenda of Net Zero Emissions for the Maritime Industry and NGO Perspective on Economic Measures and Industry 4.0. This paper is a humble attempt to align the urgency of climate action with the realities of maritime trade while ensuring that no state, no seafarer, or community is left behind in the transition. So, the background and the problem statement. Shipping today is both an enabler of globalization and a contributor to global warming. It carries over 95% of world trade, yet accounts for 2.89% of global anthropogenic CO2 emissions. The IMO's 223 GHG strategy has established a bold but a necessary target of net zero emissions by around 2050, with intermediate checkpoints in 2030 and 2040. Yet, despite technical regulations such as EEXI, CII emissions between 2012 and 2018 still rose by the almost 10%, proving that efficiency gains alone are insufficient. At the same time, the transition carries risks of inequity. Small island developing states, SIDS, and least developed countries, LDCs, may face import cost increases over 3%, particularly for food and medicine. Seafarers, the human core of this industry, may be excluded from the benefits of this new green era if training and safety are not prioritized. The challenge before us is therefore not only technical but also social and economic. How to decarbonize the shipping rapidly while protecting the vulnerable and empowering the workforce. So these are the economic measures, Levy versus ETS. A central theme of our submission is the role of market-based measures. We examined both emissions trading schemes and a global carbon levy. While ETS offers flexibility, it suffers from volatility, complex administration, and uneven impacts across jurisdictions. In contrast, a uniform global levy is predictable, transparent, and far easier to implement. Our NGO recommends a levy beginning at $100 US dollars per ton of CO2, escalating automatically every 2 years. This would provide stable revenues to finance the transition, avoiding the unpredictability of carbon markets. The revenues must be directed into a Maritime Climate Justice Fund (MCGF) under IMO's authority. This fund would support the LDCs, the developing countries with grants for fuel access and port infrastructure. It will finance the seafarers training, the mental health support, and the workplace safety. It will accelerate the research, development, and deployment of zero carbon fuels and digital tools. It will provide resilience funding to cushion vulnerable nations from freight cost increases. In simple terms, the polluter will pay, but the vulnerable will benefit from it. So, what's the NGO's perspective from it? Why does this proposal come from an NGO? As an NGO of the F category, we are independent, unbiased, and non commercial. Our only agenda is to protect the maritime environment and the human welfare. NGOs will contribute in four key ways. First is the research and data collection. It will provide the evidence-based analysis to guide the IMO's policy. Second will be the technology development. It will collaborate with the academia and industry to support the alternate fuels and digital solutions. Third, it will give public awareness. It will raise the global attention on the climate impacts of shipping and mobilize the public support for cleaner transport. Fourth will be the stakeholder engagement. It will conduct workshops and training to ensure developing countries are not left behind. We also call for the establishment of a civil society liaison council within the IMO. Such a body would guarantee transparency and it will ensure NGOs, the seafarers, and the vulnerable states have a seat at the table in governing the net zero fund and compliance mechanisms. So, what is next will be I firmly believe that technology is the bridge between the climate ambition and operational reality. Industry 4.0 offers us solutions that are not futuristic but already practical. The artificial intelligence for real-time voyage optimization, it will cut the fuel consumption by up to 15%. The IoT sensors for continuous emissions monitoring and predictive maintenance, it will reduce the downtime costs. Also, we have a blockchain technology for transparent fuel certification and tamper-proof tracking of climate fund dispersions. When integrated into smart ports and green shipping corridors, these technologies will create systematic efficiencies. It will ensure compliance becomes not only possible but economically attractive also. We have a case study related to Rotterdam Singapore Green Corridor. To illustrate feasibility, let us consider this case study. This corridor was launched in 2022 under the Clyde Bank Declaration. This initiative is significant because it connects two of the world's busiest ports, carries a substantial share of the global maritime emissions. Key achievements include deployment of dual fuel methanol and ammonia vessels, implementation of well-to-wake carbon accounting with independent verification, use of digital registries and transparent monitoring systems, and strong public-private R&D partnerships. The lessons from this case study is equitable funding is essential to ensure that developing states can join the green transition. Also, it tells us that multilateral verification prevents manipulation of emissions data. This corridor demonstrates that net zero shipping is not theoretical, it is already achievable, provided the equity and the transparency are prioritized. So, at the last, but in conclusion, our NGO respectfully submits the following recommendations to the committee. First is adopt well-to-wake accounting with third-party verification to ensure environmental integrity. Next will be the establish a maritime justice climate justice fund (MCGF) under the IMO, ensuring transparent financial flows. Third will be mandate seafarer training and safety, updating to STCW to include alternative fuels, digital reporting, and Industry 4.0 tools. Fourth will be it will support developing states by creating a regional verification hubs. It will provide grant-based access to decarbonization tools. Last will be that finally ensure inclusive governance by giving civil society and NGOs a formal role in fund administration and oversight. So, distinguished delegates, the principle we advance is simple yet powerful. The polluter pays, the vulnerable benefit, net zero for all. This is not merely an economic measure, nor solely a technological one. It is a moral commitment to ensure that we decarbonize the seas. We also safeguard the livelihoods, the dignity, and right of those who depend on them. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and you can unshare your presentation. I see D7 would like to take the floor. D7, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Sir, my question is, despite having fossil fuel resources, why it is important for developing nations to adopt cleaner technologies and fuels?
Sorry, didn't understand your question.
Just
Despite having fossil fuel resources, why it is important for developing nations to adopt cleaner technologies and and fuels?
So F10, if you understood the question, you want to respond to it?
Yes.
Still, I didn't understand the question.
Like
the question is that if you have fossil fuel reserves, why would you go in for cleaner technologies? Is that correct, D7?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Exactly.
Okay.
So the question is why we are going for
I think we lost F10. Looks like we have lost F10. Can somebody at the back end check? Okay. Any news from the back end on what has happened to F10
So
connection?
we'll shortly contact Team F10 and we'll let you know.
Okay. So what I will do is, okay, I have understood your question, D7. E5, you go ahead with your question. So we'll consolidate them till we can get F10 back online.
All right, sir. So my question to NABC F10 is that.
Please, D7, unmute yourself. E5, go ahead. E5, go ahead. E5, unmute yourself and go ahead.
Can I go ahead with my question?
Yes, please.
So I can't hear you.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, sir. So my question to Team MEBC F10 is that levy and emission trading is being used in different sections. Like emission trading is being used in EU, European Unions, while this levy is in use in China, Korea, and all the South Asian countries. So do this MEPCF10 thinks that there should be a common system for in use, like India uses carbon credit system, carbon credit taxation system for companies like cement and all. Should IMO adopt like this, or it should be region wise, like they are using actually?
Okay. Regional carbon pricing mechanisms.
Yes,
You
India
want
is
a
using
comment on
carbon
that?
credit trading scheme. I can repeat again. India is
No,
using
no, I've
carbon.
understood your question. I'm just framing it so that when F10 comes
Alright.
back, I can ask him to
Alright.
comment on that, because factually there are slight errors. EU does have a system. Rest of them, no. There is the taxation system is not on any other state. You can tax your own people. You cannot tax another state. IMO is supposed to be doing that. And I see the hand of D8 is raised. D8, you're not part of this group. You'll have to wait for your group to start. And
Sorry, sir.
Mr. Datta.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay,
Sorry,
F10.
we got the
Yeah,
power.
you're back on. Yeah. F10, okay, so did you get the first question? The first question was on if a country has a fossil fuel reserve and is a developing country, why will it go for more expensive transition to net zero fuels? And the second is there are, like EU has a regional measure for taxing uh, carbon emissions. Should there be a universal system, or should such regional systems would be better? If you can give those views on those two, then I will give it to Mr. Datta. And I do see B7 has also raised its hand. Okay, first these two. F10, over to you.
Sir, like why would we need cleaner technology, right? Instead of, despite the continued use of fossil fuels, so requiring cleaner technology despite the continuous use of fossil fuels is essential, like for several reasons. The first one will be environmental protection. That using fossil fuels release large amount of CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gases, which are the primary drives of global warming. So cleaner technologies would reduce the emissions and the slow down the climate action. Next will be the all as we all know that the air and water pollution. Burning those fossil fuels also emits particulate matter, the SO2, the nitrogen oxides, and mercury, which pollute the air and water. So in that case, it would be clean. Using cleaner technology would be helpful. Another reason can be the public health. The fossil fuel pollutes causes several diseases like asthma, the lung diseases, the heart diseases. So according to that, the air pollution have caused, like from our data, it would be say that it had caused 7 million deaths across every year. So
Can you be faster in your responses, because we want to move on? Now come to
so
the aspect of regional this thing. Yes,
so
there will be
even
benefits of decarbonization.
So even if fossil fuels are still in use, the cleaner technologies are critical to reduce the damage, the protecting the health and ecosystems. Like as perspective of an NGO, we do support the cleaner technology instead of use of fossil fuels.
Okay, second one, regional practices.
So regional practices for what?
Uh, like you have EU system and all, should that regional practice go on, or should it be a consolidated universal system?
So we do support a universal consolidated system. Like all things will be under the IMO, and the, as we mentioned, the Maritime Climate Justice Fund. It all the bodies will come under the IMO, and as an NGO, we do support these all measures that we have suggested for in our presentation.
So trust that answers your question. E5, B7. I'll give you the floor now.
Sir, I want to know that I have asked that about.
B7. I asked B7, Bravo 7, not Delta 7.
Actually, sir, I want to ask one question that NGO says to implement greenhouse gases, and there are many difficulties in implementing it on the basis of shipping industry also and on the basis of nations also. Then how we are going to deal with that thing? I want to ask this question.
F10, you would like to respond to that?
So, as an NGO, we can only suggest and implement the IMO or the other bodies to like contribute to it. We cannot force anybody into this. We can make such regulations according to the law. Like we can take the help of the law to to forcefully implement those suggestions that we have given in our presentation. We we still cannot do anything about it. only we have a chair at the IMO, and as an NGO, we can only suggest the other bodies that you should do this or you should not be doing this.
Thank you. Thank you, F10, on that. E5, you have another question? Then take the floor.
So I don't have any other question, but he didn't answer it correctly. My question was not being answered correctly.
Excuse me. He answered as per what his requirement is. There is no correct or wrong.
Okay, sir.
Please understand that is his viewpoint. Please
Yes, sir.
respect it.
Okay, sir. So what I answered, what I questioned was that the levy and the emission trading is being used in different regions actually. But
Then your
what?
question is also wrong. Which region is using which? Where is the levy being used today?
All right, sir. So levy is being used in China, Korea, basically Southeast Asia countries.
Where? What levy is being used on an international level?
That $100 per ton of CO2 is being used here.
Where have you got that information from?
From IMU itself, IMU website itself, sir.
Please check your source.
All right, sir.
Sir, I like to add something on it, like why we are using levy instead of the ETS. Sir, the answer to it is a levy delivers price predictability. It ensures the administrative simplicity. Like ETS will provide quantity control, but introduces price volatility and complex market infrastructure. While a levy, it will give you a stable or predictable cash flow to finance the decarbonization. It will enable grant and loan support for the developing nations, and
Fair
that is
enough.
why we are using levy.
F10, I have understood your question. Please understand there are proposals at various times given by various countries. They are not legislations. Please appreciate the difference between proposals and when it comes as a legislation. At MEPC 83, the revised Chapter 5 of Annex 6 has been put forward. It has gone for a circulation for 6 months. That is why you have an extraordinary session coming up in mid of October, where it will be further decided upon whether that is acceptable, not acceptable, or acceptable as amended. That is the present net zero framework which is under discussion. In the run up to that, there have been proposals by various entities which are proposals. Do not confuse them with their legislations. Yes, EU ETS is a legislation. That is something which is in force.
All right, sir.
Okay. Mr. Datta, you want the floor?
Thank you, sir.
So let it stop there. No problem. Thank you. I'll later discuss with you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
With
you.
that, we come to the end of this session, and we are now at 5 o'clock. We will start the next session at 5:15 as scheduled. So MC, please close everything so that we are able to start at 5:15 sharp. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all the presenters for the valuable insights in the session. We will now take a short break. Kindly return to your seats by 1715 hours as we continue with our fourth MEPC sessions. Welcome back, everyone. Continuing with our MEPC proceedings, we now begin with the session 4 based on the theme Reduction of GHG Emissions from Ships, focus on economic elements with reference to Industry 4.0, featuring 6 teams presenting their research papers.
The teams are Team A8, Chetan Sharma, Akash Tandon, Siddharth Sunil from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, under the external guidance of Mr. Sunil Kumar. Team B1, Nandu Binudas, Anjas Alakattu, Deepak Kumar from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Mumbai, under the external guidance of Mr. Sunil Kumar. Team C2, Sharansh Joshiara, Daksh Shigrola, Vishyan Mukherjee from Indian Maritime University, Chennai campus, under the external guidance of Mr. L.P. Tripathi.
Team D8, Karthik Anand Pandey, Parth Prakash Ingle from Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies, Mumbai, under the external guidance of Mr. Kunal Sharma. Team E7, Rakshit Joshi, Kunwar Tejashwa Singh from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, under the external guidance of Mr. Sunil Kumar. Team E10, Anuj Pratap Singh, Prince Nirvan from Great Eastern Institute of Maritime Studies, Mumbai, under the external guidance of Mr. Mahesh Subramanian.
With that, we hand over the session to our respected chairperson, Mr. Rajiv Nair sir, to conduct the final MEPC sessions of the day.
Thank you very much. And I see the hand of D8 raised. D8, you have some question before we start?
Sorry to disturb the session, sir. But actually, in my team, in PCD8, we have candidate of 3 members, Kartika Nupande, Path Prakash Ingle, and Asmit Mithun.
Okay, so that correction has to be done at the back end. We'll take care of that.
Sure.
Thank you for bringing it our notice. So with the permission of the judges, can I commence the last session?
Kindly go ahead. Thank you very much.
Sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So A8, are you, first of all, before we start, any other member who is participating, any query, please raise your hands now. Otherwise, I'll start the session. I see no request for the floor. So A8, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Ready, sir.
Okay, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Presentation.
You're good to go.
Sir, is it visible?
Please go ahead. Start.
Okay. Good evening, respected senior faculty members and honorable judges. I am Chetan Sharma, along with my teammate Siddharth Sunil and Akash Tandon. Together, we are presenting on MEPC A8 reduction of greenhouse gas emission, representing the perspective of a developed nation in the maritime sector. The goal is to achieve net zero by 2050 with an initial strategy of 40% GSD reduction by 2030 and the net zero emission by 2050. The focus area include efficiency improvement and adaptation of cleaner fuels such as green hydrogen, ammonia, and biofuel and LNG. Framework, technical fuel standard, and economic trading and pricing measure. As a developed nation, the profile highlights strong spending power, low price sensitivity, major global trade role, significant fossil fuel reserve, limited alternate energy R&D, moderate environment risk, focus on marine engine technology, aggressive zero carbon target by 2050. Economic capacity. The developed nation has a strong trade profile as both an importer and exporter. With wide global market reach, its energy landscape is dominated by large fossil fuel reserve. Maritime interests are centered
on marine engine technology with limited interest in shipbuilding. With strong infrastructure spending power and low sensitivity to price impact, the nation demonstrates significant economic strength to support decarbonization initiatives. High seaborne trade exposure. Maritime trade is vital as 80% of global trade moved by sea nations, highly dependent on smooth shipping for economic growth and jobs. However, instability may exist from freight hike, piracy, and security issue and shift in GHG regulation. To remain competitive, efficient port logistic hubs connectivities are essential.
Environmental sensitivity. A moderate level of environmental sensitivity where awareness exists, but action is often weak. Responses to environmental issues are typically driven by regulation, media pressure, or public complaints, but are usually secondary to economic and logistical concerns.
Fossil fuel reserve and economical impact. Energy security. Having a large domestic reserve decrease dependency on imported energy. Economic benefits. Fossil fuel production significantly contribute to national income and employment. Policy implementation. Governments are less likely to switch to alternative fuel quickly due to existing fossil fuel reserve. Environmental concern. Reliance on fossil fuel may slow down decarbonization process.
Impact of sea level rise. Coastal adaptation measures. Developed countries may combine climate adaptation with emission reduction strategies. Key points include hybrid coastal protection, combining hard infrastructure with ecosystem-based adaptation. Higher design standards. Facilities designed for resilience against sea level rise. Technology improvements, advanced monitoring systems for climate changes, enhanced capacity to respond to climate events.
Shipbuilding and marine engine innovation, Industry 4.0. Innovative design. Shipyards are designing vessels capable of using ammonia, methanol, LNG, biofuel, and hydrogen, just like Musk all the way to zero. Technological advancement. Marine engine like MAN, Vasilia are innovating dual fuel and ammonia ready engine to comply with MEPC emission reduction roadmap. Regulatory requirements. New mandate requires engine on ship built or retrofitted after specific dates to comply with advanced NOx limit Tier 3 and above. They provide operational data that supports energy efficiency measure. Guidelines. The latest guidelines cover selective catalytic reduction, SCR, installation, and new operational carbon intensity metrics directly to engine performance. Enhancement to improve efficiency with reference to Industry 4.0. IOTA sensor monitor fuel consumption, engine performance, and weather condition in real time. AI analysis big data from sensor and navigation system to optimize fuel uses and ship speed can predict maintenance need to avoid engine inefficiency. Provide transparent fuel and emission tracking across the supply chain. Facilitate carbon credit trading and compliance with the IMO regulation ensure traceability of sustainable fuels from the source to ship.
MEPC's ambitious goal, net zero emission by 2050 with intermediate targets, legally binding rules, and shift towards zero emission fuel. Focus on marine engines, innovation driven by technology, adopt technical and economic measures like carbon pricing, fuel standards, support developing nations in line with two principles.
Output and action to be taken. Under our plan, we propose introducing a bold two-tier carbon pricing system while investing in future fuels and modernizing port. Ship would adopt smart technology alongside infrastructure update, implementation of EEDI, CII, SEEMP effectively, expand infrastructure for clean fuels at port. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, and I will ask you to unshare your screen. Thank you very much. And E7, I see you have raised your card. So E7, I'll give you the floor.
Sir, can I ask the question?
I've given you the floor. Go ahead, but I'm seeing a lot of echo. Please be careful. Please go ahead.
Sir, my question is for the team that what are the Tier 3 engine according to the IMO MEPC? Actually, they mentioned in the shipbuilding and marine engine innovation industries about the Tier 3 engines. I just want to know.
Okay, tier 3 engines, they want to know about that. Did you get that? Because there's a lot of echo. A8, would you like to respond?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
The Tier 3 engine, as defined by IMO MEPC under Marcode Annex 6, are marine diesel engine that must meet the strict NOx emission limit while operating in NOx emission control area. For example, Tier 3 require about an 80% NOx reduction compared to Tier 1, usually achieved through advanced engine or exhaust after treatment technology. I think this is the right.
Thank you. Thank you, A8. I hope this clarifies. Mr. Datta, you wanted to ask something. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you please bring the presentation once again? Introduction, only first page.
Okay, sir.
Okay, next page. Next one. Next third slide. Third. Yeah, can you see this? Written net zero emissions by end of 2025. What does it mean?
So by 2050, we are saying that there should be no NOx emission. By 2050, it should be zero.
You have written net zero emissions by end of 2025. It is not 205. It is written 2025. Is it a mistake? Printed mistake? Or you
Yes.
have written knowingly?
It's a mistake, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. And I see you can unshare, please.
Yes, sir.
I see no further request from the floor. So I'll ask B1. B1, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Then please go ahead.
Sir, I hope the screen is visible.
Please start visible. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, respected judges and fellow participants. I am Ajnas. My teammates are Deepak Kumar and Nantu Binidas. We are from Anglo-Asian Maritime Academy. And today, I will be presenting on how artificial intelligence can play a major role in reducing greenhouse gas emission in shipping industry. AI has already transformed almost every sector around us. With the IMO aiming for net zero emission by 2050, integrating AI into shipping is not just an option, it is a necessity. So, and that is exactly what I want to explore today, how AI can be applied in shipping to make it a cost-effective pathway towards decarbonization. So our focus will be on three core areas. First one is the voyage optimization that helps to plan the most fuel efficient routes by analyzing weather, ocean currents, and traffic. It adjusts ship speed dynamically to avoid unnecessary fuel consumption. And also it reduces the idle time for optimizing port arrivals and continuously adapts to real-time conditions, all of which work together so that we can minimize the fuel usage and thereby reducing the emission. The next one is engine optimization that uses AI and advanced monitoring systems to ensure that a ship's engine operates at peak efficiency at all times. Since the engine is the main source of fuel consumption on a vessel, even small inefficiencies can lead to large amount of greenhouse gas emissions. Then over to the next, that is predictive maintenance that use AI and sensor data to anticipate equipment failure before they are going to happen. That means allowing maintenance to be performed proactively rather than reactively. This reduces inefficiencies and prevents fuel wastage caused by poorly running equipment. So our paper proposes the use of artificial intelligence in voyage and engine optimization, along with predictive maintenance as a cost-effective method for reducing emissions that leverages our nation's strong shipbuilding and engine redesign capability despite limited fossil fuel resources. Now let's look at some AI technologies that are already being adopted by major shipping firms worldwide. that has Maersk has already come up with Echo Voyage software, that is an AI tool that optimizes the routes and resulting in fuel savings of 0.5 to 1% annually. And also similarly, Ardmore Shipping Company come up with Pythia software. And some more of examples like Cassandra by Deep Sea Technologies, that is utilized by Eastern Mediterranean Maritime Company, like Digital Twin by Napa and Enram software by Wärtsilä. So together, these examples clearly shows that AI adoption is not just theoretical. It is already delivering measurable benefits in the maritime industry. However, the adoption of AI in shipping is not straightforward. Shipping companies face two major barriers, that is implementation challenge and financial barriers. While coming to implementation challenges, the first one is enhanced connectivity. We can use satellite like Starlink for reliable sea internet. And second one is the cost-effective AI adoption. That means we can use cloud-based AI systems and subsidies and shared digital platform to reduce the infrastructure cost. Next one is the cultivating AI talent. That means we need a better trained crew for operating these stuff. That means we can done by this collaborative with academies and AI modules we can include in maritime educations, and so that we can build a better skilled persons for this. And standardization and interoperability. That is follow global standards of IMO and ISO to ensure seamless integration of AI systems in ships, ports, and companies. Then we'll come to accelerate the adoption of AI technologies for emission reduction. The next barrier will be the global incentive program that we are introducing. That means this should be supported by IMO or any other regional maritime authorities. That means this scheme could offer financial rewards, subsidies, tax benefit, and or carbon credits to companies, so that they can also come up with more innovative ideas for reducing the emissions, just like port incentive schemes that offer fee rebates, docking priority, tax exemptions, etc. And also international cooperation, that also we need to facilitate the collaboration among different ship owners and ports and governments. Then financial and technical supports, that means to provide funding and technical help to develop. That means developing countries, so it may be difficult sometimes for getting into this much of technological advancement. So for that we can make use of financial and technical support from another NGO like IMO and companies. Then level playing field, that means reward early AI adopters to encourage innovation and widespread participation. So what I'm trying to say is AI-based optimization is not just a backup plan. It is an immediate cost-effective pathway to cut emissions today while keeping us ready for the fuels of tomorrow. That's from our side. Now we are open for any discussion.
Thank you very much, and you can unshare your screen. And I see Mr. Chatterjee. Just let me see if any other team wants to raise any flag. Otherwise, I'll request you to take the floor. I see no other team has asked for the floor. So, Mr. Chatterjee, over to you, sir.
Can you please go to the first slide?
Okay, sir. Yes.
No, the first slide. Okay, go down. Go second. Right. Yeah. Keep here. First one. First one only. Yeah. See, I just want to know and see your understanding. You
Yes, sir.
have said the focus will be on three core areas. That is voice optimization, engine optimization, predictive maintenance.
Yes,
All
sir.
fine. What about weather constraints and sea conditions, which are never you're never certain. Even with all the planning, a ship, a particular loaded ship, can run into severe weather or strong winds. So, what about that part? in your AI predictive technology, is that included or it is hidden, or it should be a separate bullet point for that?
Sir, actually, that is also included in the voyage optimization plan, because this voyage optimization software will take the real-time data from from the surrounding. That means what are the traffics and what are the weather condition and sea current condition. So based on this real-time data, the AI will demonstrate what are the most suitable routes to get into our destination. And also this will help us that this data every time will get monitored, so that for the next voyage also we are getting the previous data. So as comparing to the data we already stored previously also, it will help for the future purpose.
Okay. Probably you could have gone into a bit more detail on this particular slide, on the 3 points, where you could have included on weather. It's a big point, because rough weather, sometimes speed limitations, there are speed limitation on fuel economy. Whereas in certain weather conditions, you have to give full speed for the ship safety.
Yes,
So
sir.
this point could have been probably elaborate. Anyway, good. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I see no request otherwise. Can you unshare, please? And I'll check. C2, are you ready?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Thank you. Then C2, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Sir, my voice is audible?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, you can proceed.
Sir, I'm visible and audible.
Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Good morning, each and everyone. Myself, Sir Jushara. I am from IMU Chennai campus. My topic is reduction of GSC emission on board, and there is some strategic framework for developing nation navigating through IMU GSC regulation through economics, innovation, and industry 4.0. Now let's get deep into this topic. First, we have some topics, some core challenges for developing nation, key milestone achieved, recent 2025 framework layout, key objectives of the review, future recommendation to overcome future challenges, long-term outlook, final synthesis, lesson learned, and enact. Now going to the core challenges for developing nation. High trade exposure. Many developing economies are the net and importers of the food and fuel. Related costs increase on shipping will pass on to the potential driven inflation and food insecurity. What do you mean by that? The simple thing is the high trade. The many developing countries relies on heavy importing basics for the basic necessity like fuel and food. When the price of shipping goes, for an example, there is a debate between Russia and Ukraine. The cost of shipping will be increasing. The shipping cost they imported. This causes inflammation, can lead to the food insecurity and become harder to afford the food. Second, we go to limited infrastructure capital. Lack of green bunkering infrastructure or retrolifting capacity can lead to a deep compliance gap. What is mean by that? The global shipping industry is moving forward toward green bunkering, cleaner fuels, and requires ships to upgrade it to be more efficient, like EEXI measures. Developing nations could not afford more money to upgrade their ships to this expensive innovations. Lack of infrastructure that creates a compliance gap, meaning these countries and their ships have been fall behind the global standards. Now going to the seafarer dependencies. Several countries like Philippines, India, Bangladesh rely on seafarers on forex and employment, dealing, return, and main limit the global. What is mean by that? Many workforces seafarers are from their nation. They widely depend on the seafarers' income, and they contribute to the national GDP. If there are create a job risks, so they cannot give their best to increase their GDP of their country. Okay, regulating many regulatory complexity. Many maritime authorities lack digital capability of LCA certification, EEXI, CI monitoring, or well to wake up verification. LCA is a life cycle assessment certification in which many developing nations in your previous many developing nations have maritime authorities that lack of digital tools, softwares, and skilled staff to properly implement, monitor, and verify compliance with this modern complex regulations. Now, going to the transformative opportunities through Industry 4.2.
Slow down a bit.
Okay.
It will be easier to.
Okay, sir. AI-driven route optimization can reduce fuel consumption by 12 to 18%, offsetting GST price cost. Then come to blockchains for compliance, automated verification of emission data lowers compliance risks and administrative burden. Digital twin ports enable in-time arrival, reducing port congestion and unnecessary fuel burn. VR trading system, cost-effective seafarers trading to align with the zero carbon vessel operations. This innovation not only reduces the cost of fuel but can be monetized through export-import license and trading up. AI-powered driven routes using a smart computer program to find the best and most effective way to ship to travel within by reducing the GSC emissions. Blockchain for compliance using a secure digital ledger like online dictionary automatically check and approve all the requirements for the emission data. Digital twin port creating a virtual copy of the port systems to manage ship in real time. This allows you to ship to exactly when to arrive. We are training virtual reality headset like gaming systems are need to be trained seafarers to comply with GSC emission ships. Now going to the strategic adaptation pathway model nation example, compositive case, a small aquatic nation with high food reliance, significant seafarer export labor force, 70% of GDP, low port digitalization, alternative fuel infrastructure risk, estimate 6 to 8% rise in import cost. Post 2028 due to RU pricing response strategy, developing AI route for national fleet, build biological fuel blending capacity with real-time monitoring, establish seafarers via training hubs with regional access project benefits by 2023. Import cost implementation limited to less than 2.5, 35,000 zero carbon emission certificate trends, and 202 million in climate finance access. Now going to the transformative opportunities through Industry 4.0, AI-powered driven modes. Okay, these are the now going to the roadmap 2025 phases, foundation and building. Domestic policy reform to support GST emission reporting, stakeholder mobilization for digital, phase 2 technology development, and phase 3 scale and monetization. Then we have key milestone achieved. Timeline for GST emission milestone 1997, the adoption of Marpol Annex 6 came. 2026 first IMSO GST study and policy regulation. 2011 ED-SEEMP adopted. 2016 effective 2019 fuel oil consumption data collected. IMO initial GST strategy adopted. Short-term measures and 2025 adoption of the network framework. At MEP 20 IMO agrees to net zero framework carbon prices $100 per ton applies to 2024, covering 97% of the global fleets to penalties or emissions credit for the compliance failure, supports midterm and long-term measures towards the 2025. Now, key objectives of the review will lead by the Agrawal.
So now we were talking about the key objectives after coming of the 2025 summit result. Some critics give some reviews about that policy. We were looking to its key objectives. So first talking about accessing the impacts of the IMO greenhouse gases regulation on developing nations. So first we have to understand the problems which arise after coming of this IMO regulations. Second, we have to identify the how we can innovatively create opportunities to match the IMO regulations. We have to financially and we have to tackle some financial and technological barriers like IMO climate fraud GCF. Purpose of strategic framework for structure, compliance, and integrity. We have to make a strategic framework for like 5-year plan for a nation, for a developing nation, and that nation should follow that roadmap for that specific years to gain its development and according to the IMO's regulations. In continuation, we have to take in mind the role of stakeholders and institutions coordination. We have country also have to coordinate with other companies, other foreign companies, maritime companies to regulate and implement these IMO regulations. Now we were talking about the future recommendation that should be done to achieve these IMO goals. Strengthening international regulatories harmonies. So we have to collect.
Can you start winding up? Start concluding.
Yes, sir.
Uh, Okay, so you have unshared yourself. Frankly, one observation I'll give you is the speed at which you spoke. It was very difficult for me, at least, to correlate. And you had already spent 6 minutes before you actually came to.
Okay, sir.
So you have a lot of data, but
Yes, sir.
building up your approach
Yes, sir.
to the actual crux of the matter, you had already done 6 minutes. But anyway, uh, I'm sure the judges have seen the paper, they would know what you have written. So I open the floor for any interventions, please. I see no request for the floor. So I am going to ask the next team, D8. Are you ready to
So, am
start
I
your
audible and visible?
introduction? You are visible, you are audible, and C2, you can close your camera and, of course, mute yourself. Thank you. Yes, D8. Are you ready?
So,
Floor,
is my
please
screen
go ahead.
visible?
Your screen is visible, presentation mode is on, you can proceed.
Good evening, respected judges. We are team MEPC T8 representing the Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies, Lonavala. I am Cadet Karthik Anand Pandey, the presenter for today, joined by my colleagues Parth Prakash Ingle and Asmat Vardhan. Over the next 6 minutes, I will present our findings, focusing on alternative fuels, carbon capture, economic feasibility, and the role of Industry 4.0 in achieving sustainable maritime operation. Shipping carries nearly 90% of world trade and yet account for around 2.9% of total global GHG emissions. To put it in perspective, if the international shipping were a country, it would rank sixth in the sixth largest emitter in the world. The IMO's revised strategy aimed to reduce carbon intensity by 40% by 2030 and achieve net zero emission by 2050. This makes shipping industry not just an economic engine but also a battleground in climate change mitigation. Our research had four clear objectives. First, to analyze regulatory measures introduced by IMO, such as EEXI, CII, SEMP, and upcoming GFI framework. Second, to evaluate emerging technologies like alternative fuel, carbon capture. Third, to study the economic dimension, including cost of compliance and carbon credit. And finally, to explore Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence and IoTs. The primary cause of shipping emission is its dependency on fossil fuel. Even though ship has become more fuel efficient, but due to rise in global trade, had led to increase in emission. Additionally, black carbon, when deposited on ice, they trap heat. Thus, addressing GHG is not just about CO2, but it is also about secondary pollutant that triggers climate change. To combat emission, the IMO has implemented multiple measures. The EEXI evaluates efficiency of existing ships. The EEDI mandates design efficiency standards for new ships. The CII requires ships to measure annual carbon intensity and maintain acceptable rating. Finally, SEEMP ensures company have operational energy management plan. Together, these measures set accountability and improve efficiency, reduce emission and I would say risk commercial penalties. These are the official formulas for EEXI, CII, and upcoming GFI. They standardize efficiency measurement across vessel and ensure comparability between different vessels. Due to time limitation, I will not go into calculation here, but I must emphasize that the sample calculation are included in our paper, demonstrating compliance check for a chemical tanker. The economic of decarbonization are crucial. Ship owner must balance capital expenditure and operational expenditure. Fuel costs remain the largest driver of the operating cost. With carbon pricing mechanism coming into force, inefficient ship will incur financial penalties. Conversely, ship with better CII rating and lower GFI value can earn tradable carbon credit, creating new revenue opportunities. Whereas Industry 4.0 offer transformative tool for decarbonization. IoT sensors provide real-time monitoring of fuel consumption and emission. AI-powered routing software reduces delay, avoid bad weathers. These technology do not just reduce emission; they reduce cost, improve compliance, and give competitive advantage in the regulated market. Let's now discuss about alternative fuels. Biofuel can cut emission by up to 90% and serve as a drop-in fuel with minimal retrofitting. Hydrogen is a true zero carbon option, though it possesses storage and cost challenges. Methanol is easiest to store and cleaner in combustion, with companies like Maersk already adopting it. Ammonia contains no carbon and has high hydrogen density, but possesses NOx emission concern. Our comparative analysis highlights key trade-offs. Biofuel and methanol are practical in the short to medium term due to low retrofitting cost. LNG has lower cost but limited to climate benefit because of methane slip. Hydrogen and ammonia offer deep decarbonization but require significant investment in safety systems. Now I will speak about the main part of the paper, onboard carbon capture and storage. On this slide, you can see a system diagram that we designed ourselves as a part of this research. This is our original work and not taken from any external source. This shows how onboard carbon capture system can be configured. A carbon capture system broadly relies on four methods of carbon: wet scrubbing, dry scrubbing, cryogenic, and membrane. Wet scrubbing is the most mature one, uses amine solvent and capture rate are above 90%, although it requires high energy. Dry scrubbing relies on solid solvent. It requires replacement and regeneration. Cryogenic capture liquefies CO2 by cooling exhaust gas, well suited for LNG vessels, but again, energy demanding. Our evaluation shows onboard carbon capture system can capture 50 to 70% of onboard emissions. Our proposed strategy are phased in different three parts. Short term are prioritizing efficiency, hull upkeeping, slow streaming, and carbon capture. Medium term are shifting to biofuel, LNG, and methanol, although with new infrastructure support. Long term are transitioning to hydrogen and ammonia, enhanced by Industry 4.0. Additionally, we are proposing a new thing, basically common to normal Indian vehicles, but new to shipping. We propose implementing BS6 equivalent norm for shipping. Just as BS6 norm reduce SOx, NOx, and particulate emission in India's automotive sector, stricter maritime fuel and emission standards could accelerate the phase out of HFO and promote cleaner alternatives. Our roadmap is aligned with IMO's milestone. By 2050, shipping must achieve net zero emission. To conclude, the maritime industry faces a dual challenge, continuing to serve as the backbone of the global trade while drastically reducing its environmental footprint. The solution is not a single technology, but a multi-phased strategy. Alternative fuel provide long-term decarbonization. Carbon capture act as an interim. Industry 4.0 technologies deliver operational efficiency. With a phased approach, shipping can indeed meet the IMO's net zero target by 2050. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for listening attentively. We are now open to any question you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your presentation. And I'll open the floor for any. So E10, you have raised your card. E10, I'll give you the floor. Go ahead.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir, video? Good?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. So my question to D8 is that since in this he has mentioned about a carbon capture system made by them, in that there was a particular topic that was a cryogenic CO2. So basically, you are converting that captured CO2 into liquefied CO2. Yes. So can you explain me like where can we use this cryogenic CO2 and what are the benefits of using like on board ship? Where can we use the CO2 cryogenic CO2?
If
So
the committee
D8, will
allow,
you?
can I answer?
Oh, hello. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Basically, the main motto is to capture the CO2. While consider a gas carrier ship carrying LNG, the LNG is in cryogenic condition. So for cooling the exhaust gas, which is at a higher temperature, we can use this cryogenic temperature to cool down the exhaust gas. Eventually, while we cool the exhaust gas to a cryogenic temperature, the particulate matter and CO2 get settled down and get condensed. Rest all normal gases escape. So these liquefied CO2 is then transferred to a tank, to a storage tank. For since we have liquid CO2, it will have a very good, I would say, storage efficiency. And basically, on board ship, these cryogenics, this liquid CO2 is not used. The main motto is to capture CO2, not letting it escape to the atmosphere. We are capturing it, we are storing it, and whenever we reach a port, we reach any port facility, we will discharge the CO2 to the port facility, and the port facility will take care of the CO2.
Thank you, but thank you for your clarification. But I have a question from that. That if you are going to use a cargo which is cooler than at a lower temperature than what you require to liquefy CO2 at, what happens to that vapor which gets generated of that cargo? And if you
Uh,
require to re-liquefy that, what is the energy required? So where does your energy balance then go?
Sir, can I answer?
Yeah, please go ahead.
In my proposed method, the higher temperature exhaust gas is normally cooled down to a normal temperature using seawater. Since we have ample amount of seawater and we don't need to look about the energy concern at that point. When the temperature is normal, like 25 or 20 degrees Celsius, then now we cool down this exhaust gas with our cargo. Since using this method, although the energy requirement will be increased, rather than exposing the higher temperature of cargo, we are reducing the energy demand somehow. Eventually, if we want to capture carbon and go into greener shipping, we have to compromise on any part. Like we have to invest in some technologies which can be quite energy intensive, but the reward is having a greener shipping.
Okay, so I'll just tell you to broaden the thought of process. When you need energy, again, you need some fuel. So it should not be that you're going to burn more fuel to be able to, at one point, reduce some emissions there, but at another point, generate some emissions. So food for thought for you. Thank you very much. I see no further request for the floor, and I will then ask E7, are you ready to start your presentation?
Yes.
Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Is it visible?
Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. This presentation is brought to you by Rakshit Joshi and Kuwait Singh. The topic today is the critical role of decarbonization and advanced digital solution in the maritime sector, highlighting key strategies to minimize greenhouse gas emissions and improve the sustainability of shipping operations. IMO and greenhouse gas emission reduction roadmap. As the United Nations specialized agency, the International Maritime Organization is responsible for regulating and guiding the shipping worldwide. The IMO's 2023 strategy has set ambitious targets: a 20% reduction in greenhouse gas emission by 2030, 70% by 2040, and net zero emission by 2050. Let's look at the distribution of CO2 emissions among ships type through this graph. Container ships account for 23% of total CO2 emissions. Bulk carrier contributes 19% of emissions. Oil tankers make up 13% of emissions, and other ships types contribute the largest segment, 45%, and include passenger ships, LNG carriers, chemical tankers, fishing vessels, and more. This diversity makes them collectively the highest emitting category. Industry 4.2 technologies are transforming maritime efficiency. Internet of Things enable real-time data collection and transmission from vessels, providing insights on fuel usage. Artificial intelligence use advanced algorithms to analyze operational data, forecast equipment needs, and optimize decision making. This reduces cost and improves safety. Blockchain offers transparency and traceability in shipping logistics. Stakeholders can securely track fuel sources, emissions, and regulatory compliance. Big data delivers actionable insights on shipping patterns, fuel consumption, and maintenance schedule. Maritime operations are evolving
from static fixed routes for smart data-driven optimization. Traditional routing uses preset paths, real-time environmental factors. This can increase fuel consumption. Smart route optimization adopts voyages dynamically using data analytics and real-time weather, ocean conditions, reducing fuel use by about 5.5% per voyage. Digital twin technology now enables hull and engine optimization. Real-time operational data informs quick adjustments, improve fuel efficiency, and minimizing emissions. Predictive maintenance. Digital twins and autonomous system create virtual mode of vessels, allowing performance monitoring and scenario simulation.
Economic vulnerability of SIDS and LDCs. Consider how carbonization impact vulnerable regions. Small idle developing states, heavily dependent on maritime transport or import and export, they risk instability for or if developing ship cost rise or trade is disrupted by environment regulations. Least developed countries also rely on the maritime shipping but face greater risk due to limited infrastructure and financial resources. Transitioning to greener shipping practices can strain fragile economic affecting food security, trade, and development. Zero emission vessel technologies, economic and connectivity benefits. Zero emission solutions support both sustainability and local economics by boosting tourism and island connectivity. All electric boats, ideal for short distances. These clean and battery powered boats eliminate fossil fuel use and carbon emission. Hydrogen fuel cell vessels, suitable for longer journeys. They produce only water as a byproduct, offering greater energy density and range for inter-island travel. Implementing zero emission vessel in SIDS. To make these technologies viable, international collaboration, partnerships enable resources sharing, technical assistance, funding, and best practice exchange. Empowering local communities, tailored training programs teach communities how to operate and maintain zero emission vessel and renewable energy systems. The importance of international cooperation. Global cooperation is needed to harmonize shipping regulation and share best practices. International climate finance and targeted funding are essential, especially for regions like SIDS and LDCs. Industries 4.0 technologies remain central in driving compliance, efficiency, and emission monitoring across the maritime sector, supporting the transition towards sustainable shipping for all nations. Thank you, and we are open for the questions if anyone wants to ask the question.
Thank you. You can unshare your presentation. And A8, I see you have raised your card. A8, the floor is yours.
So yeah, our question is. Our question is, what are the main challenges in adopting hydrogen fuel cell vessel in the maritime industry?
Okay, did you get that question, E7? If you got it and you would like to respond, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So the biggest challenges are developing a stable supply chain for hydrogen, building fueling infrastructure at a port, in ensuring crews are trained in a safe handling and meeting international safety regulations. Additionally, the initial investment for these technologies is high, making wide or adoption slower without targeted funding and policy support.
Thank you for your response. I see no other requests from the floor. So with that, I will ask the last team of the day, E10. E10, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, E10, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
So before starting, should I ask if my voice is clear and my video is clear?
Your voice is clear, your video is clear. Now get on to your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Go ahead.
Hello everyone, this is Team MEPC E10, and today we'll be talking about hydrogen-based marine propulsion, which will help in advancing maritime sustainability for small island nations. This project has been prepared by myself, Cadet Anush Pratap Singh, along with Cadet Prince Nirvan, under the guidance of our external Mr. Mahesh Subramaniam. Now, why am I discussing more about the small island nations than developing countries? Because small island nations are the front line of climate change. Rising sea levels are projected to submerge several of them within the next 20 to 30 years if action is not taken. And shipping plays a big role here. These nations are completely dependent on ships for inter-island travel, trade, and supplies. But unfortunately, most of these ships still burn fossil fuels, contributing heavily to GHG emissions. The IMO has already set ambitious goals that by 2050, the industry must reach net zero emissions, and by 2030, the carbon intensity has to fall by at least 30 to 40%. This challenge forces us to explore cleaner and more innovative propulsion systems. One of the most promising alternatives is hydrogen fuel cell technology. The process is simple yet powerful. Hydrogen and oxygen react inside a fuel cell to produce electricity. The only byproduct is water vapor, no carbon dioxide, no sulfur oxides, and no particulates. Compared to diesel engines, hydrogen fuel cell brings several benefits. First, zero harmful emissions. Second, high energy efficiency than compared to diesel engines, which is like 45 to 60%. Third, quiet operation, reducing the noise pollution. Fourth, no moving parts in energy generation, reducing the maintenance. And a scalable and modular design, which means that we can add more fuel cell units depending on the power requirements of a vessel. Now, hydrogen is itself tricky to store safely. Traditional store uses a very high pressures or cryogenic temperature, both of which are very expensive and risky. Here, metal hydride tanks provide a safer alternative. These tanks absorb hydrogen into metal alloys under moderate pressure, storing it in a solid-like form. When we need hydrogen, the tank is gently heated. The heat breaks the bond between the metals and the hydrogen, releasing the gas in the controlled and safe manner. This makes it a reliable solution for maritime environments, where both safety and efficiency are critical. Now we'll see how this tech is ideal for island maritime operations. Individual 200 kilowatt fuel cells module can be linked together to provide the power output a vessel needs. This modular setup allows easy scaling, simpler maintenance, and backup support essential for reliable intra-island service. Hydrogen propulsion is particularly well suited for small and medium-sized vessels in the 500 to 3000 GRT. These ships typically run predictable and short island routes, which makes scheduling, refueling, and managing hydrogen storage far easier than for long ocean voyages. The next question is, where will the hydrogen actually come from? Small island nations cannot rely on imports alone, so the key lies in producing hydrogen locally using the rich renewable resources. First is solar power plants, and more specifically going towards floating solar power plants. Instead of occupying scarce land area, islands can deploy floating solar farms on calm lagoons or near shore waters. This not only generates clean electricity for hydrogen production, but also helps keep the panels cool, improving efficiency. For a small island nation where land is limited and expensive, floating solar becomes a highly practical solution. Offshore wind, strong and consistent winds in open seas provide reliable power, especially when sunlight is low. Tidal energy, predictable and continuous tidal movements ensure round-the-clock power generation, which is ideal for steady hydrogen production. Now let us look at the international support framework, which is essential if small island nations are to adopt hydrogen propulsion successfully. Firstly, financial support. Developing nations usually face economic constraints. Building hydrogen infrastructure like electrolysis plants, storage tanks, and refueling stations require high initial investment. Grants, subsidies, and low-interest loans from developed nations, global banks, and organizations such as IMO and the UN can make these projects viable. Without this financial push, most islands simply cannot afford the transition. Secondly, technology transfer. Most advanced hydrogen technologies like high-efficiency fuel cells, hydride storage, and smart refueling are concentrated in developed nations. By partnering with universities, maritime institutions, and industry leaders, small island nations can access these solutions directly, speeding up adoption and avoiding costly trial and error. Through training workshops, certification programs, and hands-on learning, island nations can develop a skilled local workforce. These professionals will not only operate hydrogen systems, but also adapt them to the local needs. Beyond technical skills, these hydrogen and engineers, these hydrogen revolutions can create an entire employment sector from technicians and engineers to port operators, safety operators, and researchers based on this hydrogen tech. Instead of migrating abroad, these young people can build meaningful, future-ready careers right at their own island, their own home. After carefully studying the challenges and opportunities, we propose a four-step action plan for implementing hydrogen-based marine propulsion in small island nations. Firstly, research and development. We recommend targeted R&D to adapt fuel cells and storage for island conditions, which will focus on corrosion resistance, thermal management in tropical climates, and pilot projects with small ferries. These trials will lay the foundation for large-scale adoption. Secondly, infrastructure development. The second priority is building the backbone of hydrogen operation. Islands need localized electrolysis plants powered by solar, wind, and tidal energy. Alongside this, safe hydrogen storage facilities, refueling stations, and upgraded port infrastructure must be established. By investing in infrastructure now, we create a long-term platform for sustainable shipping, workforce training, and job creation. A transformation of this skill cannot succeed without people. We propose training programs, certification, and skilled workshops with maritime institutes to ensure safe hydrogen operations. This will create new employment sector for island citizens and prevent young talent from migrating abroad, enabling them to build sustainable future-ready careers right at home while strengthening the economy and community. Lastly, we stress the need for financial support through the international grants, low interest loans, and climate funds, along with incentives like tax breaks, and reduced port fees for these hydrogen vessels. These measures will make hydrogen adoption both viable and attractive for ship owners. This brings me to the end of my presentation on hydrogen-based marine propulsion. And I would like to thank the committee and the audience for your time, patience, and attention. And I open to questions and answers.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your screen, and I open the floor for any intervention. A8, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, sir. Sir, our question is, how can technology transfer accelerate clean technology adoption?
Did you understand the question, Eten? Can you respond to that?
Can you repeat, please?
The question was that how can technology transfer accelerate the green transition?
See, mostly talking about the hydrogen cells and metal hydride tanks, which is a very new tech, is coming in like 3 to 4 years before only. So technology transfer from these universities and research institutes will help increasing the efficiency of the fuel cells and the metal hydride tanks. Because especially talking about the storage of hydrogen, if we talk like storing it in a compressed form or in a liquefied form, seeing the range of these vessels, it makes it very difficult to handle the storage, especially in a bad weather where the rolling is very much in these kind of vessels. So basically we need to excel in researching in this hydrogen tech, because it is a very new technology, and increasing the efficiency and increasing the storage in a metal hydride tank is very important. That is how the technology transfer is important. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So technology transfer is primarily for the storage system. B1, the floor is open for you. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. I would like to ask if hydrogen engines are limited to small ships, and what challenges are stopping their adoption for larger ships, and how can we overcome this? I'm asking this because our country is more interested in engine retrofitting and modifications. That's why if I got the answer, we can just collaborate with this.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to respond to that, Eten?
Yes, sir. Sir, here developing nations, we are mostly talking about small island nations, because they are at the front line of the climate change. Like in the next 10 to 20 years, they'll be most affected if the global warming keeps on increasing. So and the ships that operate in these areas are mostly fishing ships and inter-island ships, ferries, and passenger boats, which are not very large ships. So for now, if we mainly focus on developing these ships into hydrogen propelled ships, it will be better. It will be better if we basically lay a good foundation from developing these small ships, and then from these we can go on to developing nations like India and Bangladesh, where there are also many small ships and many coastal ships. Uh, yes, sir. Basically, that is why today, for now, we are focusing on the smaller ships and rather on big ships. At least
Okay.
we should start from small.
Okay. So, but the point is that people would look at scaling it up with their knowledge. Anyway, I'll ask my question later, but I see it is still there. I thought D8 had raised the hand and then it seems to have disappeared.
Yes, actually, I was going to ask the question about scaling up the thing, but as
That's
per
already covered. Okay.
yes, sir.
Thank you, D8. So your question gets answered. So in this industry 4.0, is that a role there in your hydrogen technology?
So, sir, my comment on this is that if we are developing a hydrogen, if we are developing we are bringing hydrogen revolution in a small island nations, it will bring employment, and with the employment, it will also bring researchers, which will later on research and develop in the field of industry 4.0 in their own way, and how they can operate it in a, like, basically what I'm focusing is that a local research and local empowerment of their research on this industry 4.0. So if we are now building a hydrogen propelled system and hydrogen, bringing a revolution of hydrogen in these small island nations, and those researchers which are like which are which are currently in this, which will be get employed by the hydrogen storage system and the hydrogen production system storage, basically the industries of developing the hydrogen in these small island nations. Those researchers, if they create their own tech on this industry 4.0, it will be better that they are self-dependent and they don't have to, like, they are not just dependent on what the developed countries and what the other companies are building, like
Okay.
bringing their own innovation, bringing their own local innovation. It will be better, sir.
So it would be good to do a bit more research into how hydrogen fuel cell technology can benefit from the advancements in what is seen in Industry 4.0, if there's some synergy there. Thank you very much. And with that, we come to an end to this session. Thank you, first of all, to the judges. Thank you very much. With your permission, I would like to close this session, but after saying a thank you to the MC team, which has also been keeping a track and helping us out throughout. So from my side, this session is closed. I wish all the candidates who yesterday and today have participated best of luck, and please await your results as to who make the final round. And in case IMU would like to share about the date of the finals, the venue of the finals, any plans, or that would go by through the website or email, I'll hand it over to the MC and the organizing team. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, the finals, Rajiv sir, the finals will be on 9th October in the PM session, most probably from 3 PM onwards. There will be inaugural session, formal inaugural session, and the finalists will be invited with other industry experts that day. And probably there is an invitation going for a minister also, a state minister. So if he agrees, then he will also be there at the inaugural session. So venue is near Siddhi Vinayak Temple in Prabhadevi, Rabindranath Mandir, mini theater, 5th floor. We'll have the proper invitation letter card on virtual mode. We'll be sending it. That's from my side. MCs, you can take over. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. We had some wonderful.
Can I request the MCs to take comments from the judges before they conclude?
Yes, sir. We'll take the feedback, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We had some wonderful presentations today. As we come to the close of today's proceedings of I-ESKIMO 2025, we extend our special and heartfelt thanks to our esteemed judges, Mr. Achintya B. Datta, Mr. Ajay Chatterjee, and Mr. N. Girish for guiding us by providing valuable insights and a valuable time for this MEPS sessions. We express our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Rajiv Nair, sir, for gracefully leading us through the 2 days of I-ESKIMO semi-final sessions 2025. And finally, a big thank you to all the participants, guides, and faculty for the valuable contributions, and a big thanks to all the sponsors.
In these 2 days, we witnessed spirited and innovative ideas under HTW, STC, MSc, and MEPC committees. These discussions not only showcase the talent of our cadets, but also reaffirmed the importance of India's role in shaping the future of maritime policy and enhancing India's contribution towards IMO.
Before we conclude, may I now request the chairman of I-ESKIMO 2025, Captain Mihir Chandra, sir, Director of Indian Maritime University, Navi Mumbai campus, to share a few words.
Thank you very much, Rajiv sir. First to you, with your defatigable attitude and being there all the time continuously. And also to our esteemed judges, Ajay sir, thank you very much. Ajin sir, thank you very much. Saxena sir, thank you very much. And Girish sir, thank you very much. Without your support, it was not possible. This was an arduous journey, and we have concluded it. Final will be there in the Prabhadevi in a physical mode for the first time, and that is a request from our Vice Chancellor to make it in a physical mode this time. So that will conclude that day. But we need your feedback, sir, for today's event before we conclude.
Yeah.
And to the MCs, you've done a good job, great job, and the best you keep it in reserve for 9th. We have to showcase that day the IMU's endeavor along with IMEI and IMECA. And Panda sir, Hariram sir, and Gaukar, thank you very much for being the back support. We need you more, sir. Judges, sir, please give your feedback for today's event.
Yeah. Chairman, can I come in?
Yes, please, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. First of all, I congratulate the participants for a wonderful presentation they have made. Each and every one has worked very hard. I can see they have done a lot of research, and my felicitations to them and the organizers, as well as, of course, our indefatigable Nair, Mr. Nair, as usual, wonderful job. I thought the Secretary General himself was here of IMO. I have one observation and a suggestion, if I may. Can I? Okay. My observation is that the presentation, I've gone through the papers and also seen their presentation, and I find that today, I'm not saying it has been done, but it is possible. I tried it myself in one of the papers, the chat GPT stuff. And you can generate a lot of text with the chat GPT. So it becomes a little easier for a smart guy to present a very good paper. And if of course, we have marks, we have to somehow judge them. And they have the IMO documents. But what my suggestion is, the proof of the pudding is the interventions. So I would suggest that from the next time onwards, you at least 30% marks be allotted for interventions, which will have sub-paragraph. I mean, it will be in 2 columns. One is actual asking the questions, and the other is answering the questions. So if you have a guy, he gets say 5, he asks 5 questions, he gets 5 points, and he answers well, maybe he gets 10 points. So total interventions 15 points. That's my humble suggestion. I ask the organizers to think about it, because particularly keeping this chat GPT and all that, so the intervention is the most important thing. That is what happens in IMO in the debates, in the presentations, and how a country gets through a particular, particular idea through, and all member states agree on it, and it might become a regulation later on. So that's my suggestions. I leave it to the organizations and the wisdom of all my colleagues. Thank you.
Well noted, sir.
We have noted, sir, and definitely we'll put it up.
May we continue, sir?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable feedback. We'll definitely keep that in mind. Now,
Please, sir, would like to say something?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Chatterjee's remarks, and congratulations to all participants for taking an effort in doing all the studies and research and making presentations. We had an interesting time. And as far as the marks are concerned, marking is concerned, maybe for the presentation itself, maybe we can have some marks, because now the questions, the specific marks have been allotted based on the certain parameters, but there is no parameter for the presentation itself, the skill of making the presentation in that. So five marks we have been given for various things. Maybe we can add something for the presentation itself, even though we have considered it within these marks. It's not, because the questions were different. Otherwise, as I said, the intervention is very important, because the questions and answer will give an idea how much research has gone in, how much they have studied, as Mr. Chatterjee has said. I agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Rajiv, sir, anything from your side?
No, thank you. Valuable suggestions. And in the 5th year, we would bring some, but we still have a final to do, and we look forward to planning for that. So definitely we'll take some of these suggestions into that itself. Nothing else from my side.
Nothing else. Achintya, sir, I think I've seen your chat. Yeah, I've seen your chat. Dosi, sir, anything from your side?
No, sir, I'm learning, and every opportunity to improve. I mean, I'm not that capable to understand IMO as much as Rajiv and others know. But yes, we're always happy the youngsters are doing so well. And I just hope I'm able to keep encouraging them in whichever way we can. Yeah, Mr. Datta has yet to comment for today.
Yes, fine. Done.
He has said so, sir. Ajay, sir, you raised your hand, sir, please.
I already made my statement. Thank you.
Oh, all right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, Rajiv, sir, can we conclude? Yeah, MCs, you can take charge and conclude, please.
Thank you, everyone, for your valuable feedbacks. With that, we come to the conclusion of the I-ESKIMO 2025 semi-finals. We look forward to the finals with great anticipation, and all the very best to all the participants. Have a wonderful evening. These are your MCs signing off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
पंडा सर, और कुछ है लास्ट मोमेंट ज्ञान कुछ बोले? लास्ट मोमेंट का कुछ और ज्ञान है? बंद करें, आवाज नहीं आ रही सर, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही, म्यूटेड है।
अभी तो घर जाने की तैयारी है, जाते
अच्छा,
जाते 9 बजे का कि 10 बजे का मालूम नहीं। आज बारिश में ट्रेन क्या लफड़ा क्या है मालूम नहीं। अच्छा, कल जो शाम का आफ्टरनून का 3 बजे का मीटिंग है, हमको अटेंड करना जरूरी है क्या?
पता नहीं, ऐसा कुछ तो बताया नहीं, बताएंगे तो देखा जाएगा।
नहीं, मैंने मेल भेज दिया है।
अच्छा,
मेल में हम लोगों को कॉपी में है। राजीव नायर सर वांट्स टू टॉक विद गाइड्स, जजेस। हाँ, तो उस केस में हमको रहना जरूरी होगा या नहीं होगा, कुछ पता नहीं है मेरे को।
पूछ लेंगे, क्योंकि कई बार वो रहता है ना कि
Because I want to